Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. We're back for our sixth session or section of the Nature for All Love Fest, where we have individuals from around the world sharing their nature love stories. It's been an amazing day and a bit more already. We've heard people from all over the world: India, Sri Lanka, Indonesia, Australia. And it's a pleasure for me to bring you our next guest, who is coming in from Germany. And I think this will be fun. I've met Lisa a couple of times, once at least, and we've had some interesting email conversations. I'm really looking forward to having our conversation. So I'm going to bring Lisa Gill. She can tell us a little bit about herself and the amazing work she's doing. Good morning or good afternoon to you, Lisa. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning to you. I heard it's very early at your place.
That's
It's
right.
not that early here. It's kind of 12:30, so getting ready for lunch.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about yourself first, and then I think we'll just dive and tell me, like, what's your kind of earliest connection with nature, the one that really strikes you as, you know what, this was it. This was it. I need to be in nature, and this is why I love nature.
That's a very cool question, actually. Well, thank you, first of all, for having me. I think I thought about this a little bit, and I think I do remember having kind of a fondness for nature, and that this has been around for I can't even remember when that started. So I grew up in a city in Germany, and my parents used to take me out to the forest or to the mountains a lot. But I noticed now, kind of in retrospect, that nature was always around me, even in the city. And one thing that was very strong for me was actually the sounds of birds singing in our little courtyard. So I, a long time of my life, I lived in some flats. I don't think that buildings are still built this way, kind of like a park area, no cars, but lots of people living together in these flats. And for some reason, and now I know why, these birds were they just sounded so loud, and the reason is that these buildings are kind of built around this park area, and the sounds just come back from the walls, and it was just made
Nice.
this very, very strong, amazing sound. And this sound kind of, yeah, it connected me with nature, and it was always there when I went to sleep. It was there when I woke up. So I think even today, these sounds kind of make me feel at home and safe, and it's kind of a happy place that you can go to, even if you're in the city.
Right.
And yeah.
Cool. And so that love of nature has led you now to, the Bavarian Society for the Protection of Birds. So it's kind of, you've gone almost, it was almost like it was meant to be. So tell us a little bit about that journey. And I want to get into a little bit more of the projects that you've been involved with, because we actually had Jacob Job yesterday, who you had the opportunity and I'm assuming the pleasure to meet. And he's an avid sound of nature guy. But tell me a little bit about that journey that brought you to where you are now at the Society of Protection for Birds, and what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. I will share my little presentation. Can you see this?
Uh, oh,
Is it working?
sorry. Yeah, it's here.
Okay. Oops. Yeah. So, um, more than meets the eye, I'll call it. Kind of the love for the sounds of nature. And I'll start off with this little film. I hope you can hear it.
Yep.
So yes, since 2020, I've been involved in the Dawn Chorus project, which is a citizen science and arts project that collects bird songs from all over the world. But I wanted to go a step backwards and talk to you a bit more about my kind of scientific background. Um, yeah, so I have a degree in ornithology, and I started my career as a behavioral ecologist. I was always interested in vocal communication, and I'll start off with a very simple explanation of what that actually means. So a vocal communication, what is that? We've got one individual that sends sort of a vocal signal to some other individual, which is the receiver here. And we know that this happens in a lot of different contexts. So, for example, to attract mates, to warn others of predators, to communicate with chicks, etc. So this is really important for survival and reproduction of birds and of other animals. But communication goes two ways. So the sending individual is now also the receiving individual. And as you know, in nature, there are often more than only one receiver. And the especially interesting question for me was, what happens if we look at this in a group context? Um, and as you can imagine, there's a mess of vocalizations going on here. So we know that communication is important for the entire group to make them travel together, to coordinate, etc., but also for individuals and groups to recognize each other and communicate with specific individuals. And this is the thing that interested me a lot during my PhD. So what I tried to do was to find different ways in terms of recording and analyzing these big, messy recordings. So this is a frequency spectrogram. You can see the frequency over time, and you can see there's just a big mess going on with these
Yeah.
vocalizations. And what we want to do is figure out what each individual is saying to the other individual. Is that statistically relevant, or is it all random? So what's going on there? And so we found different ways to kind of split up these messy recordings into the recordings of individual birds. I'll explain that in a second. And then I used the temporal information to figure out whether this is like random or whether something is going on statistically.
Right.
And for this, I've
At
been
specific times of the day or at specific.
actually at specific moments in time as to the other call of the other
Oh,
individual.
okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
So I was kind of looking at private communication channels in these group living birds, and I've been doing that mostly with zebra finches with very, very tiny little microphone backpacks that you put on these birds,
Nice.
and with a little bit bigger microphone backpacks that you put on other birds. I was working with wild jackdaws in the field, and I've been doing this at the Max Planck Institute for Ornithology, which is now called Max Planck Institute for Biological Intelligence or something like that. And yeah, and then I realized that these sounds are amazing. So you hear what the animal says, you can hear which individual was saying what, but in addition, you can also hear the sounds in space and time. And what do I mean by that? So you know that we always use sound to navigate through our environments. We can hear an ambulance coming towards us. You know that blind people can use like clicking sounds to navigate their environment. And we also know that, for example, in airplanes, they use these flight recorders, the black box recorders, and they also use sound recordings to figure out what was happening. So why don't we, as scientists, use sound more to investigate things? And yeah, so these sounds that are recorded were not just the calls, but also the behavior of the birds. And I'll just give you a very small example here. So
That's not, we can
you
barely
can
hear
hear.
it though.
Okay, but as you can imagine, so the birds not just call or sing, but they also they bathe, they fly, they rustle their feathers. All these things are things that you can hear. And I was thinking, wouldn't it be great if we could kind of turn that kind of information into something more as well? And yeah, so that was my PhD. And then a couple of years later, the pandemic hit and the world kind of fell silent. And I was contacted by some old colleagues from my time during my PhD, and they said, "Hey, we're trying to start this project here. It's called Dawn Chorus, and it's all about the sounds of nature and how they're coming back." And um, so probably all of you remember this time in 2020 when suddenly all the streets were quiet, the cities were quiet, and you started to hear the sounds of nature once again. So this was really the perfect timing to kick off the Dawn Chorus project, where people all over the world can record sounds in front of their doorsteps and learn to connect with nature in front of their doorsteps again. And this was founded in 2020 by Biotopia, so the new Natural History Museum in Munich, and the Stiftung Kunst und Natur, which is the um, Arts and Nature Foundation in Nantisbuch. It's also close to Munich in Germany. And the idea behind this was that through this immersive experience of the dawn chorus, we would start connecting to nature more, to start feeling nature more, just once again to stop and listen and just be there in the moment. And in 2020, this was especially interesting because people were not allowed to travel. So they had no means of going to lovely places, and they had to kind of stick with what they had in front of their own windows. And I think it was really nice, nice project. And they started to, so the idea was to connect the citizen science aspect with the arts, to sort of increase the awareness of nature, and through this awareness then to provoke change in society. And last year, the Bavarian Society for the Protection of Birds, this is the LBV down there, joined in the project. And we've been collecting these sounds now, well, for 3 years. We also have a Dawn Chorus app with which you can record these sounds very, very easily. And you can even transform your sound recording into your own little piece of art, which is very nice. And so this is our sound map. You can see this is a worldwide project. We're currently at 21,000 recordings, which I think is very cool. And so this is my little moment in time where I'm going to say, please join us in May 2023 when we're going to kick off the next season. Yeah,
Yeah,
I guess that was it for now.
that's awesome. That sounds amazing. I'm just gonna like right now. I'm gonna show the website here.
Thanks. Yeah.
What a great way to engage with individuals. And there was something that struck me when you said, that sounds when um, sounds returned or nature sounds returned. And I guess that's not quite right, is it? It's not really that they returned. Can you share a little bit about that?
Yeah.
What we finally realized?
Well, I guess they returned to average people. Um, I think they returned into our heads because we had the time and also the space to think about things, to listen to nature, to just be where you are. Um, and yeah, I think the world was put on halt, so we were able to connect to nature through sounds a bit better. But of course, nature didn't sound louder or anything. Probably birds were even singing less loudly because they didn't have to compete with traffic noise and airplane noise. So actually, the sounds of nature are always there. We just have to listen to them.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the key points is they are there. We just need to take a bit of that time to stop a little bit what we're doing and sometimes it's reconnecting with nature. A lot of us, especially in cities, sometimes we forget and we're busy with our lives. Have you like you've got 20,000 plus recordings now available. What are you doing with those? Are you just showing them, or are you actually going in and exploring them and using them to try to figure things out?
That's definitely the plan. So at the moment, we don't have a way to analyze those 20,000 automatically, which would be nice. So we're kind of working on it. We have some partners in IT and in other areas of expertise where we're going to work together very closely coming this year. And we got some nice funding to start looking into the sound files themselves. What we want to do with them is to document avian biodiversity. So we want to, through the sounds, through the singing songs of these birds, we want to find out which species were present and absent. So ideally, you don't only make one recording, but you make multiple recordings from your same location, wherever you are.
Right.
And then we can compare this over time. So the big call for this year is same place, same time. So if you've been joining us sometime in the past couple of years, then please do it again. Come to the same place at the same time and make a recording again. And then you might even feel a difference yourself. So, like, listen to the sound. Can you hear a difference between 2020 when the world was kind of, well, the human world was kind of quiet? Does that sound different now?
Right.
Maybe there's a construction site. Maybe something was, um, maybe there was reforestation or something. So we really want you to come back and listen to the sounds again.
That's funny because I actually did take a recording and I submitted it, and now you're reminding me. Yeah, maybe I should go back. And we had last summer, and it's unfortunate, but we had a huge storm hit through our area, and it broke down a number of trees, and it would be really interesting to see the change from then to now and what happens when these types of events happen. And I'm sure, have you seen? I don't know, in your work, it's just making me think. Like, are you able to see differences? You know, we're seeing climate change. We're seeing more devastation happening, more weird changes of weather, forest fires, storms, etc. Are you able to use sound to monitor what those changes are doing to nature?
I mean, not me personally, but yes, that's being done, and I think it's something that we're definitely going to build up in the near future. Um, so the Dawn Chorus data set is, I think, well, it's a citizen science data set, and it's
Mhm.
very nice for the start. But if you really want to figure out, um, well, if you want to ask very concrete questions, you will have to collect very concrete data for it.
Right.
But yes, I mean, definitely, um, it's a way to make all those changes heard, even on a very, very basic level. So in other projects, you often need to know the species. If you want to do a garden count of bird species, then you need to know what's there, and maybe people don't want to, you know, show other people that they don't know which birds are in their garden, or they pretend that they saw something they didn't. Um, all those things are kind of irrelevant with the Dawn Chorus project. You can just take part even if you don't know anything around you. We will try to help you figure out those things.
Right.
Um, but you can take part and like really make a scientific contribution even if you don't know much about nature yet.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and we want to make those changes sort of make you feel these changes too. So in your case, you already you already felt it, and now it's your turn to record it so that
Mhm.
other people can feel it too.
Yeah.
Um, and we what we can do is we in our little data collection form, we ask people to comment on the noise, on the human noise around them.
Right.
So we can already look at well, we can compare 2020 and 21 to 22, and we already see that there, of course, obviously,
More.
much more flights
Yeah.
and cars and things. So that's something we can definitely show. And in terms of the species present, we're still working on it.
Right. Yeah. Um, what's really interesting as well with this project is the art aspect. Can you tell us a little bit more about what's been done and how and why you've incorporated that art into into the Dawn Chorus and how that's interplaying together?
Yeah, I think the whole project started in the heads of the founders of this project way before the pandemic. So there was a masterclass, soundscape masterclass with Bernie Krause, who is the, well, godfather of soundscaping, so to speak. And this was done, I think, in 2019. And they always thought, we should do some sort of art and science connection project on this. And then when the pandemic hit, they just went for it. And that was just the perfect moment. So that was the Art and Nature Foundation and Biotopia that kicked off the project in 2020. There was a scientist, Rico Ritz, who did some visualization of the sounds in 2020. Then in 21, when the app was built, we put the sonic feather in there as a feature with which you can draw, like with sonic ink, you can draw um, small growing structures made up of your own sound recording, which I think is kind of a nice little thing.
Yeah.
This was done by Mika Johnson and Marcel Kanapke. And then last year we had a big festival at Biotopia where our Dawn Chorus ambassadors, um, Dominic Eulberg, he's a DJ, and he
Okay.
does really amazing stuff on sounds of nature. He uses the sounds of nature to create songs, and it's more um, electric music, I'd say. And he reaches people even in places where you wouldn't expect nature. And I think
Right.
that's the big thing about this project. It brings people together from different kinds of interests. So not just the people who are already interested in nature, but maybe people who are well who are interested more in arts or in other things, and they're also drawn into this whole new world of sound and nature. And I think that's the really nice thing about this project. And I
Right.
think this interaction between science and arts is somewhere where we can really get people's attention and creativity.
Hmm. It kind of cuts into that, that hard to understand scientific information. I think you've done a good job of, bridging that. You're using science data, but you're making it accessible. And I think that's what Nature for All is kind of, all about, is making nature accessible and understanding it so that we can build that relationship. Um, has your relationship, you think, with nature changed in the last 3 years with this project, with the work that you've been doing,
Well,
or you're still
actually,
pretty
it
connected?
has, but I'm not sure if I should say it. To be honest, um, I've been really frustrated with making sound recordings because only when you really listen, you can hear how much traffic there is in the background. You always think, ah, yes, I could record that and then post it on Facebook or something. And then, oh, there's that car again, or that, I don't know, truck
Yeah,
or whatever. And so that's definitely one thing that's been annoying me more since I've started working on this.
yeah,
Um, yeah. But apart from that, I think I start realizing these things, like I mentioned to you earlier about sound was apparently always important for me, even as a child. I never thought about those things before, but now I start thinking about these things. Yes.
yeah. I find it fascinating because, like I said earlier, we had Jacob Job, who is working on Sounds of Your Parks, and he is much more, into kind of the wilderness and gathering these sounds in protected areas, and really immersing so that people can get that sense, and then figuring out what those patterns are. But I think it's as important, what you're doing is you're getting sounds from, people's backyards just down the street. And I'm really wondering, like, that dynamic, and there is an interconnectivity between what's happening in our cities and what's happening in these protected areas, because birds and animals aren't, they're not like us, where they live in their one home and they don't really, they're migratory, they're transient, they move around. How do you see that? Like, how important can sound play in understanding this? Like, I'm assuming it can play a huge role.
Yeah, although many birds are much more stationary than you
Then
might
we think,
think.
yeah,
Some of them have a radius of 300 meters that they just don't
that's
leave,
it. Eh?
and they have their little
Africa.
song posts and they stick to that. But yeah, okay, but then in winter they fly to Africa. That's kind of a long way. So they make up for that later on.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah. But
Cool.
yeah, but I also thought about yeah, people going on holiday, they can make a recording there and just start
Yeah.
listening to what things sound like in other places. Of course, what we want to avoid is having protected areas and then being trampled by all those tourists who really want to be there. So I think these projects like with Jacob, they're really, really valuable too because they show you what things sound like and maybe then you realize how vulnerable a place like this is and you don't necessarily have to travel there, but you can
Hmm.
travel there through your ears. I think that's really, really cool.
Yeah. Um, we've got a bit of time. Our next guest isn't waiting, but tell me a little bit about, I talk about Nature for all the time. Um, and for me, it is a concept and an idea, but just out of context, what does Nature for All kind of invoke in you and mean to you?
That's a good question.
I try.
I think it's I think it's a really nice idea because it shows you that everyone can be part of nature, or actually is part of nature. We often think we're a separate entity. We are humans, we're different, but actually we are nature too, and we live in nature. I mean, sometimes you don't see it, but it's definitely there. And Nature for All gives you the opportunity to become part of nature, of different projects. It really connects these different projects all around the world. I think it's really cool.
Yeah. I think what you're doing is amazing. I think, is there anything like from some of the recordings that you've received or that you've heard or that you've done yourself, like what is it about the sound? Is there something that really, you know, strikes out or, um, brings you there specifically to these places? Can you pinpoint?
Hmm. I guess it's the calm. I mean, I love going out into nature and just being in the calm, not having the cars around me, not having people talking to me, to be honest. I just love listening to the sounds of nature without the interruptions, just being there in the moment and, listening what species are there, what do they do, what's happening in their lives. And I think actually it's very interesting because sounds are so prevalent, they're everywhere. But we've just really stopped listening to them. We live in a world where people are so focused on visual information, also in science, but also in advertising, in, Facebook, everything, all those things, everything is visual at the moment. Of
Mhm.
course, sounds are being used and abused probably also for advertising. Sounds make you feel happy. You can be manipulated into buying stuff by through sounds. You can become really afraid in a horror film through the sounds. So sounds are being used, but they're often used in a very unconscious way. And I think this project aims to bring the sounds into your real active consciousness so that you become aware of these sounds and also the information that it brings. So if you're out birding, for example, you know exactly when there's a bird of prey coming because all the little birds are going to make alarm calls and those kind of things. So these
Right.
sounds are definitely valuable for us.
Yeah. My last question, I guess, and maybe I'm when we think of nature sounds, a lot of times we hear, it's birds. The dawn chorus evokes birds, but and you work with birds specifically. And I'm curious and I'm also fascinated by birds for some reason. Have you figured out why? Like, why are we why are humans so enthralled by birds? Like,
Well, it's
it's
not all
interesting.
birds, right? It's
No, that's
really
true.
interesting. I mean, I love crows and all corvids, all things corvid, um, but they're not really renowned for their beautiful song,
But they're
even
so
though
vocal, but they have a
they're so
range.
vocal. Oh
They
yes,
have
they do.
such a range. It's
Yeah.
incredible. Yeah.
But I think, yeah, humans are, I mean, there are lots of studies on this as well, the positive effects of bird song and nature sounds on stress levels and all those things. And yeah, also in terms of aesthetics, coincidentally, humans just really like the sounds of birds. I wonder maybe in the ancient times, maybe there were birds that were singing and we hated it, so we killed them all. And only the
I
ones with
hope
the
not.
beautiful songs are left. Who knows? Who knows?
Sounds good. Well, we're nearing the end. Is there anything like other than, May is coming up soon, get your phones and recorders out. Um, any last thoughts on, you know, sounds and how we can incorporate those a little bit more into our lives?
Yeah, just go out, close your eyes, listen, and
So
enjoy.
instead of stop and smell the roses, stop and listen to the sounds.
Exactly.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Lisa, for taking the time. It was wonderful chatting with you. I'm looking forward to working with you again, and thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. See you soon.
All right, and that was wonderful. We are going to. I'm going to share with you a conversation that was pre-recorded, and I hope you enjoy it. It was done recently, and it's actually going to be in Hungarian. We're going to stay in Europe for now. And I'm going to just press play, and I hope you enjoy it. And we'll be right back in a few minutes with our next speaker. Let me see if this is going to work.
Sok szeretettel köszöntök mindenkit a Nature for All Storytelling Fesztiválon, a Livestreamen, ami most 2023. február 7-e és 21-e között kerül megrendezésre. Ebben az időszakban inspiráló történetek hangzanak el, melyeket személyes természetkapcsolatok alakulásán keresztül ismerhetünk meg. A természet szeretet hatja át a világ minden tájáról érkező élménybeszámolókat, így közösen ünnepeljük a sokféleséget, a diverzitást. Jelen beszélgetésre is a Nature for All Storytelling Fesztivál keretén belül kerül sor. Boglárkával most Magyarországról jelentkezünk. Én Kraj Zsuzsanna vagyok, fenntarthatósággal és oktatással foglalkozó szakértő, Nature for All Fun, természetkapcsolat facilitátor jelölt. Beszélgető partnerem Amrein Tamásné miskolci Boglárka, aki Romanyán, Pécs mellett vezet egy ökológiai gazdálkodást, és leginkább a madarak és a gazdálkodók közötti együttműködési lehetőségeket kutatja. Kérlek, mondj magadról pár szót, mivel foglalkozol még, hogyan kapcsolódsz te személyesen a természethez, és hol gyökerezik a te személyes természetkapcsolatod?
Szia Zsuzsa, és üdvözlök mindenkit a világ minden tájáról. Az én történetem az gyakorlatilag egy vegyes irodalmi műfaj, egy fejlődés történettel átszőtt kalandregény, mert hogy a semmiből építettem azt a kis várat, amiben most élek. Én városi lányként nőttem föl, és sem ismeretem, sem kapcsolódásom nem volt a természettel. Aztán a fordulópontot az hozta el az életembe, amikor megszületett a legidősebb gyermekem, Tomi, és teljesen megváltoztak a célok, megváltoztak az értékek, megváltozott a motiváció, és az egészség, a természet, a környezet, és ennek minden pozitív aspektusa bekerült az életünkbe. Aztán volt egy nagyon meghatározó pontja ennek az utazásnak. Ez az a pont volt, amikor Tomikával elmentünk sétálni. Beszélni még nem tudott, gügyögni, gagyogni, de rámutatott egy fára, és gyakorlatilag megkérdezte, hogy ez milyen fa, én pedig nem tudtam rá válaszolni. És annyira elszégyeltem magam, annyira egy megmagyarázhatatlan és gyakorlatilag leírhatatlan érzés volt, hogy ahogy hazaértünk, rögtön elkezdtem tájékozódni, felfedezni, olvasással, dokumentumfilmek nézésével, hogy gyakorlatilag hol is élünk és milyen környezetben. Aztán a következő lépcsőfok az volt, amikor úton volt már Balázs, ő a középső fiam, és szerettünk volna egy sokkal kiegyensúlyozottabb környezetet biztosítani a fiúknak. Kiköltöztünk a nagyvárosból egy kis faluba, egy falu szélére, és ott kezdtük el felépíteni az életünket. Aztán olvastam egy nagyon szép könyvet, és volt benne egy gyönyörű fűszerkert. És én azt mondtam magamnak, hogy egy életem, egy halálom, én ezt a fűszerkertet idehaza megépítem, és az építkezésből megmaradt téglákat használtam föl hozzá, majdhogy nem 400 téglát hordtam föl a két kezemmel, megépült a fűszerkert, és azt mondtam a családomnak, hogy ha 3 ki kell a 40 parcellából, akkor boldog leszek. Hát nem felejtem el azt a pillanatot, amikor a nappali ablakából kinézve egyik reggel egy zöld rengeteg tárult elénk, gyakorlatilag nem hogy 3, hanem 37 parcella borult zöldbe, és az volt a szerelem pillanata. Az volt az a pillanat, amikor szerelem lett a természettel történő kapcsolódásból, és gyakorlatilag egy pezsgő, egy aktív, egy rendkívül sok tartalommal és értékkel teli út indult el. Közben megszületett a harmadik gyermekünk, Bálint, építettük a kertet, és egy következő lépcsőfok volt az, amikor csatlakoztunk a Magyar Madártani és Természetvédelmi Egyesülethez, és a Baranya megyei csoport elnöke, Bank László, akinek egyébként azóta is rendkívül hálás vagyok, bevezetett minket a madarak világába. Egy olyan színét, színfoltját ismertük meg a természetnek, ami nélkül szerintem sokkal szegényebb lett volna az életünk. Ide kerültek az első odúk, láttuk, hogyan építenek fészket, hogyan kelnek ki a fiókák a tojásokból, olyan élményt, olyan eseményeket, olyan feltöltődést hozott az életünkbe, hogy gyakorlatilag egyértelmű volt, hogy ez már egy olyan út, ami mi végig fogunk járni, és ami az életünk részévé válik.
Nagyon meghatározó pillanatok lehettek, mindegyik, amiket mondasz, fantasztikus, fantasztikus.
Igen, és egyébként ez azon túl, hogy egy nagyon, nagyon tartalmas és tanulságos építkezés volt, nem csak, hogy a természettel való összefonódás épült, hanem mi belül is. Az értékrendszerünk, a személyiségünk, fejlődtünk, alakultunk, és ahogy visszatekintettünk arra, hogy milyen utat jártunk be, egyre inkább éreztük, hogy ez a helyes út, és ezt szeretnénk továbbadni a gyermekeinknek is, és másoknak is. És így sodródtunk az árral, és tulajdonképpen kerültünk egyik pontról a másikra. Aztán volt egy nagy levegővétel, mert 3 bölcsész diploma után gondoltam egyet, és azt mondtam, hogy én mérnök leszek. Hát eléggé kétkedve fogadták idehaza, de hát vettem egy nagy levegőt, és beiratkoztam az egyetemre, és kertészmérnöknek tanulok, remélem nem sokára végzek is, ökológia és természetvédelem szakirányon. Itt pedig egy olyan részét tanultam meg a természettudományoknak, amivel építeni tudom azt a szeretetet, azt az érzelmi világot, ami a természethez köt, és egy sokkal összetettebb tudást és élményt tudok átadni másoknak is. Így kerültem gyakorlatilag erre a hajóra, és így evezek most akár széllel szemben, akár viharban, de mindig előre.
És milyen eszközöket használsz, mikor emberekkel dolgozol, amikor facilitálod az ő természetkapcsolatokat, amikor a gazdálkodókkal dolgozol, akkor milyen eszközöket, milyen módszereket használsz, és hogy érzed, hogyan tudsz rájuk hatni?
Az első és legfontosabb, hogy mindig beszélek a bejárt útról. Én nagyon fontosnak tartom azt, hogy a mai világban, amikor minden a tökéletesség hajszolásáról szól, és minden a kirakatba tett idilről szól, akkor meg kell mutatni az embereknek, hogy bizony minden álom valóra válásáig, és minden sikerig egy rögös út vezet. És
nagyon csúcsa.
És nagyon őszintén szoktam beszélni arról, hogy ki voltam, honnan indultam, milyen buktatókkal szembesültem az út során, azokat hogyan oldottam meg, és arról is, hogy milyen fejlődési lehetőségek állnak előttem. Ha valamit nem tudok, azt egyértelműen meg szoktam mondani, hogy nem tudom, de tanuljuk meg együtt, ismerjük meg együtt. Szerintem ez az egyik legfontosabb része az én munkámnak. A másik pedig az, hogy úgy gondolom, hogy ha valami az embert átjárja belül, amikor megtalálod önmagadat, amikor érzed, hogy az, aki vagy és ahogy vagy, ebben a nagy-nagy rendszerben, ami körbevesz minket, az bármit mond, az bármit csinálsz, az valahogy sugárzik belülről. És általában ezt emberek érezni szokták. Ha sokat beszélek, rám szólnak, hogyha elkalandozok, rám szólnak, de valahogy érzik azt, hogy jó helyen vannak. És bármilyen sokféle személyiséggel találkozok a munkám során, mindig meg tudom találni mindenkihez az oda vezető utat, és nagyon ritka az alkalom, amikor nem tudok magammal valakit hozni ezen az úton. Én a személyes kapcsolatokat tartom nagyon fontosnak, emellett nagyon odafigyelek arra, hogy egy biztos és hiteles tudást tudjak magamnak, és tudjak átadni másoknak is, mert az is nagyon fontos.
Tehát itt több dolgot hallok, az egyik a transzparencia, az, hogy átlátható legyen, látható legyen az, hogy ki honnan, hova, merre tart. Hallom az önazonosságot, tehát, hogy azt tudod magadból adni, ami benned van valójában. És hallom még a hitelességet, ami a szakmai tudásnak, a biztos háttérnek a megléte. Szuper! Hogyan néz ki ez a gyakorlatban? Tehát, hogyha például találkozol a gazdálkodókkal, és mondjuk szeretnéd őket meggyőzni arról, hogy egy ökológikusabb gazdálkodás irányába elinduljanak. Mik a lépések? Hogy kell ezt elképzelni?
Ez is úgy történt, hogy az élet felépítése, hogy alulról kezdtem építkezni. Először én tanultam, és én lestem el azt, hogy mások hogyan csinálják. Részt vettem nagyon sok fórumon, közösségtalálkozón, az élelmiszer önrendelkezéstől kezdve, egészen a talajművelési rendszerekig, aztán komposztáló szépségversenyen, tényleg rendkívül sokszínű programon, és mindig próbáltam egy kicsit így az érzékeimmel, mint a polipkarok, egy kicsit úgy ráhangolódni a programokra, hogy mi az, amit nekem csak érdeklődőként a másik oldalon adni tud, melyik megközelítési módban tudok azonosulni, és valahogy ezt be tudtam építeni az évek során a személyiségembe. Ezt próbálom én is az én oldalamról megadni. Több programot csináltam, már a legkülönbözőbb módszereket próbáltam ki, hirdettem pályázatokat, ez volt a lélegzőliget pályázat, ahol közösségek pályázhattak közösségi kertek kialakítására, a biodiverzitás és a természettel való együttélés égisze alatt. Aztán az Európai Hulladékcsökkentési Héten például egy generációkon átívelő kampányt csináltam, ahol idős otthonok és óvodák vettek részt, és óvodák készítettek újrahasznosított anyagokból ajándékot az idős otthon lakóinak. Én mindig arra figyelek, pontosabban azt tudom adni, ami én vagyok, egy komplexitást. Én nem hiszek abban, hogy alakítsunk ki sarkokat, mert a természet sem sarkokból áll. A természet rendszerében is minden mindennel összefügg, és én úgy gondolom, hogy ha ezt a mindennapok során és a programok során is meg tudjuk alkotni, akkor nem lesz olyan ember, akit nem tudunk valamilyen formában magunkkal húzni, vagy akire nem tudunk hatást gyakorolni. És akkor, amikor már biztos voltam a szakmai tudásomban, akkor elkezdtem nemzetközi vizekre elvezni, így kapcsolódtam a talajvilágnapjától kezdve a 3 milliárd fa ültetésén keresztül, akár a Denevérek hete programsorozatig, ahol mindig valamilyen interaktív gyakorlati programot hirdettem meg az ismerőseim körébe, vagy még nagyobb közönség körében, és vendégül láttam őket itt nálunk. Megmutattam nekik, hogy hogyan élünk, és mindig haraptam az élet adta szituációkon. Néha olyan izgalmas dolgokat hozott az élet, amire nem tudsz felkészülni. Legyen szó például egy olyan esetről, amikor pont akkor sérül meg egy madár, amikor a programunk tart. És akkor azonnal ugrottunk, és megtaláltam gyorsan a kapcsolódási pontot a program tematikája és a madármentés között. Én ezt tartom a legcélra vezetőbbnek, hogy nem fölülről adjuk az információt az embereknek, hanem megpróbáljuk őket segítve és érzelmileg bevonva, lépcsőzetesen vezetni őket az úton, és nagyon fontos, hogy a kezüket fogva. Én nagyon-nagyon hiszek a személyes kapcsolatok erejében, és erre is törekszem.
Ez szuper, teljesen nature pro nyelven beszélsz, azt hallom. Tehát itt a rendszerbeágyazottságunk, a személyes kapcsolatok, az intergenerációs programokon keresztül. Tehát az, hogy mennyire nagy hatással van ránk az, amit látunk a felettünk lévő generációktól. Ezek mind annyira meghatározó elemek a saját természet kapcsolatunkban, hogy ezek valóban kihagyhatatlan elemei egy ilyen programnak, és úgy, ahogy említette, az adaptáció szint úgy. Tehát az, hogy éppen ott milyen helyzettel tudunk valamit kezdeni, és hogy egy komplex, egy dinamikusan változó rendszerben, mint a természet, viszünk egy csoportot, vagy kísérünk embereket, ezek mind olyan momentumok, amik nagyon-nagyon előremutatóak, és azt gondolom, hogy ezek mind-mind segítenek tulajdonképpen az emberiség jövője a Földön, és tulajdonképpen a túlélésünket szolgálják, a megoldásnak a részei. Záró gondolatképpen kérlek, mondj meg egy pár szót arról, hogy a Nature for All kezdeményezéshez hogyan kapcsolódsz. Mit jelent számodra?
Amit az előbb elmondtam, ugye egyértelmű, hogy a közösség, amit nagyon fontosnak tartok, és azért nagyon szimpatikus számomra ez a közösség, mert kitárja a világot. Olyan apró kis szegletekkel, színekkel, illatokkal, élményekkel ismertet meg bennünket, és hozzá el az otthonunkba ezeket, ami még inkább hozzá segít minket ahhoz, hogy kitáruljon a világ, és egy kicsit a gondolkodásunk is szányra kaphasson egy madaras hasonlat élve. Aztán látom a lehetőséget. Azt a lehetőséget, hogy inspirálódjunk. Nekem is nagyon fontos inspirálódni, olyan embereket látni, akik nap mint nap azért küzdenek, hogy a gyerekeink és az unokáink is egy ennyire sokszínű világban élhessenek, és nem utolsó sorban szeretnék én is inspirálni másokat, hogy hát, hogyha az én példám lesz az, amit segíteni fog valakinek a világ másik felén egy lépést előre tenni, ezt nagyon fontosnak tartom. A harmadik pedig talán a lehetőség, hogy minél nagyobb az erő, minél nagyobb az összefogás, és minél többen vagyunk azok, akik hangot adnak egymás kezét fogva, hogy emberek, figyeljetek, ez egy akkora kincs és akkora érték, amit nekünk meg kell őriznünk, hogy én tudom, hogy örök álmodozó vagyok, és azt mondják nekem sokszor, hogy rendkívül szentimentális is vagyok, de nem baj, én ilyen vagyok, és akkor is hiszek abban, hogy egyszer valami történni fog, és képesek leszünk együtt valami nagyon pozitív változást létrehozni. Én ezt az örökséget szeretném a gyerekeimnek és az unokáimnak továbbadni. Nagyon bízom ebben a közösségben, és rendkívül hálás vagyok azért, hogy itt lehetek veletek.
Sok szeretettel köszöntünk, és nagyon szeretünk ilyen történeteket hallani. Bogi, nagyon szépen köszönöm a mai beszélgetést, fantasztikusan inspiráló történetet hallgattunk meg tőled, úgyhogy mi köszönjük tulajdonképpen az idődet, energiádat, amit ebbe belefektettél, és további sok sikert, és reméljük, hogy még kapcsolódunk az úton.
Köszönöm. Sziasztok!
Szervusz, szia!
That was great. I'm going to take a little break until our next guest arrives. And I hope you join us back in about 10-15 minutes for our next interview. Until then, we'll just take a quick little break and we will get back shortly. All right. Oh. All right. We'll get going again. Thank you for your patience. Our next guest is coming in from Belgium. And in fact, I'm going to switch languages and we'll go into French. We have Pierre-Jean Wilmar, qui va nous rejoindre pour une petite entrevue. Et on va parler un peu de leur projet. Et j'ai vraiment hâte de lui parler parce que j'ai travaillé avec son organisation. Ça fait presque 2-3 ans maintenant et je suis un gros fan du travail qu'ils font. Donc, Pierre-Yves, bonjour, comment ça va?
Bonjour, ça va bien et vous?
Ah, ça va, ça fait un petit peu longtemps là, que je suis déjà debout depuis 1 heure, puis il est juste 7h20 ce matin, donc un peu de café.
J'imagine. Nous, ça va, il est juste après-midi. On va essayer de ne pas s'endormir de la digestion.
Ouais, j'imagine. Parle-moi un peu de toi pour commencer. C'est quoi ta connexion avec la nature? C'est comment. Est-ce que tu te rappelles le premier moment où ce que tu as fait dans la nature? C'est vraiment, c'est moi, je suis connecté, j'ai besoin de ça dans ma vie. Ta propre histoire d'amour de la nature, si tu veux.
En fait, je suis un petit garçon des villes, hein. J'ai vécu dans une ville quand j'étais petit, j'ai grandi là-dedans et j'avais la chance quand même d'avoir des grands-parents qui avaient une caravane dans les Ardennes, comme on appelle ça chez nous. C'est un coin de nature où il n'y a que des bois tout autour et une belle petite rivière qui s'appelle la Semois. Et j'ai eu la chance de passer tous mes grands vacances, tous mes étés, toutes mes grandes vacances là-bas. Et je crois que c'est de là que vient un petit peu cet amour de la nature, ce côté un peu besoin d'y s'y plonger pour se ressourcer. Et puis après, j'ai quand même fait mes études en agronomie, dans l'environnement et gestion forestière. Et donc, à partir de là, j'ai plus vraiment quitté la nature, quoi.
OK. Est-ce qu'il y a une partie spécifique de la nature qui vous tient vraiment à cœur, les lacs, les rivières, la forêt, ou c'est un peu le tout?
On va dire que c'est un peu tout, mais plutôt, je veux dire, j'ai un petit attrait pour la forêt.
Oui.
Ça, c'est ce que j'aime vraiment bien, la forêt, les petites vallées avec oui, la vallée de la Semois, par exemple. Si vous avez l'occasion une fois d'aller visiter ça, c'est magnifique à aller voir.
Pour vous, c'est quoi la connexion entre quand vous y allez dans la forêt? Qu'est-ce qui vous touche? C'est quoi est-ce qu'il y a quelque chose que vous pouvez trouver? Pourquoi?
Il y a plusieurs choses. Je pense que c'est d'abord un moment de calme où on est juste tout seul et on se balade, on se promène, on peut se déconnecter un petit peu de tout ce qui est avoisinant. Je pense que oui, il y a un côté un petit peu, on oublie un peu tous les problèmes une fois qu'on rentre en forêt, une fois qu'on rentre vraiment dans un environnement un peu préservé, je veux dire, où on n'a pas tous les bruits de la ville, les bruits de la réalité, entre guillemets. Et le seul son qui nous berce reste celui des oiseaux, celui un petit peu du vent dans les branches, pour rester un petit peu plus poétique.
Oui. Non, c'est drôle parce que vous parlez des sons. J'avais quelqu'un juste avant vous autres qui faisait une entrevue et c'était des sons de la nature. Et, ouais, et pour vous autres, vous avez pris cet amour de la nature et vous avez fait un emploi avec. Et maintenant, vous travaillez pour une organisation qui s'appelle un projet, une organisation qui s'appelle Nature pour tous en Belgique, qui existait avant le hashtag Nature for All. Parlez-moi un peu de ce que vous faites et comment ce projet.
Oui, hein, en fait, Nature pour tous, le projet pour lequel on travaille, est à la base initié par une grosse ASBL de protection de l'environnement en Wallonie qui s'appelle Natagora. Et donc, nous, on dépend vraiment du service éducatif. J'ai fait une petite présentation pour présenter si je peux la mettre.
Oui.
C'est moi qui le mets?
Oui, s'il te plaît.
On va essayer de retrouver ça.
C'est toujours le fun avec la technologie.
Plus d'écran. Hop. OK. J'aurais peut-être dû préparer l'histoire avant.
C'est pas grave.
Voilà.
Et je vais présenter. Et voilà.
Hop.
Donc, je pense si vous présentez. Ah, ça pas. Elle présente pas.
Je vais essayer F5. Non, c'est pas ça que j'ai préparé. Hein. Je vais partager. Celle-ci. Voilà.
Et voilà.
Donc voilà. Donc si on doit parler un petit peu du projet, on est vraiment un projet social. Hein, donc on essaye de mettre le côté humain en avant, mais on travaille quand même pour une entreprise, une association de protection de l'environnement. Donc, on a vraiment allié les deux. Donc, si je dois faire un petit récap, notre Agora, c'est plus ou moins 115 employés, dans lequel il y a plusieurs départements, dont le département éducatif, et dont nous, on dépend, c'est vraiment du département éducatif, quoi. Alors, nos différentes actions, on a plusieurs... enfin, non, pas encore les actions. On a été créé en 2005. Donc, comme tu dis, c'est bien avant le hashtag Nature for All. Mais en 2005, il y avait juste notre coordinateur qui était engagé sur le projet. C'est le gars avec le chapeau, là, qui devait normalement être présent à place, mais que je remplace au pied levé aujourd'hui. Et aujourd'hui, on est 4 employés à raison de 3 temps plein et demi. Qui travaillent vraiment pour développer le projet, pour vraiment faire de ce projet une réalité. Alors, le projet, c'est avant tout des animations. Donc, des animations, on a vraiment pas mal de publics différents. Donc, on va de la crèche à la maison de repos, en passant par des centres pour personnes handicapées, par des écoles classiques, des écoles spécialisées. Donc, Nature pour tous porte bien son nom en disant que voilà, on touche tout le monde. Donc, on n'a pas de discrimination par rapport au public. À côté de ça, on va soit dans la nature avec les centres. Ici, j'ai 2 centres pour personnes handicapées avec qui on a travaillé ou qu'on travaille encore. Et donc, on les a emmenés un petit peu découvrir les coins de nature, soit à côté de chez eux, soit vraiment leur dire, voilà, venez avec nous, on va aller dans les Ardennes, on va aller à un endroit bien particulier où il y a quelque chose d'intéressant à aller voir. Et on va voir ça avec eux. Mais quand c'est pas toujours possible d'emmener la nature, d'emmener eux dans la nature, on va essayer d'amener la nature chez eux en faisant des animations dans les centres. Et ici, on a soit un centre où les personnes ne savent vraiment pas se déplacer facilement. Et donc, le plus simple, c'est vraiment d'emmener la nature chez eux. Ou alors, à côté, des personnes un peu plus vieillissantes qui sont bien gentilles et qui adorent, mais plutôt leur confort du petit tasse de café et du salon, mais qui aiment bien la nature. Et donc, ils nous ont demandé de vraiment pouvoir leur présenter la nature, mais plutôt chez eux que de les emmener eux dans la nature, quoi. À côté de ça, on fait de la sensibilisation. Sensibilisation, 2 volets vraiment de sensibilisation, qui est de la sensibilisation à l'environnement. Donc ici, avec ma collègue Julie, qui présente la nature à 2 petits enfants qui sont en stage ou en stand ici, en l'occurrence. Mais aussi des sensibilisations au handicap, puisque nous, on a vraiment cette double casquette de parler d'aussi bien de biodiversité que de handicap. Et là, ici, par exemple, c'est un dîner à l'aveugle, d'une mise en situation pour que les participants ici, qui sont les responsables des parcs naturels de Wallonie, qui se mettent dans la peau d'une personne malvoyante pour pouvoir se rendre compte de ce quotidien. Donc, c'est un petit peu des formations sensibilisation qu'on fait avec eux. Mais aussi, on fait bien sûr des sensibilisations à l'environnement avec les bonnes pratiques à mettre dans leur jardin pour pouvoir accueillir la biodiversité. On peut oublier qu'on était un peu dans ce truc-là. Par exemple, ici au-dessus, on est plutôt dans la sensibilisation avec l'utilisation des chaises roulantes tout-terrain adaptées pour pouvoir justement emmener tout le monde dans la nature sans discrimination. On fait des formations aussi bien à l'environnement. Ici, on est plutôt en formation oiseaux avec des jeunes élèves d'agronomie. On les emmène un peu partout, Virel par exemple, qui sont vraiment des beaux coins de Belgique où on peut vraiment retrouver pas mal d'oiseaux à découvrir. Et sinon, on fait aussi des formations à l'accueil de personnes à mobilité réduite dans la nature. Donc ici, par exemple, encore ma collègue Julie qui présente des outils que nous, on a soit développés ou trouvés pour faciliter cet accueil et faciliter cet apprentissage de la nature au public différent qui propose des difficultés pour soit se rendre dans la nature, soit pour découvrir la nature par des biais conventionnels. Formation, par exemple, le chant des oiseaux ici avec notre collègue qui a développé toute une série d'outils pour pouvoir permettre aux personnes malvoyantes de pouvoir se rendre compte des chants des oiseaux, de comment chante un oiseau et autres, et aussi des formations en accueil de personnes mobilité réduite. Dans nos actions, nous avons toujours aussi, on essaie d'intégrer un maximum de personnes à la vie du projet ou dans nos projets en tant que tels. Donc ici, par exemple, c'est un groupe d'enfants caractériels qui se sont retrouvés en plein milieu d'une réserve naturelle pour pouvoir faire une gestion. Donc gestion, c'est vraiment aller tailler des broussailliers, couper des arbres pour remettre des terrains à nu et autres, pour pouvoir justement mener des actions en faveur de la biodiversité. Intégration aussi, jusque dans l'âme même du projet, puisque notre premier logo, avant la refonte un petit peu de la charte graphique de Natagora, le premier logo a été créé par un artiste du CREAM. Donc le CREAM, c'est vraiment un centre de personnes handicapées sur Liège qui crée pas mal de supports visuels vraiment basés sur l'artistique. Et donc c'est eux qui ont créé ce logo ici, vraiment entre eux. Quand on parle d'intégration, on oublie parfois des personnes un peu particulières qu'on met souvent de côté, ce sont les ados. Et donc, on mène des projets communs, soit en épaulant des ados qui veulent faire des projets de sensibilisation à l'environnement, comme ici à droite, ou alors de vraiment intégrer les ados dans nos actions du quotidien, dans nos actions de travail sur le terrain. Par exemple, ici à droite, le gars en noir, pour la petite histoire, c'est une photo qui date quand même de 2008, mais maintenant, il travaille dans une association de protection de l'environnement en Belgique aussi. Et donc, il reste toujours actif pour l'environnement via les actions qu'il a pu mener avec nous aussi. Nos actions, c'est aussi de la création d'outils. On essaie de créer un maximum d'outils pédagogiques pour pouvoir faciliter l'apprentissage de l'environnement. Ici, par exemple, c'est un oiseau qui a été développé avec la technologie de l'impression 3D. Et si on regarde bien, il est en couleur et chaque couleur a des textures différentes pour permettre à des personnes malvoyantes de pouvoir découvrir à quoi ressemble ici un chardonnay, en l'occurrence. Et l'idée de l'avoir fait en couleur aussi, c'est pour permettre à des personnes qui ne savent pas forcément utiliser des jumelles ou des longues vues pour pouvoir observer les oiseaux, de pouvoir se rendre compte à quoi peut ressembler un oiseau ici en vrai. Donc, ils sont à la taille réelle de l'oiseau, quoi.
Et on peut les toucher. Donc,
Et on peut les toucher, ouais.
C'est ça. Donc, des vrais oiseaux, on ne peut pas toucher. C'est pas facile à les trouver, à les ramasser.
Et en le prenant dans sa main, on peut aussi se rendre compte de la taille, parce qu'on a beau regarder un oiseau dans ses jumelles, regarder sur un livre, et on ne voit pas spécialement la taille qu'on pourrait avoir.
J'imagine la seule chose qui n'est pas pareille, c'est le poids. Parce que des oiseaux, c'est terriblement bizarre, mais
léger.
C'est léger, léger, léger.
C'est léger, ouais, non, ici, oui, le poids, ça reste une matière pleine, hein, donc on ne sait pas vraiment donner, mais on utilise des stratagèmes en disant, voilà, vous avez tenez ce paquet de plumes, par exemple, ça c'est le poids de l'oiseau, et voici vraiment sa taille en montrant l'oiseau ici. J'ai eu l'occasion d'utiliser ces oiseaux-là avec des personnes malvoyantes à plusieurs reprises, et c'est toujours assez magique, parce que eux l'entendent et ont une meilleure perception que nous par rapport à tous ces chants d'oiseaux, et puis la fois dernière, on lui donne un chardonnay en main, et là, elle a pu vraiment se rendre compte de à quoi ressemblait un chardonnay par rapport à un chardonneret plutôt, par rapport à ce qu'elle entendait, elle l'a vraiment eu en main, quoi.
Ouais. Wow.
Donc ici, c'est la présentation un peu de la malle, à quoi ressemble un petit peu ici. Donc il y a vraiment un peu de tout. Et dans la boîte, il y a des petits boutons pour le chant des oiseaux aussi. Et donc on peut avoir vraiment la totale, quoi. Dans des dernières actions qu'on fait aussi, ce sont des conseils en aménagement aussi bien nature que aménagement pour faciliter l'accueil des personnes à mobilité réduite dans la nature. Ici, c'est un des derniers projets qu'on a réellement mené. Ici, c'est en prison. Donc, quand on fait des aménagements nature, on ne va pas dans les entreprises, on essaie de répondre à des demandes de milieux un peu particuliers. Donc là, ici, c'est une prison en Belgique, une prison psychiatrique qui nous a demandé, voilà, on a 7000 mètres carrés, qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire pour pouvoir y aller avec les patients, avec les détenus. Et donc, on a vraiment fait tout un projet en commun avec le personnel éducatif, avec les détenus de la prison pour pouvoir mettre en place un jardin naturel de 7000 mètres carrés. Donc, voilà le avant-après. Et donc, on est vraiment sur de la terre agricole bien nue avant. Et après, on est vraiment plutôt dans des champs de fleurs avec une mare qui a vu le jour, avec des fruitiers, avec des zones de prairies fleuries, des zones de hautes herbes et des vergers qui ont été plantés dans cette zone-là, toujours en collaboration avec le personnel de la prison. Et surtout, ce n'est pas nous qui avons fait tous ces aménagements-là, c'est vraiment les détenus qui ont tout mis en place, quoi.
Wow.
Donc voilà un petit peu la présentation de ce que nous on fait au quotidien. Et comme dirait mon chef, ben ça c'est ce qu'on nous on a déjà fait, mais il reste encore tout ce que nous on n'a pas encore fait. Et donc on a toujours les idées de n'hésitez pas si vous avez des idées, on est toujours preneurs.
Ouais. Évidemment, ça me pose des questions. Je veux savoir, comme pour vous-même, comment vous êtes arrivé dans ce projet-là avec Nature pour tous? C'était quoi votre cheminement pour vous rendre où ce que j'imagine que vous étiez prêt. Vous n'étiez pas là en 2005, j'imagine, quand ça a
Non,
commencé.
non, du tout. En 2005, c'était vraiment l'engagement du projet, le début du projet. Moi, je suis arrivé là-bas en 2012. Donc, l'année passée, j'ai fêté mes 10 ans au sein du projet. Et c'est un cheminement un peu particulier puisque j'ai fait des études plutôt agronomiques, plutôt de gestion forestière et technique. Hein, donc, presque, j'étais bûcheron, si je devais vraiment utiliser le bon terme. Je travaillais tous les jours dans la forêt à abattre des arbres et toujours dans un esprit, bien sûr, de protection de l'environnement et de gestion, pas forcément de mise à blanc et d'exploitation comme on peut avoir au Canada ou autre de grosses mises à blanc. Ici, je travaillais et j'ai un ami qui m'a dit, tiens, on cherche un animateur, postule, on ne sait jamais. Hein. Et donc, on m'a présenté un peu le projet. Il avait du sens pour moi puisque je viens plutôt d'une famille qui est plutôt active dans le social, hein, donc avec une maman qui est éducatrice spécialisée dans un centre pour personnes handicapées ici en Belgique, avec des grands-parents qui ont toujours été dans la nature, dans l'environnement. Et donc, me retrouver un petit peu entre deux chaises, me dit oui, j'aime bien l'environnement, mais j'aime bien le social. Et Nature pour tous a vraiment permis de faire le lien, cette passerelle entre les deux. Et donc, en 2012, je me suis présenté près de mon chef et il m'a dit on va te prendre à l'essai. Et il m'a toujours pas dit que ma période d'essai était terminée, mais là, ça fait. Je pense que c'est bon.
J'espère que tu ne t'es pas encore payé le même montant qu'en mois de décembre, en tout cas.
Oui, moi aussi, heureusement.
J'imagine, ça doit être vraiment intéressant d'emmener ces personnes-là qui sont handicapées, qui sont peut-être aveugles ou qui ont des handicaps mobiles dans la nature et de voir leur réaction. J'imagine que vous avez eu des occasions de le faire pour la première fois avec certaines personnes. Comment que eux réagissent et comment que vous réagissez à cet événement?
Notre première fois à moi ou la première fois des personnes mobilité réduite dans la nature, par exemple? Parce que j'ai l'exemple des deux, donc c'est pour ça.
J'aimerais savoir les deux. Moi, je pense que c'est intéressant de voir les deux côtés.
Alors, pour ma première fois, on va dire, ma première guidance un peu particulière, c'était la première fois que j'ai eu des personnes aveugles, malvoyantes en animation avec moi. Et donc là, Eric qui me dit, mais viens avec moi, t'inquiète pas, c'est moi qui fais l'animation. Et toi, tu viens juste voir comment ça se fait. Et donc ça, c'est toujours un piège avec Eric quand il me dit, c'est moi qui fais l'animation. Ça veut dire qu'en plein milieu de l'histoire, il va faire, et c'est mon collègue qui va vous présenter la suite. Et donc, je me suis retrouvé un petit peu dans le bain, en sautant plutôt dans le grand bain, en sautant par l'échelle et sans vraiment descendre à son aise. Et là, j'ai commencé à faire un petit peu une animation comme je faisais avec n'importe quel autre public, mis à part le fait de pouvoir essayer d'y aller dans le toucher, dans le ressenti, dans les sens, de vraiment utiliser ses sens au maximum pour pouvoir le faire. Et donc, au fur et à mesure qu'on voyait quelque chose d'intéressant, j'essayais de trouver quelque chose qui permettait de pouvoir, eux, le découvrir autre chose que par les oreilles. parce que je leur explique. On a beau leur montrer, ça c'est l'écorce d'un arbre, si on leur explique, ben, ils n'ont pas la sensation, ils n'ont pas le vécu. Donc à chaque fois, on essayait de les faire sentir, découvrir. Et la petite anecdote, c'est que tellement emballé par l'histoire, parce que tout se passait vraiment bien, j'arrive près des gens, hey, venez voir, on va trouver quelque chose. Et en fait, moi, je me suis repris en disant, zut, venez voir. Ça marche pas avec eux. Et en fait, eux, on commence à rigoler parce qu'ils n'ont même pas fait attention à ce que je disais. Venez voir parce que pour eux, c'est normal. Et ils étaient plus en train de rigoler de moi qui était vraiment gêné que eux d'être vexés par rapport à ce que je disais. Donc, c'est ce qui nous a permis de passer une très bonne journée tous ensemble et à découvrir plein de choses dans cet environnement-là, quoi.
Ouais.
Et pour la deuxième, donc ça veut dire la première fois avec la première sortie avec des personnes handicapées dans la nature pour eux, c'était le village numéro 1, enfin notre village maintenant, qui est un centre pour personnes handicapées ici chez nous en Belgique, mais qui a la particularité d'avoir un groupe qui est très lourdement handicapé. Certains sont sourds, d'autres aveugles, et il y en avait une qui était vraiment malentendante et très malvoyante. Et donc eux sont toujours, Eric dirait toujours qu'ils sont en crise perpétuelle, mais j'aime pas trop le mot, mais c'est vrai qu'ils sont pour certains en malaise vraiment. Et quand on les a sortis dans la nature pour la première fois, on en a qui passent leur temps en maison à crier dans tous les sens, et là, plus un mot. Et donc, on a vraiment eu ce moment de contact, entre guillemets, entre eux et la nature, le changement d'environnement par rapport à leur quotidien aussi. Rien que le fait de changer de leur chaise, à les mettre dans une chaise roulante un peu adaptée, parce qu'on a toute une série de chaises roulantes adaptées pour pouvoir faciliter l'accès à la nature pour ces personnes-là. Et ben on en a qui ils écoutent, quoi. Ils comprennent pas spécialement toutes les explications qu'on peut leur donner par rapport à la photosynthèse, la biodiversité, ça leur passe complètement au-dessus de la tête. Mais juste le fait de pouvoir se mettre dans un environnement apaisant, un peu comme j'expliquais au début, le calme, l'apaisant, la déconnexion par rapport à la réalité, au quotidien, je pense que ça marche pour eux aussi, quoi. On a eu l'occasion d'aller écouter le brame du cerf, par exemple, avec des personnes aussi porteuses de handicap. Et là, pareil aussi, on est en plein milieu de la nuit, on est dans des petits chemins qui sont sombres, ils ont tous un peu peur. Dès que le premier cerf brame un peu près de chez nous, ben là, c'est des étoiles dans les yeux, enfin dans les oreilles. Mais...
J'imagine aussi, vous avez des gens qui sont avec vous maintenant depuis 10, 15, 20 ans, qui font des projets avec vous, qui sont malentendants, qui sont malvoyants. Est-ce que vous avez vu un changement dans leur vie à cause de leur implication dans vos projets? Parce que c'est
Oui.
possible.
Oui, tout à fait, tout à fait. Ici, ce qu'il y a, c'est que par exemple, je reprends le village numéro 1, c'est vraiment le premier centre avec lequel j'ai travaillé, donc il y a 10 ans, quand moi je suis entré chez Nature pour tous. La photo où on voit une personne en chaise qui tient la photo d'un oiseau dans la présentation, c'est là-bas, c'est une de mes premières animations en plus, là-bas chez eux. Et eux, ça fait 10 ans qu'on est en projet ensemble. Bon, c'est pas des projets de mise en action, hein, puisqu'on est plutôt dans le ressenti, dans l'émerveillement, dans la découverte de la nature. Eh ben, il y a toute une série de choses qui ont été faites sans nous, par exemple. Donc, on a commencé à parler des pollinisateurs, de la biodiversité en général, et on arrive un matin et hop, il y a un immense hôtel à insectes qui a fleuri, entre guillemets, dans la pelouse entre les deux interventions, par exemple. Je trouve ça, c'est un exemple un peu, un peu bête, mais je trouve ça un peu magique, le fait de se dire, tiens, oui, on a des actions, on a un impact. Ma collègue qui, elle, travaille dans d'autres centres pour personnes handicapées m'a déjà expliqué qu'elle voit un petit peu l'évolution, et elle, machinalement, ramasse des déchets au sol pendant les activités parce qu'elle voit qu'il y a un papier qui traîne le long le long de la promenade, elle le fait, c'est même machinal, elle n'en parle pas avec eux. Et puis au fur et à mesure, elle s'est rendue compte que les gens commençaient à limiter, et donc ça fait quoi? Ça fait quelques activités qu'ils font tous ensemble, et maintenant quand ils voient des papiers, ils ramassent, ils mettent dans leur...
C'est rendu normal. C'est fun. Il y a un projet que j'ai remarqué que vous faites, c'est des vidéos.
Oui, oui.
Et c'est des gens qui sont handicap ou etc., qui font le tout. Est-ce que vous pouvez me parler un peu de ces projets-là et comment ça a commencé et c'est quoi l'idée derrière ça?
En fait, l'idée, c'est un collègue qui nous a dit, tiens, il y a un centre pour personnes handicapées qui font des vidéos, ce serait bien que vous vous rencontriez. Parce que eux, c'est toujours intéressé d'avoir des sujets, et nous, ça reste des contacts, des mises en action aussi. Donc, on s'était dit, allez, on va se rencontrer. Et donc, c'est Eric qui a pris les contacts, et ils ont commencé à très bien sympathiser avec Quentin, l'animateur. Et donc, ils sont partis sur le principe de faire des vidéos. Donc, il y a une vidéo de présentation de Nature pour tous sur YouTube où ils nous présentent, ils posent une petite interview où tous les membres de l'équipe sont interviewés. Et donc, c'était ça un petit peu la première participation. Et la particularité un petit peu de ce groupe, c'est que ce sont les résidents du centre qui sont un peu aux commandes des vidéos. Donc, le montage au final est fait par l'éducateur qui a la technique pour pouvoir le faire, bien sûr, mais toujours avec l'avis des résidents. Et donc, les résidents font aussi bien de la prise de vue, de la prise de son, les interviews. C'est eux qui nous posent des questions vraiment face caméra. Et donc, c'est ça qui nous a un peu plu dans ce projet, c'est vraiment la mise en action de ces personnes pour un projet bien concret. On a eu l'occasion de faire pas mal de rencontres avec eux, des petites sorties, des petites activités, et où la vidéo est devenue un peu le petit rapport de l'activité, entre guillemets, donc où il y avait des prises de vue, il y avait des petits films qui ont été faits, donc il y a plusieurs petites vidéos qui ont été faites sur les animations qui se sont passées avec eux, avec leur maison. Et on a décidé d'aller un pas plus loin. Et donc ça, c'est un projet qui est en cours maintenant. C'est que, enfin, on va le lancer ici début d'année. C'est de aller rencontrer un peu tous ces centres avec qui on est en activité, on est en lien depuis 10 ans, 15 ans, 5 ans, et de leur proposer de faire des vidéos éducatives sur l'environnement, où c'est bien sûr la maisonnée, donc le centre pour personnes handicapées qui prennent les prises de vue, c'est eux qui sont en commande, point de vue artistique, entre guillemets, par rapport à la vidéo, et nous, on va rencontrer les résidents des autres centres, et un peu l'idée, c'est qu'ils nous posent des questions nature et nous, on leur répond, et de pouvoir se faire des petites vidéos éducatives, mais où nous, on est juste le vecteur, c'est eux qui sont les acteurs et qui sont vraiment le moteur du projet, quoi.
Et vous avez j'ai eu ma main un petit peu, je ne sais pas si vous avez travaillé un peu sur ce projet-là, mais avec le Bhoutan récemment, je ne sais pas si vous étiez impliqué dans ça, mais ce que vous faites, ça peut être partagé à d'autres organisations, à d'autres pays, ça bouge beaucoup.
Oui, tout à fait. Mais ça, c'est pour tout ce qui est international. C'est Eric qui vraiment s'est chargé de ces projets-là. Ça lui tient vraiment à cœur, hein. Et je pense que pas mal de choses ont déjà été réalisées avec une histoire d'instruments de musique aussi, je pense, qui avait été envoyé vers le Bhoutan. Et là, on est toujours dans les recherches et les démarches par rapport à tout ce qui est développement des outils pédagogiques, parce que le projet est de permettre à des animateurs du Bhoutan de pouvoir faire découvrir la faune locale à des personnes malvoyantes. Donc ça, c'était un peu le projet. Et donc, l'idée, c'est de vraiment les outiller, les aider à mener à bien ce projet-là pour accueillir un maximum de personnes dans la nature, quel que soit le handicap.
Ouais. Vous arrivez à 20 ans maintenant, bientôt. Est-ce que c'est comme... non, j'ai une question avant ça.
Dis-moi.
Vous avez travaillé avec des gens des parcs. Est-ce que vous avez vu un changement dans leurs attitudes, dans leur façon de faire depuis que vous avez commencé à travailler avec ces gens-là?
Ici, les parcs, c'était une démarche un petit peu particulière. C'était que ils avaient reçu de leur fédération un subside pour pouvoir aménager des zones accessibles aux PMR, comme on appelle ça, au public à mobilité réduite. Et donc, c'était plutôt une démarche de leur part de pouvoir essayer de se former sur l'accueil de ces personnes-là avant de mettre en place des parcs. Et donc, notre action en elle-même leur a permis de peut-être peut-être donner des outils, de démystifier un petit peu le handicap, parce que quand on parle de handicap, souvent c'est côté un petit peu rébarbatif, ça fait un peu peur de se dire mais tiens, j'ai peur de ne pas être à la hauteur, de pouvoir l'accueillir dans les meilleures conditions, dans les meilleures conditions, oui c'est ça. Et donc l'idée c'était de pouvoir leur dire mais voilà, on les met en situation, on leur explique un petit peu le handicap, ce que ça peut être, eux se familiarisent un petit peu, ils ont pu rencontrer des personnes handicapées aussi, et donc ils se sont un petit peu affranchis de cette peur. Et donc plusieurs projets ont vraiment sont vraiment arrivés à bout par rapport au parc naturel, mais ce sont des projets que eux ont mené plutôt en interne, sans vraiment spécialement notre concours. Je pense par exemple à une amie qui a mis un parcours pour personnes malvoyantes dans le parc là où elle travaille, avec vraiment toute une série de silhouettes, avec une série de choses à manipuler, à toucher, à écouter pour pouvoir découvrir la faune du parc naturel, quoi.
OK. Ma dernière question, ça serait, comme je disais, vous allez fêter vos 20 ans dans une couple d'années. Qu'avez-vous appris et qu'est-ce que vous espérez faire depuis ce temps-là, dans les 20 ans que vous avez travaillé? Qu'est-ce que vous avez appris un peu du travail que vous faites?
C'est très vague
comme question.
Qu'est-ce qu'on a appris? Je pense que, personnellement, moi, ce que j'en retire, c'est quand même pas mal d'humilité aussi par rapport à des situations où on a toujours l'impression d'être la personne qui sait, et on diffuse notre savoir comme un professeur, et on s'est déjà retrouvé nous-mêmes un peu cons en animation, où par exemple Eric adore cet exemple-là, où il y a un panneau écrit en allemand, et je ne parle pas du tout de l'allemand, mais c'est un des résidents qui nous a traduit le panneau. Et donc là, entre guillemets, c'était nous qui étions en situation de handicap par rapport aux résidents. Donc les situations s'inversent. Et donc on se rend compte que en fait, l'environnement n'est pas forcément non plus une question de classe. Il y a personne qui peut être responsable de tout ce qui est protection de l'environnement. Je pense que c'est plutôt des actions à mener en commun, et que même si des personnes sont réputées comme étant moins actives pour l'environnement, puisque dû à leur handicap, c'est pas forcément évident pour elles de pouvoir s'impliquer, le peu qu'elles puissent faire, elles le font. Et on a déjà fait des gestions dans les travaux dans les réserves naturelles avec des personnes handicapées. Même si elles vont moins vite, elles se donnent le cœur ou l'ouvrage, et elles y vont vraiment à fond. Et donc on peut protéger l'environnement, quel que soit notre degré de mobilité, quoi. Donc chaque petite goutte compte, quoi.
Ouais. Ma dernière question pour vous, puis je pense que j'ai hâte de voir votre réponse, parce qu'on a techniquement, c'est le même nom que vous avez, c'est même pas une organisation, nous autres, c'est un concept. Et pour vous, personnellement, qu'est-ce que ça veut dire nature pour tous?
Nature pour tous, je pense que on peut pas faire un autre mot pour pouvoir présenter un petit peu les actions qui nous mènent. Et je veux dire, nature pour tous, c'est avant tout, c'est de donner accès à ce bien commun qui est la nature à toute personne désireuse de franchir un peu les portes de la nature, de l'environnement. Il faut que l'environnement reste quelque chose d'accessible, pour éviter de les mettre sous cloche. Non, oui, il faut protéger certaines espèces, il faut protéger certains endroits, mais il faut avant tout éduquer les gens à découvrir ces espèces, à découvrir un petit peu via leur sensibilité plutôt. Le côté un petit peu, si eux c'est la beauté, ils adorent faire les photos, venez avec nous, on va faire des photos, on va observer la beauté du paysage. Et donc nature pour tous, c'est avant tout, c'est de ne laisser personne sous le carreau quand on parle de nature et de protection de l'environnement.
Ouais. C'est un peu aussi, je pense que ce que vous dites, c'est si on aime la nature, on va vouloir la protéger.
C'est ça. Oh, tout à fait.
Excellent. Je ne sais pas si vous avez d'autres choses à me dire, mais merci beaucoup d'avoir pris le temps de venir jaser avec moi. Ça fait un plaisir. J'adore ce que vous faites.
Un
C'est
plaisir
toujours
aussi.
impressionnant. Merci beaucoup.
Merci en tout cas pour l'accueil et pour la proposition en tout cas. C'était bien
Excellent.
gentil. Bonne journée, au revoir.
Bonne journée, bye. All right, that was amazing. I have my next guest in the studio. I'm going to bring him out. Ed Santry is with. I always mix this up, and so he's going to correct me if I'm wrong. But it's London City National Park, or it could be London National City Park. So I'll bring Ed in, and he can correct me if I'm wrong. Hi, Ed.
Hi, yeah, London National Park City. There you go.
I always mix the two up.
All right, it's got the right words in it, so
there you go. Thanks, Ed, for coming over. This is great. I'm looking forward to our conversation. You know, we've had conversations before. We've communicated a little bit in the past. And I love what you guys are doing, bringing that urban nature accessible to everyone. But we'll start a little bit more personally, I think, if you'll allow me. Tell me about your connection with nature. You know, tell me a little bit about what inspires you when you get out into nature, and how that grew, and if you remember even that first moment in time where you said, you know what, this is important.
Yeah, it is a good one. It's nice to kind of think back a little bit, I suppose, and go, so yeah, I guess, so I'm from North London. I grew up in North London, lived there most of my life. And I guess from a young age, I was quite an outdoorsy nature child, as it was always kind of out in the park and that side. But when I was thinking about it a bit, there is a key one that's quite interesting. I was actually there a couple of weeks ago, but there's basically our local nature reserve. It was a little bit away from where I lived, but it was an abandoned, it's alongside a train track, so it was an abandoned kind of work site and storage site. And it was back in 1986, a little bit ago, that the council took over the land and made it into a nature reserve. I went along shortly after as a little kid, and I think that was really that start of getting closer to nature, but also so interested in it. And that was partly to do with all of the people who were on the site and the kind of more activities that we were involved in as kids. So that kind of sparked the love of these kind of hidden gems within cities, these kind of little oases of nature. So fast forward, 37 years, Nature Reserve is going really strong, and I've been really lucky over the years through my work to work with the site and to support the work they're doing there. Some of that on the conservation side of things, but also the work that they're doing with young kids and young adults to get them involved with nature. So it's kind of a nice full circle around there. And the other week I was planting some trees on a different site, but with one of the people who works there. So it's lovely to maintain that connection, and it really, I guess, emphasizes for me how important the urban nature side of things is and how valuable it is in our cities, particularly places like London.
Yeah. How did I guess take me then to how well, I'm trying to figure out if I should ask you how the city park came to be, or what is it first?
Exactly. Well, I suppose it's both of them together. I have got a little bit of a presentation. I can just show a few images and stuff, if that's helpful. If I can do it. Share screen.
Should work.
It should work. There we go. Let me see. Sorry, a bit slow on these things.
Oh, it's all good.
There you go. You got it there?
Yeah. And I think if you click present, it should work. There we go. Perfect.
There we go. Okay, wonderful. It's just a couple of slides. Excuse me. I have a little bit of a cough. But this will take you, give a bit of background, I guess, to London National Park City and the movement. So that kind of tagline there, greener, healthier and wilder city for all, that's our ethos at London National Park City. So I'm going to talk about London. That's predominantly where I'm working. Oh, look, there you go. There's Railway Fields. So that's the nature reserve I was talking about. I forgot I did this slide. But you can see it's just this little section there, which is surrounded by roads and a lovely little oasis in the middle there.
Yeah, it's not very big, is it?
No, it's a really small site, but it's wonderful. And it's also really highlights the need for connectivity in that side. So lovely little place. Anyone who's in London, do pop along. But yeah, so moving on. So I'm going to start actually with the whole National Park City Foundation side of things, which is the overarching movement. And it's effectively a global grassroots movement. So it's all around people and supporting people to make their cities greener, healthier and wilder. And this has been something which has been going for many years, predominantly on social media, this idea that we need to reimagine our cities. We need to think of our cities as havens for nature and all of the benefits that it provides us. So the overall movement started on this side of things, and there was a big focus in London, and it was all about how we could reimagine London as a national park city. So about 4 years ago, a huge amount of campaigning from kind of residents and communities around the national park city idea, and the mayor declared London as the world's first national park city. And effectively, it's around promoting and encouraging and supporting all of those amazing initiatives that are helping to make the city greener, healthier and wilder. And I guess the National Park City movement as a whole, we kind of consider it to be a place, a vision and a movement. So it's replicable in cities around the world. So in the London example, the place is obviously Greater London. The vision is a greener, healthier and wilder city. And the key thing is the movement is everyone. So it's not necessarily driven by us. It's around us supporting all of those great things that are happening in all of the local community groups. So this is kind of the ethos, I guess, of how we all started. It all started with that question of what if? And we really kind of push people to consider that, and everyone in cities can think about this and think about this question. So it could be, what if I got outdoors more? What if children had the chance to play outdoors? What if there were spaces for me to grow my own food in my local community? And then you move on to the why not, and that really galvanizes that movement, and you bring more people on board, and it's why can't we do this? And you know, a key example here, what if London was a national park city? And then moving on to that why not, and then that push and that movement, and hopefully achieving some of those positives. So here you go, everyone can have a little think about their what if. But this is an example, I've used this in various times before, but you can really change cities. You could really bring nature more into them. You can bring the benefits that green spaces provide to everyone into cities, and really kind of make them much more livable and sustainable into the future. So I'll stop there.
Perfect. So tell me a little bit about some of the opportunities that have presented themselves through the work that you've done through London City National. I know you're working a lot with different organizations, and I mean, London is massive. Like how many, I guess, interconnected pieces are there to create this park?
Yeah, quite a few, and more than we can kind of get a hold of, really. And that's one of the key things. There's so much happening on a small scale, medium scale, large scale. So at London National Park City, after we were declared a national park city, we managed to bring in some funding to support a new volunteer program. And that's predominantly what I work on, which is the Volunteer Rangers program in London. Right. And this was brought in to effectively try and create that space where all of these wonderful things can come together, where we can all learn from each other and where we can really promote the great projects that are happening. So we've got 150 volunteer rangers across London, all in the different boroughs and different areas, and from a really wide and diverse range of people and interests. So kind of under that greener, healthier and wilder agenda, it really taps into all different kind of facets and areas of interest. So we're not necessarily just talking about kind of maybe more scientific side of biodiversity and the conservation side, but also around art and nature and how we celebrate the outdoors, and about cultural work in nature and demonstrating our cultures and diversity of the city through that. And then obviously you've got all of the side of the policy and sustainability and the improvements for buildings and transport and clean air. So it kind of fits into so many different categories, and we're really lucky with our rangers that they have experience in a huge range. So they work in their local communities, and they also work to support kind of London-wide initiatives. But it really supports us in having a link into local communities and finding out about these amazing opportunities or projects. that people are doing and really kind of promoting them. But it also means that we have a great kind of force across the city to shout out loud about all of the great benefits of a greener London.
Right. So these park rangers, I guess they're local to their specific area. That's the idea. So what do they kind of do as work?
Again, it's a huge range, so I could probably talk for hours on it. I will say, do go to our website. You can kind of see the profiles of the rangers, and you can see some of the projects they're involved in. But yeah, so you have many of the rangers are linked with their local community groups, and this might be things like local nature reserves where there's volunteer networks. It might be community gardens, orchards, allotment sites, that side of things. So a lot of them are linked in and work with their local communities, and a lot of their role within the ranger community is sharing experiences, learning from each other. So there's so many organizations carrying out projects, and there's so many which can be replicated or you can learn from other ones. So a lot of that is kind of passed through our ranger network to learn from each other. But we have just to give a few great examples. So we have one of our rangers who works a lot on orchards. So they're planting new orchards in different sites across London and getting the local community involved in that planting. So people have that connection and that awareness of that space for them. We have rangers who are setting up free seed banks, so people can go and collect free seeds to grow their own vegetables or plants. And then we have ones who are working on art and culture and nature, and they deliver workshops and opportunities for people to come along and create art using nature, or understanding how you could incorporate nature and the rhythm of the seasons, for example, into your own art pieces. And then a final area which is really important to us, and that we have a number of rangers working on, is really pushing to ensure that these wonderful green spaces, or this nature within our cities, is available and accessible to all. Through the pandemic, I'm sure for many cities where you had a lot of situations where there was limited time outside, people really started to learn to value these local green spaces, and really recognize that it was important for them, both physically but also on the mental health side. But it also highlighted some of those disparities, particularly in a city like London, where you have some areas which are green, or you have some areas which are very welcoming and accessible green spaces. Yeah. And then you have other areas where that's not the case. And you have some people with gardens and some people who have no access. So a key thing that a number of our rangers work on is really ensuring people know about their local green spaces, feel like they can go to them, feel like they can get involved with all of the great activities and organizations and communities that are working there, and then really pushing to ensure that in those areas where we're lacking green space, there's a real drive to improve that for everyone.
Yeah. So these rangers have basically taken ownership of their space and made it into a little bit of their person, like not their personal, but they can see the benefit. Can you tell me a little bit about some of the, like you mentioned one or two, but is there one specific, and I know I'm not being fair to you, Ed, I'm sorry, but is there one specific project from, that one of your rangers have done that really, sticks out to you as something that's kind of replicable, and that's that you've seen succeed very well?
Yeah, so
I know there's a lot. I know.
Really wanted to the head. I kind of anticipated a little bit of a question like this, so I do have one prepared already. So the one that I wanted to highlight was actually Rose, so one of our rangers down in South London, and effectively there was a bit of disused, underutilized, disused space on her local estate, and she worked with some of the residents and managed to talk to the housing associations and that side of things to actually take over that little bit of land and make it into a community garden. And she's really followed through on this idea that it's for everyone to use as they want. It's for that local community on that estate. So they've actively done it as not having any barriers. There's no kind of walls or fences around this site. There's opportunities to plant in a variety of different kind of recycled containers. There's seeds available, and people are allowed to go in and use it as they want to. So they can plant what they're wanting to plant. They then harvest some of it together as a community, and they can also use it as a space to relax and be outdoors. So it's really kind of embedded now within that estate and that community. Rose has now managed to get some more funding through, so they can do much more volunteering. They can have equipment and that side, and it's really growing. And for me, that's a wonderful example of a small number of people from a local community coming together and saying, what if we had this space? Well, why not? Let's go for it, and then how that can grow. And I think it's a great example of what many of our rangers are doing and what many other local community groups are doing across London.
Nice. That's amazing. Now, remind me, how long has London National Park City been around? How many years has it been?
So 4 years in July, if I've got, yes.
There you go.
So it's always that kind of difficult pandemic couple of years that you get confused.
They seem to blend into each other, don't they? It's like, wait a minute, I'm no longer 32. What are you talking about? I'm not even close, but anyways. There's like, I think, and I think COVID probably, amplified a little bit of this need to have accessible nature in our cities. I think a lot of times when we think of nature, and the environment, we think of these remote places, and we forget. I mean, you've got nature right behind you, technically. Well, not technically, you do. And it can be those small connections that we create. And so how important is it to really focus on that idea of urban nature, where the majority of people now live in urban areas as well?
Well, exactly. And obviously that's going to increase in future years. I think it is really interesting because it is. So I've worked for many years on the urban nature side of things, but I have also done more kind of rural nature conservation. And it is fascinating to think back over kind of the change in those conversations over the last 30 odd years. There was that very much that push almost, or that recognition of all of these great kind of rural national parks and that side of things. And this is why London National Park City movement was really turning that on its head a little bit and saying, actually, our cities are really important. This is where people live. This is where people breathe. This is where people kind of work and all that side of things. I mean, we need to make sure those cities are important for everyone and for nature. So, that was a kind of galvanizing movement for it. And I think that the pandemic, as you say, highlighted that. But I think it's in the last few years, at least, and particularly in London, we have seen that movement to recognizing that, and the recognizing of the health benefits and that side of things, which I think is so important for cities, and what people kind of maybe missed many years ago. It was more maybe around the biodiversity and the nature and the intrinsic value. And now the drive is actually around a lot of things like health and well-being. And you have that around kind of pollution. You have that with low traffic areas now in London around schools. And so you're getting, it's almost those nature benefits through concerns for health and well-being. But as you said, and you said about the greenery behind me, it's that other side of you can have nature around you the whole time, and you can be living in a flat and you can have no access to a garden, but you can still gain the benefits of having greenery around you, and also things like growing your own food and that side. That kind of connection with what you're eating, that connection with the soil can make a real difference to people's thoughts and processes and how you live your life, really.
Yeah. And we had just earlier this morning, I had somebody from Germany who works on a project called the Dawn Course, and the idea is the sounds of nature, and how during COVID, we experienced them more. They didn't disappear. We just removed some of the human noises, if you will, from the equation, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, wait a minute. Do you find, like, and London being such a busy place, like, I'm assuming these little pockets around around London that create this whole network of the London National Park City, create this a little bit space, and people can go in there and just kind of reconnect and just kind of tune out some of that background noise, right?
They definitely can, and I think that is so important, and that's always been important for me, is having that kind of having a space to go to and having that headspace and that time to think, but in a bit more of a relaxed environment. So yeah, they do. And but aside that is linked to that, and it's interesting because that was a great one about the dawn chorus. I was listening in, and it actually got me thinking about a similar but quite different in regards to, well, bats. So I used to work for the Bat Conservation Trust, and I did a lot of things in London, in the local parks, and even some of these are playing fields with a couple of trees, not necessarily what you'd consider a park. And I'd take groups out doing bat walks, and with that you've got the auditory side when you're listening using a bat detector, and so there's a great kind of connection there because of the different frequencies. But what was most surprising for me and for most people who came along was that sudden awareness of what's around them. And there is nature in our cities, and it's everywhere, and it's all around us. But I think particularly in kind of big urban areas, you get kind of drawn into just seeing the concrete around you and hearing the cars, and actually you can still stop in the midst of that, and there doesn't need to be a pandemic, and suddenly realize that there's a load of sparrows chirping in the tree next to you. Or you go out on a bat walk and you realize, oh, actually, every night that I've been walking along, there've been bats flying all around me, but I never never switched into that. So I think it's I think that's coming through more. I think people are getting more aware of nature around them in cities.
Yeah. Are you finding, like, now that London National Park City, it's official, like there's an actual designation for it, what are you finding, like, some of the benefits of having that designation set up? Like, what has it changed from 4 years ago when there were green spaces, but it wasn't, that interconnection, that wasn't recognized as something bigger? What's changed in those 4 years, you think?
I think it's an interesting one, because I get asked that quite a bit in regards to, so what do you do as the national park city, or what's the meat behind this kind of designation as a national park city? And unlike kind of rural national parks, where it all feeds directly into things like policy and how you can develop those areas and stuff, we are still a movement, and we're still kind of around what's here and how we can improve it as it is. But we do work very closely now with things like the Mayor's Office, with larger organisations across London, to really highlight how things can be done better, and also link together with them. So from our side of things, we have seen an increased understanding that London is a national park city, and that in turn is increasing that recognition of the importance of outdoor space for people. But it's also meant that we've really been able to bring together some of these wonderful organizations and individuals that are working on it, and to kind of amplify the voice that we have and amplify other people's voices in regards to nature in our cities. The final one that I will say on that is also just thinking a bit further afield. So London National Park City is effectively part of the National Park City family. So we were designated 4 years ago, and then about a year ago, I'm losing my dates, Adelaide became the world's second national park city over in Australia. Right. So they're on that movement, they're on that journey as well, and so they're linking their people together, and they're developing great projects over there. And then across the world, there's many others which are looking at becoming national park cities. So we've got a couple more in the UK, we've got others in Europe and in North and South America. So it's a global movement, and I think that the more cities that recognise this and come on board, again, that kind of gives that movement amplification for going forward.
Yeah, well, and it's funny because I was going there next is that this is replicable, right? And across the world. So what's and how are you, like, you being the first? I'm assuming a lot of people come to you and say, now what? Like, how do we go about this? Like, there's obviously some of the lessons learned that you've, you went through the hurdles, and hopefully others can learn from that. Like, what are some of the biggest challenges you think to getting there, to even starting on that journey?
It is, and it's so, and also obviously, you know, every single city is different. So you have different attributes, you have different approaches. So on that one side, where in regards to how cities can start that journey or can learn from the experience of London National Park City, we have a whole journey book for cities and for people who are interested in how their city might become a national park city, and that kind of goes through various stages of how you might approach becoming a national park city. But again, there is that flexibility in how you do that. So we started very much as a grassroots movement, which was very much led by individuals and local communities,
right,
then putting pressure on their kind of local representatives to move it up, blah, blah, blah. Other places, so like Adelaide, it's actually been at the forefront of the kind of local authority there for a number of years, and actually they've been helping to drive it, as well as the grassroots. So you have different ways of kind of moving towards a national park city status. For us here in London, we do recognise as the first ones that we've got an example to set, and we hope that we can support other cities and they can learn from some of our experiences. And I guess that's where the Rangers programme came into it as well, was that we really wanted to see if we can demonstrate how once you move and become a national park city, you can help to support and galvanise the audience around you and all of the other organisations working there. So for us, the kind of Rangers programme is our flagship approach to encouraging local communities and supporting all of the initiatives, and we hope that other cities will be able to take that on board. But as I said, as I've already said, you know, every city is very different. They've got very different starting points. London has always been actually surprisingly green. We're at nearly 50% of it being either green or blue designation. So obviously we can do better, but we're at a starting point as opposed to other cities, which may be at a different level. So it's really the key thing for us, and the key takeaway I would say is really recognizing what's already happening and seeing what is working, and then from that point you can then move forward into what you can improve, what you can develop, and how you can move along that national park city approach.
That's amazing. Yeah, you know, there's none in Canada right now, but we do have some green space. But I think there's a few cities that are looking into it, and at Parks Canada where I work, we're looking into, you know, more urban nature, we're urban parks, and we're working with different organizations and stakeholders to see that. So like, what's that relationship like for you guys working with the different stakeholders involved? Because obviously it's not just, you know, government, but there's businesses, there's organizations, NGOs, like there's a lot of, and it's because of the breadth of the city itself. Like, what's that relationship like?
It's complicated because there's so many people, and that is also what we find a little bit sometimes is we can work with everyone. We could work with everyone, and we kind of do in many cases in London, but obviously that's a population of quite a lot and a huge number of organizations and companies. What we're really pleased with, and what our approach has always been, is to work with that diverse range of organizations and groups. So yes, the conservation sector, the voluntary sector are doing so much, and it's so important for us to work with them. But as you say, you've got the businesses, you've got the corporations, you've got the developers. So really working across the board and building up those kind of networks, but also being able to have that level of influence. And it's something we'll continue to try and do. But we're lucky that we've had a group of 12 trustees who've been amazing prior to me and my colleague coming on as staff. And a lot of that has been around the connections they have and building those connections to highlight the national park city. And now that we have 150 rangers working in a huge range of sectors, they also can spread the word and link in on that side. So it's from our side, it's really building on those connections already that we have, whether that be with a local community group or whether that be a big business or a UK international corporation.
Right. One piece that we haven't really touched on, and I'm not sure how much of a component it is, but is youth and education. I mean, you're able to be in schools' backyards, or, you know, and you're that makes it accessible, I think. Like, what's the goal there from an education perspective and getting youth and children into nature? Is that a component of what you're doing as well?
It very much is so. And that kind of goes back to almost my beginning, because it was so important for me to have that experience, that connection. So if you don't experience that when you're younger, it is harder. So we have some great rangers who are teachers, who are forest school leaders, who set up various projects and initiatives to bring children and young people into nature. We work with various other charities and organisations in London to support those initiatives. So that might be for greening school grounds, or having outdoor classroom, which is an annual thing. So there's a lot of those initiatives going on. It's something which is one of our key priorities to support. And the other side of that is really where we can help to link these great initiatives that are happening, or these places where they're looking to improve or encourage more young people to get involved with the outdoors, and whether we have the resources through our networks, such as forest school leaders or youth leaders, who can support those initiatives in other areas. So for me, on a personal level, it's really important, but I think also it's also one which a lot of people are recognizing is really important, whether that be organizations or parents. And there's really that drive. And when you couple that with something like pollution issues and, you know, some of the really sad stories that we have here about that impact on children, I think it's really it's not only an important one, it's also quite there at the forefront for everyone. So yeah, there is so much going on in regards to children and young people, and hopefully it will continue to grow.
Yeah. We're nearing the end, but this has been an interesting conversation. And I'm gonna make it a little hard, I think, because I'm wondering, like, and we've been asking this question to pretty much everyone who's been speaking, but you know, Nature for All isn't an organization. It really is a concept that the more people connect with and learn about nature, the more they're going to want to conserve it. And I'm wondering, like, when you hear just the words themselves, Nature for All, you know, what comes into your mind when you're thinking about that?
So it's interesting, because it immediately takes me, and maybe it's because it's the area that I'm working on at the moment, but it immediately takes me to what I was talking about in regards to access and inequality to access, and inequality to access to nature. And so for me, at this moment in time, Nature for All really is that almost that mantra that nature is for all, and therefore everyone should be able to partake in nature. So everyone should have that opportunity. And some people don't. And so for me, it's really that side of, if everyone has the opportunity to connect with nature, everyone will appreciate nature more, and then we'll be in a much better position.
Yeah, that's awesome. I don't know if you have anything else. You know, we've talked. I seem like we've talked a lot about a variety of different things. I don't know if you've got a few other things that you wanted to touch upon during our time. Feel free to talk about. I shared the London, the National Park City London website address. So I encourage people to check it out and read up on the volunteers and the rangers. I think, like you said, there's 150. And each one has an amazing story to tell. I know, Ed's speaking on behalf of them, I think, but each of them have amazing stories to share, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, the only side that I wanted to touch on that was, first of all, if there's anyone in London, because we're actually recruiting for new volunteer rangers. It closes in a week's time, but it's just a couple of questions. So if you're interested, do. But the other side is also how everyone else can also stay in touch and keep informed about the work we're doing, whether that be London based or actually the kind of UK, European, international side of things. So do head to the website, because there's we send out kind of regular newsletters to everyone about projects and things that are happening. But also if you're not from the UK and you're looking at the concept of a national park city, there's some great resources via the different websites. So if anyone has any questions or wants to find out more, or has ideas even, you got our contact details on the website. But yeah, it's London National Park City, but it's also kind of the world's national park city, isn't it? So every city can become a national park city. That's our vision for the future.
There you go. All right, well, thank you so much, Ed. Thanks for joining me. This was wonderful. I love talking with you. Have a great day, and we'll talk shortly, I'm sure.
Yeah, lovely, great, thanks a lot.
All right. That was amazing. I'm really looking forward to our next guest. I know she's a little nervous, but she'll be fine. She's with one of the organizations that I love the most, and conservation optimism. I've had the pleasure of working with a number of people. I've never met Maria yet, and so I'm looking forward to this conversation. Maria, welcome. It's so good to have you here. I love conservation optimism.
Hello. I just realized that I started talking and my mic was muted. I'm sorry.
That's okay. How are you doing this morning? All right, I guess you're in the afternoon, right?
Yeah, evening actually. It's 6:30. So evening.
Oh wow! I started my day at 6:30 this morning, so that's now 8:30. So you're just finishing your meeting. So thanks for coming. I know it's a bit late for you, but my first question to you is: tell us a little bit about who you are and what your connection with nature is. I think we each asked speakers to share a little bit of a bio, and I really like yours as well. So I'd love to hear a little bit more about your connection with nature.
All right, so we're gonna get deep now. Okay, so growing up, I grew up on a farmhouse in the like suburban area of like the capital city of Pakistan, and it was really in the middle of the jungle at that point because the area that we were in wasn't developed at all. It was literally just like a cabin in the woods situation, and more than a farmhouse, I'd say it was more like a zoo situation because we had more wild animals and domestic animals just coming in because we were in the middle of the jungle. So we had like wild boars in our garden, we had pangolins in our garden, we had tons of things just coming in and crossing through the gardens all the time. And I think like growing up, I just felt like connected to nature like as a default rather than like something that I had to learn. It just came so naturally because we were surrounded by wildlife all the time. Me and my 7 siblings were connected to nature growing up just because we were always surrounded by so much wildlife and just amazing wildlife. So as a kid, I thought it was like completely normal to be,
Right.
oh, it's wildlife, so that's normal. And then when I grew up, I realized that, like in school, especially when I started making friends, I realized that a lot of people are like really scared or they don't even understand or know like what kind of wildlife we have in Pakistan because they don't have any access to it.
Right.
So that's when I kind of like started realizing all these things, and I decided I wanted to work in conservation because I kind of just wanted to like bring people's attention to all the things that I experienced as a kid, and I'm still experiencing because I still live on a farm. So I just wanted to like be able to share that with everybody, like the joy I feel when I like go out in nature, the animals I see. I just wanted to share that with everyone and kind of just draw Pakistan's attention to its wildlife because I know that that's a really like it's people say like talk about biodiversity hotspots, and I keep telling people Pakistan is a biodiversity blind spot because nobody knows what we've got here, and it's some really gorgeous things happening in Pakistan. In terms of we have amazing reptiles and we have such amazing birds. We've got leopards and we've got tons of deer, and there's so many things that people just don't understand. And I think my motivation to go into conservation really just came from wanting people to understand those things and wanting people to see that and kind of get to experience the joy that I do when I go out into wildlife.
Right.
So that's how it really started, and that's how I got into conservation optimism.
It seems like a great fit. I mean, tell me a little bit about the work that you do at conservation I guess the other piece, tell me a little bit about the work that conservation optimism does and the work that you do for them. I mean, I touched upon this, like I love conservation optimism. We've worked a fair amount with them, and Sophia was actually one of our moderators yesterday, and
Oh,
she
really?
did amazing. Yeah, she was. So it was great to have
Awesome.
her on board. But maybe tell me a little bit about the work that they're doing and the work that you're doing with them.
Okay, so conservation optimism's like a whole point of view is just like the thought process that if people have like positive interactions with nature or a positive mindset towards nature, they'll be more inclined to protect it. And that is something I really resonated with. And that's actually why I started working with conservation optimism in the first place. I feel this a lot in Pakistan that people have really negative experiences with wildlife because we have a lot of human wildlife conflict, and then they don't feel very inclined to conserve that wildlife. So I felt like conservation optimism really resonated with me, and that's why I initially started working with them. So I'm working with them as a hub manager, hub coordinator. So I coordinate with between all the different hubs that we have around the world. So right now we have an India hub and we have a Pakistan hub, and I'm just the point of contact for all these hubs, and then I get back to Sophia with all the information that I've gotten from the hubs. So that's kind of the work that I'm doing with them. It's really an awesome organization. I really feel like everyone, I've learned so much from everyone on there. All the opportunities I've gotten to get into this field were from conservation optimism. So it really is a wonderful organization with a really great like background, and their like thought process is really good because it absolutely makes sense that unless you feel positively towards something, you're not really going to care about it. So that's something I think is really cool.
Yeah. So tell me a little bit about the specific work like that you're doing right now from as in the hub. Like, are there any projects that are underway? What is it that you're trying to get going right now?
So we're actually thinking. We were in the talks with a new hub, and our first African hub, which will be the Ghana hub. So
Yes.
that's actually something that we are in the process of working on, just figuring out all the little kinks that here and there, like who's going to be the hub manager, how's the whole thing going to go. So that's actually what we've been busy with lately. Just speaking to people in Ghana, figuring out what their target audience would be, depending on their obviously context, like the cultural context of Ghana. Obviously, different things work for different countries. So that it's really interesting. Actually, I think the most interesting part of my job is actually seeing how different conservation is in different countries. So in Pakistan, we do something completely different, or have a completely different approach to something as compared to India, even though we're like
Neighbors. Yeah.
neighbors. So it doesn't make sense that it would be so different. But it's really different how the India hub team approaches their issues and how Pakistan hub team approaches theirs. And now seeing how the Ghana hub is approaching their whole the whole coming together process of the hub. So it's really interesting to see all the different like cultures and the cultural context of conservation, because culture is the I find that culture is one of the most important parts about conservation, because unless you're engaging local communities, you don't really get anywhere with your conservation.
Yeah, no,
So
and you have to take that context, right, into consideration.
yeah.
So like tell me a little bit of an example of a Pakistani hub project that you were involved with. Like, what does that look like as a group? Like, what are you
So
working on?
okay.
Like,
So for Pakistan Hub, they do pretty interesting things based on our the wildlife species that we have. So it's really interesting. The project that we had last year was we had a volunteer who was writing stories about specific species in Pakistan for children. So they were like bedtime stories, but all
wow.
revolving around wildlife. So it
Yeah.
was really cool because she picked like specific species, and the stories were about those species. So we had one about bears, the bears that we have in Pakistan, and then she wrote a story from the bears' perspective, and it was a bedtime story for kids, and it highlighted like some fun facts about the bears. So the kid who's like hearing the story is learning about wildlife, becoming like kind of like sensitive to that particular species, and also they're getting the kid joy out of it also. So that was something that I thought was really interesting that we did last year. Apart
Yeah.
from that, Pakistan Hub and India Hub have really cool collaboration projects, because a lot of our wildlife is very common. Like we have so many common species.
Mm-hmm.
So some really cool things they do is like they do these like bridging borders webinars, and they like have like
Okay.
experts from India and experts from Pakistan talking about the same species and how they conserve them. So that is a really interesting project that we're doing, conservation optimism,
Yeah.
with
Nice.
India Hub and Pakistan in particular. So that's really fun.
Yeah, it's nice to see that collaboration and working together. And I know there's so much going on. And how does that those experiences for you has that changed your outlook on conservation? And when you were growing up with pangolins in your backyard, how is that kind of looking like for you now?
I think the biggest thing that I've learned from actually properly working in a conservation organization or in the conservation field uh, properly, as opposed to just being my hobby, is I think one of the biggest things I've realized is like recognize my own privilege. I think like a lot of things were set into perspective for me when I started seeing like the struggles of like conservationists around the world. Like I realized many things for me that growing up on a farmhouse, I had a lot of access to wildlife that people didn't, and people still don't. This is a big problem that we face in Pakistan, is that there's no access to wild spaces, particularly those that are safe. especially for women. So those are things that I learned when I was actually working with conservationists in Pakistan. Since the Pakistan hub has these internships from with students that are working in conservation, so meeting those students made me realize a lot of it, like kind of put things into perspective for me in terms of the cultural context. Like a lot of things are not accessible to Pakistanis in wildlife, and it's the same in India. A lot of things, because our culture is really similar, so a lot of things for wildlife professionals are just not accessible. So it wouldn't be as easy as it is, for example, in Canada or in America. And a lot of techniques that are used in the Western countries really applied to Pakistan, India. And those are things that it took me a while to come to terms with, because, you know, when you're reading up about something or you're consuming a lot of media from any specific place, you get wired away and you're like, oh, but we can't do this thing. But then when you come into like a developing country, you have to compromise so much, and it's all about compromise. I always give people this example because this happens so much, is that if you go to a village in Pakistan or in India and there's a crocodile that's like snatching up people's kids from the riverbanks, you cannot really tell to kill that crocodile. A lot of these struggles that we go through where you're just like, you have to kind of work around that and kind of take into consideration what the local communities are going through and just kind of juggle with that. And it's that is a really difficult part of conservation, is the social issues. And I think I learned a lot of that from conservation optimism, because we have people from all the world. So it's the Pakistan, there's tons of other people, and you like they talk about their problems and you just end up learning so much. And you just become a better conservationist because these different perspectives and you know how to approach things better.
Yeah, I think that's one of the challenges, isn't it? Like the conservation movement has a westernized and European and North American connotation as well, and it is different, you know, and I think that's important to remember, that when you're, you know, dealing with people in Pakistan, there's a different context and there's a different relationship with nature. You talked a little bit about that earlier, like that relationship with nature being important to you, and then learning about, you know, other people's relationship with nature. How does that play into, you know, your understanding and you're working with others when you have that understanding that the relationship with nature is different? How do you bridge that gap? Because you're obviously very connected with nature and some other people might not. Like, how do you bridge, you know, teaching somebody else who might not be as connected?
Honestly, I feel like that's a really good question, because it's one of the most difficult things I've experienced. Because when I was much younger, and you know, when you're like younger and you're in that like passionate era of your life, you're just like fighting with everybody about everything. So I had a lot of that. People in our culture would say tons of things about different animals that had negative connotations, and I would just fight with everybody. I was like, you guys don't understand, you guys this, you guys that. But I feel that tolerance is key, like patience and tolerance. Like you really just have to like take a step back and try to understand the other person's perspective, and also, yes, like check your privilege in a way. For me, that was like a really big point, that I had to keep checking my privilege, that look, I had access to nature but a lot of people didn't. So it makes sense if they have negative feelings towards wildlife, because they've only ever had negative experiences with wildlife. And that is why I recently started a nature camp at my own farmhouse for little kids. So the thought process behind that was that, you know, those experiences I had as a child made me the conservationist I am today. So if I'm able to offer those experiences to younger kids, then maybe they'll also grow up and be more sensitive to nature, and maybe we'll get the next generation of Pakistan's conservationists out of it. So I think the key really is just education and just awareness.
Yeah. So some of the kids, it's interesting. So we had some people from Australia. I guess it was their morning. I can't remember now. It was late last night for me. And they have a program called Kinderbush, and it's similar, right? They bring children into nature and then they experience it. Like, what are some of these children that come to your camp? Probably, you know, might be the first time they really experience nature at that level. Like, what's some of the experiences that really, you know, that marked you when you first started this?
I think, you know, in a strange way, I feel that even if younger kids that I do meet, they've usually not really had that much exposure to wildlife. But I feel like this love and connection to nature is something that's so deeply ingrained within us as human beings, being a part of nature, that a few times I actually observed the kids just spending time in nature, and I just observed them and they just feel so one with it, and the joy that I see on their faces, it really is very rewarding to me to see that I'm able to provide them that space where they can actually kind of reconnect with that, and they're so comfortable, they know what to do. And this again, this thought process of mine also came from me not having, when I was a kid, I used to be really interested in all these things that I didn't really have anybody to share it with, because a lot of, like, there was nobody who was interested in the same things as me, like wildlife or bugs or snakes. Everyone was like, you're a weirdo. So I think that's also another thing, that when I see these kids come to this camp and they all are enjoying doing all these wildlife things, and they're a huge group of kids together and they have each other, and it just makes me think that, at least like these young naturalists, they feel like they have somewhere to belong and they don't feel like misfits like I did. So that really just makes me happy, just seeing them like enjoy the nature and not feel like weirdos or like aliens for it. So those are some things that I have had experiences with this nature camp, just seeing that, even a kid that's like initially scared, the minute that they really get into it and get their hands dirty, they just start flowing perfectly in that environment, and they're just so happy and so content. You hardly have to tell them anything, they just know what to do. So I feel like that just
Yeah.
brings us back to that, it's so deeply ingrained within us, that connection to nature, that you can't get rid of it no matter how hard you try. So
Yeah. And the realization that, what, I'm not alone either. Like, there are, like you said, like you're not the only one who's passionate about this type of stuff. I think that's
yeah.
also key, right? Is
Yeah,
knowing
I,
that
I
you're
was telling my
with
I was telling
others.
my sister the other day that I feel like it's healing my inner child. My inner lonely child is like healed from meeting these children, because I hang out with these kids and I really feel like I'm a kid again, and I can actually have all those like
Right.
experiences, like we were like setting up pitfall traps, or we're looking for pollinators in the garden, and those are things that I wanted to do as a kid and I didn't have anybody to do them with, and I can finally do that with somebody. And I think it's really validating for them as well to see an adult doing those same things and understanding that, look, you can enjoy those things, it doesn't make you weird. So it is really, really
Yeah.
fun. I think it's really good for me, like mental health wise, and really good for them too. So it's really been a good experience
Yeah.
with the nature camp.
A couple of Nature for All's kind of key priority areas or key components is, there's two of them, and I think you touched upon them, is bringing people out in nature at an early age, but it's finding joy in nature, right? And that understanding that nature can be joyful, and then you can act with it.
Yeah, for sure. Like I feel that's how we work on our nature campus. We don't have any assessments, we don't have any tests, no homework, nothing like that. It's just letting kids like be free in that environment and just like feel that like joy and that connection to nature, and kind of just explore and be curious and ask questions and be messy and things that kids don't get to do these days in urban environments. And I feel like you see a completely different side of the child, and hopefully I see some long-term effects, that just like I am super sensitive to wildlife now because of my childhood experiences, maybe these kids will also be in that position at some point.
Yeah. And you do other things as well. Like, I was looking at your bio again, and tell me a little bit about, like, and I know Conservation Optimism also has a film festival, but you're also involved in another one, aren't you? Tell me a
Yeah.
little bit about, like, the power of film, and tell me about the film festivals that you're involved with.
So this is one based in Kenya called Pride Lands Film Festival, and it was actually really random. I actually got involved in it from Conservation Optimism, because our previous director Julia had sent, oh look, there's an opportunity in case anybody's interested. And I've always felt so connected to Africa, because when I was 7 years old, we took a trip to South Africa, and I really feel like that went such a long way in like kind of solidifying that love for wildlife I had. I just got like that stamp of validation that there is a place for me in the world. Seeing how involved people in Africa are with their wildlife, it's just a way of life for them. Everything, it's there for them. Conservation is really a way of life, and I really appreciate that. So when I saw this opportunity, I knew I had to take it and just try my luck. So Fiona is really lovely. She's the founder, and she actually feels very passionately about how film impacts people and how it impacts conservation. And over this past year working with them, I have honestly realized how important and how impactful it is to make these films and actually tell a story through film, and how that can impact other people. I watched this documentary on Netflix called The Octopus Teacher, and I didn't really expect it to have like the impact it did on me, and it just made me realize how much power these things have. And it's really just amazing, like it's the way you tell a story that can really impact someone's perspective completely and really change how they act towards certain things in the future then.
Yeah. And Conservation Optimism also has a film festival, right?
Yeah, we do.
Are you involved in that one at all?
I haven't been. I wasn't involved last year because I was quite new. I only started in conservation optimism just about a year ago. So I was quite new when it was going on. So I was just in my newbie phase, just afraid of doing anything and talking to anybody. So hopefully this year I'll get the chance to be involved in the film festival.
To do more.
Yeah.
And you're also on a youth council.
Yeah.
So can you tell me a little bit about that experience and what that organization? It sounds like you're involved in everything. My goodness, like you're making me look horrible.
No, seriously, it's really strange, and my family's always telling me this, like, can you stop signing up for things? Because I see something and I'm just like signing up. I'm like, I'll figure out the schedule later. I gotta sign up. I mean, it's actually, honestly, it all comes from the fact that we don't have that many opportunities in Pakistan. So whenever I find a remote opportunity, I'm like, I gotta take it. Like, this is how I need to get in. So Reserva is the organization that I'm working with as a youth council member, and it's honestly one of my favorite organizations that I'm working with because it's so fun. Everybody's like a family. Everyone's young, so it's because it's the youth council. Everybody's under the age of 26, I believe, and that's really fun because I'm a young person, so I get along with everybody, and they're all from all over the world, Ecuador, from China, from all over the place, like any country you can imagine, people are on the youth council from there. So when you get to meet all sorts of people, again, it just broadens your perspective and you get to see how conservation is around the world, and it really just helps you have like a really nice, well-rounded approach and perspective to things when you're actually tackling conservation issues. So that's a really lovely organization. I feel like the best part of it is just empowering young people. All the decisions that are made by us, the youth council. So that goes a long way in making you feel like, oh, we're not just kids, we can actually make a difference. So I think that's something that's really important and missing for most organizations now.
Yeah, that's amazing. We still have a lot of time. I'd love to go back a little bit in terms of your I guess I'll call them your formative years, and you in nature, and you hanging out with your siblings. It sounds like it was pretty impressive. Like, is there something like, is there one moment that that a memory of you in nature that really like sticks out? There was a story that from where is it that you find that when you go out in nature, where is it that you find that peace and that connection?
So for me, so we have a reserve in the southern part of Pakistan, and it's actually my dad's, like, it was his dream forever, ever since we went to Africa, to have his own little reserve. So it's 100 acres of acacia forest, and there's all of Pakistan's native deer and animals on that reserve. And I think that is really my happy place in nature, just seeing the animals like happy and just thinking that this is what Pakistan could be if we just worked a little harder on our conservation practices. So that really just, I feel like every time I'm feeling a little burnt out, I just travel there and it just like refuels me and remotivates me. And I have a particular interest in reptiles, so seeing the crocodiles there and just spending time with that wildlife, it just recharges me instantly.
Yeah. That's awesome. Like, I think it's funny for me. I get recharged as well, but I think for me, it's not necessarily the wildlife. It's just the peacefulness and the quietness that you get out when you're in nature, and just it's just reconnecting to something bigger, right?
Yeah, and it really makes you feel like you're a part of something bigger, and we're not just here to like scroll through Instagram and like work our lives away. Like, it really makes you feel like you have some greater purpose in life.
Yeah,
so that's a really good feeling.
No, we've got, so this is the Nature for All Love Fest, and it evokes different reactions to different people, and and when you think, I'm gonna separate it into two components. And when I say love of nature, what does that mean for you specifically?
That's a good question. I think when you think about like loving something, you think about taking care of it, looking after it, understanding it. There's so many components of like loving something or someone. So when I think about loving nature, I really do think about, when I imagine like a perfect Pakistan, I do think of our population and people around just understanding, respecting, and feeling at one with nature and feeling that kind of connection to nature. Love is a form of connection, of course. So that is something that's really important. Just feeling like everything's in a flow and that you're a part of that flow. You're part of the natural motion of things. I think that's something that's really important.
Oh, that's nice. And my last question, I guess, would be when we talk, when I say nature for all, like this is a concept, it's not an organization. What does that mean for you specifically when you think of just those words together?
Nature for all immediately makes me think about situations that I've been in Pakistan. It really makes me think about the access people have or don't have to wildlife or wild spaces in Pakistan, and even access to the wildlife field. I feel that people here in Pakistan make a joke that the wildlife field is for rich kids. It's because it doesn't pay at all, and in a developing country where people really need to just earn to feed their families, people can't afford to work in wildlife. So when I think about nature for all, I imagine that people will one day have that access and those opportunities to work in wildlife and still be able to provide for their families. So when I think about nature for all, I really think about all of these issues that we have in Pakistan, particularly all the social issues. So there's things of lack of access to wild spaces, lack of safety in wild spaces, and lack of accessibility in general to wildlife jobs and being able to earn a proper fair wage in this field. I just wish that
Right.
nature for all just means to me that everyone one day will be able to be in the position that I am and be able to appreciate and acknowledge and just connect with nature while not having to compromise other parts of their life.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. I'm wondering, like, is there anything that you'd like our audience to know, whether it's about yourself or Pakistan that we haven't really touched upon? Like, you talked about, Pakistan being a little bit, like the blind spot, I think is kind of,
Yeah.
but it's not, is it? Like, there's a lot of biodiversity there.
Yeah, I just think that if I had to say anything to everybody, it would be um, that a lot of things in Pakistan aren't known because people aren't even working on these things. People aren't working on the paleontology here. There's a lot of things that aren't being worked on. So I just think that my goal in life is I just don't want that all of these things go extinct without ever even being discovered. That would be really sad that we didn't even know they existed and then they just went extinct. It's like nobody would have known about them at all. So if I was to say anything, it would be to just kind of have a little more faith in Pakistan and kind of just like do some research, come visit us, come stay. There's a lot, like I know that it has very like negative publicity for tourists especially, but you know, a lot of people here still care, and a lot of people here are working really hard to conserve the wildlife. And I really hope that these kids at the nature camp end up being those conservationists that help us take this forward in the future.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like you're certainly giving the kids at Nature Camp a lot of optimism for the future. So I thank you for the amazing work that you're doing, and I'm please feel free to share some of that work through the Nature for All platforms. Like that's what they're there for. And thank you so much for taking the time. I know it's getting to be late evening for you, so so glad you can make it. And there was no reason to be nervous, was there? This was fun.
No, thank God. Yeah, this was quite nice. I'm really happy to talk to you. And I should have warned you that I talk a lot. The time went by so fast, I didn't even realize I'm a
It always
talker.
does.
So
No,
yeah, I hope
I
that's
love it.
okay. I'm glad that you had a good time and I had a good time. So I'll be staying on to see
Perfect.
what everybody else has to say. And thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you for coming. I really appreciate it. All right.
Thank you.
And that brings us to the next section of our session. I'm so happy to bring this person who's going to take over for me as a moderator, because I've been doing this now for 2.5 hours, and I think I need a nap. Luis, thank you so much for agreeing to be one of our moderators today. You are one of my favorite people. You bring so much passion and energy. And so just thank you for being you, really.
No, thank you, Jose, and you make me blush with that introduction. I think this Love Fest is precisely that, celebrating our creative capacities and our capacity to connect deeply. So I'm really happy to be here.
Sounds good. So before we bring in our next guest, and you're going to do this interview in Spanish, if I'm not mistaken, but maybe tell us a little bit about yourself and your love story as well, and then we'll bring in, and then you can introduce our next guest.
Yes, for sure. Well, my name is Luis Camargo. I'm from Bogota, Colombia. Born and raised here, even though I had an opportunity to study in the US, which was a privilege that opened my eyes to many things. And in Colombia, I lived really in close to nature with, through my childhood. And this really helped me create a relationship that was deep. And I didn't realize that until I left Colombia and started seeing other ways of relating and the distance people had with nature. So I made it my purpose to look at ways of reconnecting people to nature. Because for me, that moment where you deeply reconnect, where the eye shifts from an opaque, lost eye or look to this shining, in awe, surprised and magical look, this is the essence of the moments we should seek throughout life, and the moments that actually teach us the most profound teaching. So I've dedicated my life to nature-based education, founded an organization called OPEPA, which is the Organization for Environmental Education and Protection, and been working with students, teachers, educators of all types, tourism guides, and just different groups of people to try to help or create conditions so they can connect deeply with nature and fall back in love. So for me, falling back in love is the language of every day, and I hope it's a language we can appropriate and make every time, more or louder.
Yeah. All right, let's bring in our next guest. Hopefully he's got his camera going and his microphone. Rodrigo, let's see if this works. I don't think he's there. What happened to him? Oh,
well, no. I'll pop in to make Luis blush a little more while we're waiting, just to say that I feel the same as Jose. It's just, you're one of the most energetic, passionate people I've ever run across. In fact, when we've had people from across South America over the entire broadcast series, you put us all to shame in North America. It's really quite, I'm going to have to up my game, I think, a little bit to get to your level. So Rodrigo, when he did come in, was in for a second. The devices were on. They're just off. It's like went for a coffee break, which worst case means we're going to talk to Luis and talk his ear off for as long as possible. But Jose, I'll handle things in the background if you want to go have a much deserved break.
Sounds good.
And Luis and I can hang out a little bit.
All right. Sure. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the morning. And I will be back with everyone later on.
Awesome. Thank you. Just
see you.
Oh, hey, Jesse.
Nice to see you again, man. This is exciting.
Nice beard.
Thank you. Yes. Well, this is my COVID beard, and then my wife really liked it, so I've had to keep it for 2 years. It's very exciting. But yeah, we've I don't know how many you've had the chance to witness over the last day and a bit. We're in the home stretch here of the last 7-8 hours of programming, but it has been so fascinating to see, as you said, this different way that people reflect and sort of connect with nature. And I found that really exciting to, we go to Benin in South Africa and then Peru and then Mexico and see how people's phrasings are differently and how they grew up in, whether it was rural, urban, in forest and ocean. There's this abiding, interconnected love of nature, no matter where people are coming from. I mean, of course, it's the essence of our Love Fest. It's been so much fun to see. But I'm so happy to have you here as a host for our next few programs, man.
Yeah, for sure. No, I agree. I've seen different moments within the broadcast, and I feel the same way. And for me, it's been a way to remind us that we live in one planet,
Yeah.
and you know we're all connected. Not even through only love, because we are all connected through love, but you know we are definitely connected through nature. You know, the floor or the ground where we're standing on every day connects us through, you know, microorganisms and fungi and all these things to everybody else in the world. Even birds that try to escape while flying, you know, when they land and touch the ground or sit on a tree, end up connecting directly physically with us, with each other. So I think, you know, for me, the Loves Fest has been a reminder of the importance that even though we each have different perceptions and different ways of falling in love, different ways of perceiving, different ways of feeling nature and the earth, you know, all those ways represent the same essence. And the essence is that we are nature, definitely. And if we feel we are nature, then we're all together as part of nature. And I think this is a critical realization for us to face the challenges we have today, and face, you know, the big issues we need to tackle straight on, you know, in order to generate healing powers for our earth and our land.
In Canada, it's been really interesting to see as I've grown up. When I was a kid, any conservation work, anything that was done was very much sort of Western Canadian, like people that came from Europe that were imposing these things. And we're starting to switch to Indigenous points of view in the world and seeing how that's impacting people and changing how we're viewing things. This idea of quite a few cultures in North America as a backdrop have 7 generations. Like you think how you will impact 7 generations down the line. You'll consider yourself as part of the natural world. And so as opposed to something separate from it where you're having dominion over it, you're taking it over. And that's such a profound difference. And it's been really heartening to see that that sort of started to come back in the last little bit, which is great. And with that, Luis, Rodrigo's back in business. So I'm going to bring him in and you two can chat and have a nice interview together. And I'll be here if you need me for anything. Rodrigo, welcome in, and you can unmute your mic and you'll be good to go.
Hola, ¿qué tal? ¿Me escuchan bien ahí?
Sí, muy bien. Hola, Rodrigo. ¿Cómo estás? Qué bueno que pudiste reconectarte.
Sí, pude recuperar la conexión. Ahora estoy full conectado para poder arrancar.
Bueno, pues me alegra mucho estar contigo, Rodrigo, hermano de Paraguay. Paraguay, un país muy conectado con Colombia en la historia. Entonces, hermanos suramericanos, me parece muy chévere. Si quieres, para comenzar, me gustaría pues que te presentes, nos cuentes un poquito quién eres, qué has hecho y muy brevemente, como un abrebocas, ¿cómo te enamoraste tú de la naturaleza? ¿Cuál es tu historia?
Bueno, primero que nada, muy buenos días a todos. Mi nombre, como ya mencionaron, es Rodrigo Arias. Actualmente estoy presidiendo una organización sin fines de lucro que se llama Defensores del Chaco Tuporé. Tuporé está en guaraní, significa huella. Y bueno, básicamente mi inicio en este tema de la conservación se remonta siempre a la infancia, ¿verdad? Con las oportunidades que tuve para salir en la naturaleza, en familia, con amigos. Y aparte, creo que más de uno habremos tenido la oportunidad de ver algún programa en Discovery Channel o en Animal Planet, ¿verdad? Que nos fue capturando con toda la atención que eso generaba, por toda la información que nos brindaban de ahí sobre la naturaleza, sobre la interacción con la fauna silvestre. Y a raíz de eso fui orientándome un poco a estudiar un poco más lo que es la vida silvestre, que inclusive en principio tenía pensado estudiar veterinaria por el tema de que justamente desde pequeño también teníamos mascotas, principalmente perros, a los cuales cuidábamos mucho, por lo que nos fue inculcando un poco el respeto hacia la vida de otros seres vivos y de que compartimos un mismo espacio con otros animales, con otros organismos vivos también en este planeta. Entonces, esa orientación que tuve durante la infancia fue lo que me llevó finalmente también a involucrarme más en temas de conservación, en temas de activismo ambiental y finalmente terminé estudiando la carrera de ingeniería ambiental aquí en la Universidad Nacional de Asunción.
Qué bueno, me alegra. Y cuéntanos un poquitico si recuerdas un momento especial en donde sentiste ese amor o esa conexión profunda con la naturaleza.
Creo que la más fuerte y la que me acuerdo así de primera mano, justamente fue lo que dio origen a nuestra organización, Defensores del Chaco. Lleva ese nombre en homenaje a un parque nacional, que es el Parque Nacional Defensores del Chaco. Dentro de este parque nacional hay un lugar bastante emblemático, que para la cultura ayoreo, que es un pueblo originario aquí en Paraguay, los ayoreos totovigozoe, consideran como un lugar sagrado al Cerro León, ¿verdad? Y en 2015 aproximadamente el Cerro León estaba, digamos, con cierto grado de peligro porque había un proyecto del gobierno que buscaba explotar ese lugar como una cantera para extraer rocas que se puedan utilizar para el pavimento de las rutas, digamos, internas en el Chaco paraguayo. Y eso fue lo que llevó a movilizar a toda la gente en todo el país a través de una campaña de la ciudadanía que se denominó Cerro León no se toca. Y a raíz de esa movilización, digamos, que dio origen, digamos, posteriormente, ¿verdad? De toda esa movilización, un grupo de personas, entre ellas estaba yo, decidimos formalizar en una organización que se dedique a velar por el cuidado de los parques y que brinde un apoyo más allá de solamente el activismo de manifestaciones, de también, ¿verdad?, trabajar con proyectos puntuales en las áreas protegidas del Paraguay y dar el valor y reconocimiento al trabajo de los guardaparques. ¿Y por qué menciono esto? Porque justamente la experiencia más fuerte de conexión que llegué a tener fue justamente cuando me tocó conocer el Cerro León, ¿verdad? Estar ahí en la cima de este lugar sagrado para la cultura ayoreo y poder dimensionar lo que estábamos realmente protegiendo de ese proyecto que estaba, digamos, como que a punto de aprobarse y gracias a toda esa movilización ciudadana se logró detener. Conocer ese lugar así es como que te hace ver de cuenta de primera mano frente tuyo, ¿verdad?, lo que realmente es el valor más allá del valor económico que se pueda perder, es más bien el valor, digamos, en términos de sentimientos, ¿verdad? Uno, lo que uno le hace sentir estar en ese lugar, sentir que está contribuyendo a un poquito a esa causa que permite que eso se siga manteniendo hoy en día, porque yo me imagino que si la sociedad paraguaya era apática en ese momento o prefería, digamos, los intereses más particulares, porque finalmente las condiciones y la mejoría del camino se dan más para poder, digamos, poner en condiciones para el sector empresarial, corporativo, ¿verdad?, la gente que está produciendo, ¿verdad?, que si bien no es un estar en contra de la producción, sino es más bien orientar acciones más a la conservación también de esos lugares. Entonces creo yo que la historia iba a ser diferente, ¿verdad?, si la sociedad no se movilizaba, y hoy en realidad podemos seguir estando orgullosos de Cerro León, del Parque Nacional Defensores del Chaco, y de continuar con estas acciones también a nivel ya mucho más institucional también y mejor organizados también.
Excelente, excelente. Ahí dijiste una cosa que me llama mucho la atención y decías que tú te enamoraste de la naturaleza saliendo con amigos. Entonces, me gustaría escuchar un poquito cómo ves tú, porque, digamos, mi trabajo es realmente enfocado en educación basada en naturaleza y mi inspiración es muy similar a esta que tú mencionas. Yo me di cuenta no solo que el salir me generaba algo profundo a mí, sino que cuando yo compartía eso con otros, pues habían cambios importantes. Entonces tú en este momento podrías ser ese otro con el que yo compartí, o otro con el que compartieron tus amigos. Entonces me gustaría escuchar un poquito si tu familia, tus amigos, cómo llegó ese grupo que empezaron a salir, o cómo fue ese proceso de joven que te llevó a salir y a visitar los parques y las áreas naturales. ¿Cuál fue el primer sitio que visitaste que recuerdas?
Creo yo que lo que más recuerdo así como que emblemático, porque fue una salida familiar con mis padrinos también, ¿verdad? Fue en aquel momento no era un momento natural, era una cantera justamente donde se extraían rocas, que es acá el Cerro Coin y Choroní, ¿verdad?, en la ciudad de Areguá. Entonces, hoy en día es un área protegida también, ¿verdad? Justamente por las areniscas columnares que se protegen ahí. Y esas fueron las primeras experiencias que yo recuerdo así, ¿verdad? Entre los 6, 7 años más o menos, de salir en campo a recorrer lugares naturales que me llevaron a tener como ese espíritu de explorar, de aumentar mi curiosidad, ¿verdad? Que fue justamente gracias a las salidas en familia principalmente, ¿verdad? Nosotros teníamos sí o sí una salida familiar todos los domingos, que nos íbamos a conocer un lugar nuevo, natural, o algún lugar histórico o cultural también de parte de la historia paraguaya. Entonces, como que esos espacios, ¿verdad? De poder salir a conectarnos con la naturaleza. Si bien no había así un análisis de, miren, estamos en la naturaleza, tenemos que valorar y conectarnos con esto, sino era básicamente el momento, ¿verdad? De compartir con tus seres queridos y que ese momento de disfrute ocurría en la naturaleza. Entonces mis recuerdos en la naturaleza son siempre positivos porque son encuentros con mis hermanos, familiares, en lugares que son naturales, digamos, de alguna u otra forma. Entonces esa relación de naturaleza, familia y bienestar está muy ligado, digamos, a esos primeros tiempos, ¿verdad? Después, a medida con el tiempo, ya uno va creciendo y va formando su círculo social, ¿verdad? Independiente de la familia, ¿verdad? Entonces, ahí también a los 9 años tuve mi primera bicicleta, ¿verdad? Salía a pasear por el barrio, ¿verdad? Después ya tuve una bicicleta más grande, salía a lugares un poquito más distantes y así, ¿verdad? Iba explorando y buscando también otras personas que sean afines también a esos intereses, ¿verdad? Entonces, hasta hoy en día sigo pedaleando, ¿verdad? Tengo 30 años y hoy ya prácticamente estoy recorriendo casi todo el país en bicicleta y mi meta es poder recorrer todos los lugares posibles, inclusive así hacer como una ruta de los parques nacionales acá en Paraguay para hacerlo en bicicleta, ¿verdad? Que igual Paraguay no es muy grande, así que es bastante posible hacer eso.
Bueno, y veo que tú coordinas el programa de guardaparques voluntarios. Esa es una forma también para atraer a otras personas a que entren en contacto directo con la naturaleza y otra forma de compartir la naturaleza con pues, otras personas de tu país.
Claro, de hecho que el guardaparques voluntarios es como una inspiración del programa de voluntariado en Colombia. Hay un programa de guardaparques voluntarios en Colombia y en Perú, ¿verdad? A raíz de eso nosotros estuvimos indagando un poco, ¿verdad? Sobre estas iniciativas que ahí justamente son iniciativas gubernamentales. Acá en nuestro caso, ¿verdad? No es una iniciativa privada, lo ejecutamos desde Defensores del Chaco y es como una respuesta también a la incógnita que muchas veces los que nos gusta la naturaleza, nos gusta las experiencias en la naturaleza, nos preguntamos qué puedo hacer más allá de solamente salir a disfrutar de la naturaleza. Entonces, Guardaparques Voluntarios es esa oportunidad desde el punto de vista educativo también y formativo de conocer de primera mano el trabajo de los guardaparques y poder aportar también a la mejora de las áreas protegidas y reconocer el valor del trabajo de los guardaparques, porque eso permite acercar solamente en la experiencia que nosotros brindamos a conocer a los guardaparques en el día a día, ¿verdad? A compartir con ellos y darte cuenta que son personas así como yo, como vos, ¿verdad? Que tienen la misma pasión por la conservación de la naturaleza, que también en su niñez o en el proceso de crecimiento se enamoraron de la naturaleza y decidieron me voy a dedicar a esto, ¿verdad? O voy a entregar mi vida a este trabajo. Incluso guardaparques que ingresan por la oportunidad laboral, pero estando en el servicio se dan cuenta, ¿verdad?, de qué es lo que les apasiona. De hecho, el hecho que te atraiga algo como un trabajo de guardaparques, hay algo diferente en vos a cualquier otra persona, ¿verdad? Porque no cualquiera está preparado para sobrevivir en un área protegida que muchas veces no te ofrece todas las condiciones que vas a encontrar en tu casa, ¿verdad? Con tus familiares y todo que eso implica. Entonces, por ahí también es el diferencial también y es lo que nosotros brindamos con guardaparques voluntarios, que la gente salga de las ciudades, o inclusive gente que vive en el campo y que tiene un área protegida cerca, se involucre con el área protegida, conozca a los guardaparques que tiene como vecinos y pueda aportar, ¿verdad?, en el trabajo que ellos realizan, que nosotros justamente llevamos adelante con guardaparques voluntarios.
Excelente. Entonces casi que te vuelves un familiar extendido de todos los guardaparques voluntarios, guiándolos, porque sí creo y pienso en el rol que juega la familia y obviamente los amigos, pero la familia, ese rol que hemos perdido porque digamos, en la lucha del trabajo desde temprano hasta tarde, que los papás, los padres y las madres salen de la casa y uno vive en la ciudad y como que está todo desarticulado. Se ha perdido, digamos, esos espacios de compartir en familia, como decías tú. Entonces me hace pensar porque para mí, con mi familia, yo tengo 2 hijas ha sido digamos, una intencionalidad con mi esposa de buscar espacios para compartir en la naturaleza con ellas. Y creo que son los espacios no solo con el objetivo de que se reconecten con la tierra y se enamoren de la naturaleza, sino son los espacios que más nos han brindado a nosotros como familia, formas de conectarnos entre nosotros. Entonces creo que también ese recuperar, como decías tú, que esos espacios son muy positivos y que siempre te traen recuerdos positivos porque te generaban conexiones profundas con tu familia, con tus seres queridos. Creo que ese es un superpoder de la naturaleza. Juntarnos en la naturaleza como familias, pues tiene esa función adicional y eso es algo que me parece espectacular y muy, muy bueno que podamos recuperar no solo en Latinoamérica, sino alrededor del mundo cada vez más, ¿no crees?
Tal cual, de hecho que hay como un momento en la vida que nos olvidamos de esas experiencias que vivimos y cuando nos damos la oportunidad de salir a conocer o a disfrutar de un parque urbano, con decirte, ¿verdad? Es suficiente como para arrancar a rememorar esa conexión que iniciamos, ya sea en la infancia o en una edad temprana, ¿verdad? Porque creo que la mayoría de lo que hoy amamos la naturaleza es porque en la infancia tuvimos alguna buenísima experiencia con nuestros seres queridos o en solitario o con amigos, disfrutando de esos espacios naturales. Creo que por ahí parte un poquito el hecho de que uno pueda amar realmente o darse cuenta o sentir como esa empatía o esa sensibilidad hacia las otras formas de vida que existen en nuestros planetas, ¿verdad? Por eso yo considero hoy clave también eso, ¿verdad? De que los niños, adolescentes tienen que salir a los parques, tienen que salir a conocer las áreas protegidas, porque es la única manera de hacer esa conexión para que el día de mañana realmente estemos forjando líderes que aboguen por la protección de los recursos naturales y no estemos generando personas que, si bien tengan un liderazgo, pero aboguen por el desarrollo en detrimento de la naturaleza, ¿verdad? Y creo que la infancia juega un papel fundamental ahí, porque creo que hay una etapa, no tengo la certeza científica, pero así leyendo e indagando un poquitito, en la infancia se forman los sentimientos de empatía, por ejemplo, ¿verdad? La sensibilidad, ¿verdad? El hecho de ver de cuenta lo que ocurre a tu alrededor, de ser consciente cómo vos estás relacionado con tu entorno y en base a eso, a las experiencias que tengas, generas relaciones positivas o no tan positivas, ¿verdad? Porque hay experiencias con niños, por ejemplo, qué sé yo, se fue a la casa de la abuela y le atacó la gallina, le picoteó la gallina, ¿verdad? Y odia las aves, ¿verdad? Tipo, no puede ver aves porque relaciona con una experiencia traumática en su infancia, ¿verdad? Entonces, todo se basa también en cómo nosotros vivimos nuestra infancia y cómo nos brindan, cómo nos acercan o nos presentan la naturaleza. Eso creo que también que responde mucho a los papás cuando son muy sobreprotectores, ¿verdad? Dicen, no, mi hijo no puede ir al campamento porque le puede picar algún insecto, le puede morar una serpiente. Entonces como que le sobreprotegen y le encierran en una burbuja que al final le cortan esa oportunidad de poder realmente ir a ensuciarse, a caerse, que le pique una araña, que le pique una hormiga, que no digo que le muera una serpiente, ¿verdad? Pero que por lo menos pueda, digamos, sentir ese contacto con la naturaleza para que la experiencia que él viva después los pueda relacionar con una experiencia positiva, ¿verdad? Entonces siempre hay que dar esa oportunidad, que es igual, no es un campamento de fin de semana para irse fuera de la casa, por lo menos que sea en los parques urbanos que están cerca en el barrio o en la ciudad misma también.
Claro, la naturaleza no está tan lejana como a veces pensamos, que pensamos que para tener un contacto especial con la naturaleza tenemos que irnos al parque nacional más alejado y más salvaje o silvestre de todos. Entonces creo que el punto que haces, la naturaleza realmente está en todas las esquinas, está muy cerca de nosotros y depende mucho es de cómo nosotros miramos, observamos y permitimos darnos cuenta de la magia que hay alrededor nuestro. Y yo creo que ahí es donde está ese sentimiento que mencionas, de un sentimiento positivo es de pronto darle la oportunidad a los niños y a los jóvenes de que descubran esa magia que está alrededor nuestro, los colores, los olores, las texturas, las formas, tantas cosas que la naturaleza nos brinda que nos pueden inspirar para vivir y para vivir mejor y con más bienestar. Una cosa que mencionaste hace un rato, tú decías que en tu proceso, pues, te enamoraste de la naturaleza y empezaste a volverte, digamos, un protector y un cuidador de la naturaleza y a trabajar en el tema ambiental, pero que tu enfoque iba más allá de solo manifestar. hacia la acción. Y eso me gusta mucho porque creo que si miramos el movimiento ambiental en los últimos 35, 40 años, pues en últimas nos hemos quedado manifestando mucho y poca acción. Y creo que ese es parte del problema. Hoy en día estamos en una situación un poquito más delicada porque ha faltado mucha acción. Entonces me gustaría escuchar de ti. Sé que trabajas en la red de cuidadores de agua y en temas de acción climática. Cuéntanos un poco cómo ese amor por la naturaleza te ha empoderado y te ha dado elementos a empezar a pasar de la manifestación a la acción y trabajar por temas como el cambio climático y el agua.
Sí, justamente mi activismo así ambiental y social inicia también en una organización que básicamente su actividad principal es la reforestación, ¿verdad? Por ese lado, digamos, empecé a tener contacto con el área ambiental y eso, por ejemplo, me llevó a interesarme mucho por ser ingeniero forestal, ¿verdad? Por lo que sí que en su momento, ¿verdad? Investigando las carreras que habían de opciones, llegué hasta la carrera de ingeniería ambiental, que me abría una posibilidad mucho más amplia porque acá los ingenieros ambientales son considerados todólogos, ¿verdad? Tenés que saber de todo un poco, pero después te especializas en algo específico. Entonces, en primera instancia, el hecho de haber cursado la carrera de ingeniería ambiental me hizo ver de cuenta que toda esa pasión, todo ese conocimiento que podía extraer de los libros o de la experiencia en la naturaleza, podía ponerlo en algo mucho más técnico y evaluar con un criterio más objetivo también las acciones que podría emprender. En aquel entonces, cuando empezaba a estudiar, no tenía ningún tipo de acercamiento a cuestiones así de activismo ambiental, ¿verdad? Que si yo salir a las calles, manifestarme, generar proyectos y demás. Ahí estaba empezando recién mi camino a un nivel un poco más organizado y más académico. Y sí, cuando empiezo un voluntariado que es un techo para mi país, que es justamente una ONG que trabaja en asentamientos urbanos y provee de viviendas de emergencia a gente que vive en pobreza o pobreza extrema. Ahí fue un choque cultural fuertísimo porque ahí de primera mano me acercaba a una realidad que yo no conocía o tal vez conocía pero ignoraba, ¿verdad? Tipo, como hacemos muchas de las personas a las situaciones de pobreza extrema, ignoramos, no es más fácil ignorar que no existe eso, pero está ahí, ¿verdad? O sea, se ve en la delincuencia, en las drogas, en la gente que está en la calle tratando de salir adelante, pero a veces somos tan ciegos en ese sentido y nos desconectamos de eso, ¿verdad? Y a mí esa experiencia me volvió a reconectar con esa gente que es igual que yo, ¿verdad? Tiene los mismos sueños, las mismas pasiones, el mismo gusto de salir, de la misma visión de querer salir adelante, de forjar un mejor futuro también y de poder crecer también. Solamente que no tienen las mismas oportunidades que nosotros, ¿verdad? Esa es la cuestión también, la falta de oportunidades y la accesibilidad a esas oportunidades es lo que a ellos les limita el triple, ¿verdad? O 5 veces más el hecho de poder salir de esa situación de pobreza extrema. Entonces, ese choque ahí cultural, social que viví, me llevó a plantearme y a criticar hacia mí mismo, ¿verdad? Si es que realmente estoy haciendo lo suficiente y si es suficiente con el hecho de estudiar ingeniería ambiental, ¿verdad? Porque uno estudia una carrera profesional pensando que como profesional va a poder contribuir a, ¿verdad? Pero a lo largo del proceso te das cuenta que lo que busca el sistema en el cual estamos inmersos, ¿verdad? Es básicamente formarte, recibirte, generar tu título, continuar tu formación académica y trabajar en algo que te mantenga bien, ¿verdad? Si por ahí ocurre algo para que vos puedas contribuir a algo social o cambiar algo en tu entorno, genial, pero no te prepara para cuestionar el sistema en el cual vos puedas realmente hacer una mejora en la estructura, ¿verdad? En el cómo se maneja un país, ¿verdad? De luchar contra la corrupción y cuestiones así más puntuales que podrían generar un cambio más a largo plazo, porque eso también es un componente, ¿verdad? La gente que hoy vive por esa extrema en gran parte es por culpa de la corrupción y la impunidad que hay. El hecho de que hoy se esté aprovechando los recursos naturales más allá de la capacidad que tiene el planeta de regenerarse es porque hay bastante corrupción también, ¿verdad? La gente apela a cuestiones así ilegales para poder seguir explotando los recursos o inclusive la falta de poner, digamos, políticos o dirigentes capaces y preparados para administrar los recursos naturales, lo que hace también que eso se vaya perdiendo de manera mucho más acelerada. Entonces, de ese punto de vista es donde empiezo yo con ese voluntariado social a sentar más cabeza de que no es solamente estudiar, sino que hay algo más allá de la universidad en la cual yo puedo aportar algo más. Porque yo en los primeros semestres era súper apático, ¿verdad? No me involucraba en temas de estudiantiles ni gremiales. Y después conocí la asociación de estudiantes de mi carrera, empecé a interactuar con otras personas que tenían un activismo más evolucionado, pero sí eso sí me di cuenta que tenía mucha proactividad. O sea, si yo voy a ver algo por mi cuenta, me voy a encargar de investigar eso hasta llegar al fondo de la cuestión y poder materializar en eso, ¿verdad? Que esa idea no se quede solamente en, tengo la idea de limpiar un arroyo, tengo la idea de viajar a un parque nacional. Y ahí esa creo que es una ventaja que me inculcaron en casa también, ¿verdad? La proactividad de ver de cuentas las cosas que hacen falta, ¿verdad? De ver tipo, en casa el clásico ejemplo es, tipo, si nadie está lavando los cubiertos, bueno, lava vos los cubiertos. Si nadie está barriendo, barre vos el patio, ¿verdad? Entonces,
Claro, buenísimo.
Se desarrolla en las familias.
No, importantísimo. Y creo que ese es un mensaje clave. Nosotros podemos amar todo lo que queramos, la naturaleza, pero si no actuamos para transformar las amenazas que estamos generando, pues no se van a transformar solas. Es muy importante. Entonces, aplaudo y te felicito por la acción. Tenemos un minutico más y agradezco mucho tu intervención y todo lo que has compartido con nosotros, pero quisiera escuchar de pronto un mensaje rápido que tengas para todos los que estén viendo esta conversación o una invitación. ¿Qué les dirías si tienes un minuto para invitar a miles de personas a enamorarse?
Bueno, yo sé que mucho de lo que estamos tal vez viendo en algún momento, y de hecho que todo como naturaleza humana sentimos miedo para actuar, por el hecho de que hay una incertidumbre, no sabemos qué va a pasar. A mí me pasa siempre, ¿verdad? A veces cuando voy a presentar un proyecto nuevo o hacer una acción que va a innovar un poco lo que estoy haciendo, me da miedo implementarla si es que va a funcionar o no. Entonces, siempre trato de ver o leer, digamos, cuestiones así más motivacionales que me puedan impulsar a la acción, ¿verdad? Que me hagan perder ese miedo. Y la clave es ahí, ¿verdad? Tenés que hacerlo, por más que tenga miedo, hacer con miedo, pero hacer, ¿verdad? No te quedes estático porque justamente las cosas cambian cuando algo se empieza a mover por más pequeño que sea, ¿verdad? El hecho de leer hoy un libro, de informarte de algún tema, es un primer paso que a vos te va a orientar también y te va a mantener firme también con eso, ¿verdad? El conocimiento es la base y la acción depende también del círculo social en el cual nosotros nos busquemos. Así que yo le insto a la gente a buscar esos espacios donde se sientan seguros, donde se sientan que están encontrando el camino para poder seguir en este camino de la conservación. Y si tienen miedo, háganlo con miedo porque es la única manera también de poder aprender, ¿verdad? El miedo termina cuando uno se enfrenta a él y hace las cosas, hace que sucedan las cosas. Y eso buscamos también con nuestra iniciativa de guardaparques voluntarios, así que les invito a que puedan seguirnos en las redes sociales. Guardaparques voluntarios está abierto no solamente a nacionales, también está abierto a extranjeros. Ya vieron jóvenes de otros países también a participar, así que la invitación está hecha y agradezco muchísimo este espacio para poder compartir un poco esto que
No, muchas gracias, Rodrigo, a ti por la inspiración, por todas las historias que nos has contado y por esa gran invitación a visitar Paraguay, independiente que sea de cualquier parte del mundo y poder participar en esta acción de conservación y la protección de los parques nacionales de Paraguay. Entonces, muchas gracias, Rodrigo, y voy a invitar a Nancy, que es la siguiente persona que está con nosotros.
Good morning.
Good morning, Nancy. Now I'm switching to English. This is a quick shuffle. How are you?
I am great, and what a pleasure it is to meet you, Luis. It's
Yeah,
wonderful to see you, and I trust all is well there in Colombia.
Everything is well and green, a little overcast today, but I see blotches of blue sky, which is always beautiful to see. So Nancy, I've read wonderful things of your work and everything you've done in IUCN, in the CC, Nature for All, and the work you do. So in order to start off, I would love you to share with us a little bit of who you are, what you do, and maybe tell us, what was that first moment you remember of feeling in love, falling in love with nature and with the earth.
Oh, well, I'm glad to share my story with you. I don't want to bore anybody though. I've always loved nature. I've always loved the outdoors. I'm one of 6 children and I grew up in Pennsylvania. And my mother was constantly saying, you know, kids, get out of the house. And we would play outside for hours and do sports, and until she would come and retrieve us for dinner. But I think I carried that through my entire life. I still love hiking, you know, regularly. I have a dog who is my Sherpa, who takes me to wonderful places, whether it's raining or snowing or a sunny day. I enjoy being outside, and I'm grateful for, you know, what these animals bring into our lives. I've been very fortunate to be able to visit places around the world that have inspired me to want to volunteer my time for the IUCN and do good work. And help to elevate the voice of nature, which is many times, as we know, not as loud as it should be. And I've had the wonderful experience of working with just phenomenal, not just visiting places that are incredible, but working with incredible people, and very unexpectedly getting energy and inspiration from people and places that I just never expected. What I do as my day job is I run a small nonprofit here in Arlington, Virginia. It's the Institute for Global Environmental Strategies. And it's our focus may be a little different than any of the guests that you may have had, because we focus on using space technologies to better understand the changing planet. So our major client is NASA. We work with the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, have over the years with weather and climate information. And what we do is try to bring the science that results from all of these observations of the Earth into the public, into education, so that more people understand how we know the planet is changing. And so right now I'm doing a small project for NASA where we're looking at technologies and companies that are trying to better understand and assess the wildfires in the United States, and how not only where they might start, but where they might spread to, and what the, you know, what we may do in the future to help reduce the risk around wildfires. And so the people with whom I work, who are an incredible group of people, are educators and scientists. And every day they do great things in helping people, just average people, become citizen scientists. And most of our work, if you go to our website, www.strategies.org, there's a lot of information there on how you can do a citizen science program, specifically in the area of the Globe Observer program, where they're looking at mosquitoes and the transport and presence of mosquitoes. But what I'm here to talk about today, the reason I want to spread the love today, is that I want to share some stories about what I believe my colleagues who helped to launch Nature for All, what we've learned from this incredible experience, and what can be shared and built upon in the future. Does that sound okay to you,
That
Luis?
sounds okay. I just want to react a little bit to what you were telling of your work, because for me, you know, my direct contact with nature definitely was what enamored me. But my capacity to observe planetary systems visualized, especially climate visualizations, allowed me to understand how interconnected and interdependent everything is.
Absolutely.
So even though, you know, the space tech might sound, you know, very techy, ultimately it generates these visuals that allow us to incorporate that understanding that we feel when we're in the forest into a more understandable, logical framework where we can see, wow, you know, the earth is alive, you know. And I think this comes to, you know, that feeling that astronauts have when they see the earth and the clouds moving and everything happening. So I definitely applaud and love, you know, space tech and what it brings to the table in our capacity to visualize where we live and how systems interact with each other. So I just wanted to say that, and wow, I'm amazed at the work you do, and a lot more later. But tell us your story, because I'm eager to hear it.
I am so grateful to you for bringing up that important point and to share it with us so articulately. I couldn't have said it better, and I'm grateful that you highlighted that. I will say that in preparing for today, I had a brief discussion yesterday with Sean Southey, who you know is the chair of the CEC. And Sean has been my partner in crime for a number of years. And he was part of a group of us who brought forward this idea of nature for all. And I just wanted to say that, nature for all just didn't appear. It really came from a number of other activities that were underway. One was something in the CEC that was started by Keith Wheeler, called Love Not Loss. And then there was the youth engagement program of the IUCN, which we incorporated in the concept of Love Not Loss, the work by the Brandwine Institute, and the work by the Children in Nature Network. All of these elements were brought together, and through working with a group of really creative people, we came up with this idea of doing something different that would create an umbrella and really focus on how we inspire people to love and protect nature. Because Luis, as you probably know, if people don't connect with nature, they're never going to work to protect it. And if they're never going to feel that emotion, that love, that connection, then we will most likely lose our incredible challenge against biodiversity loss and the changing climate and all of the threats that are posed around the world. So what we did is that, and frankly, what I want to stress today is the 3 key points that I want to make about what we've learned are: one, to all of those that are participating today, don't be afraid to try something new. Go out of your comfort zone, try doing something new, and see where it takes you. As educators, we always have to remember that we have to learn too. And no matter what we're doing, we need to have those positive takeaways that we can build upon tomorrow. The second thing is that I want to share about being open to growing your circle. As much as we love to share, challenges before us, it's so important to share challenges as well as success. And everybody brings something to the table. And again, that was a key component of what we wanted to instill in Nature for All. And lastly, the third point I'll be making today is never underestimate the impact you may have. Because time and time again throughout my work, little things that I did seem to have a larger impact than what I intended. And in many cases, very positive impact. And so I think that as we go forward, and if you ever think of, oh, it really won't matter, it may not matter today, but it may matter in the future. And just remember that all of our work can have very successful and unintended positive impacts. So one of the things that we did when we started Nature for All was that we were in a really, it was a really kind of difficult situation because our chairperson, Juliana Zeidler, had to step away from the chair just 4 months before the World Conservation Congress for health reasons. And so Sean and Louisa Nakanuga-Diggs and I and Karen Keenley-Side of Parks Canada, we decided that we wanted to launch this program at the World Conservation Congress, and that we wanted to do it in a really big way. And so Kathy McKinnon, who was the chair of the World Commission on Protected Areas, was an absolute delight to work with. And she was, of course, all in on anything we wanted to do. So I said to Sean and others, look, I want a really powerful video. I had never done a video before, but I knew of people who had Pixel Dust Studios here in the DC area. And I said, I want to leave the delegates at the IUCN Congress with something that is going to bring about great emotion and great enthusiasm.
And I hope you have that for us today.
We do. And
Whoa,
if Jesse
that
can
is
tee it up, I'd like
good.
to share it with you now.
Awesome. What a treat. I had forgotten about the video, and definitely touches the fibers within you.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing when we first showed it at the Congress with, the thousands of delegates that were there. It was, the room just erupted in applause. And people came up to me afterwards and they had tears in their eyes and they were, very excited about this. And it just, again, I never thought it would have that level of impact. And then after the Congress, what was even more special, Luis, was that because of the way that we put the video together, where there were just the key messages, it was very easy to take the video and put it into other languages. So all of the CEC members around the world, numbers of them, 40, there were 40 different languages now that the video is in. And so they all volunteered their time to translate it into their language. And the third thing that I learned was how much it meant to different representatives to have the video in their native language, to have it in Mandarin, to have it in German, to have it, in many different languages was just so very special. And again, that's what I learned along that journey that I just didn't realize would happen. And so if you would have told me back in 2016 that today we'd be celebrating as Love Fest and that Nature for All would include the work of over 750 organizations from 80 countries, I would have been very, very, surprised. And how wonderful it is to celebrate that today. So, it's
totally
great.
agree. And I think we should bring the phrase, this is the greatest story of love of all time. And it's in the video. And to remember or to remind our viewers, in our YouTube channel, Nature for All channel, you can find all the versions of the videos and subsequent videos we've created in many languages for you to use, for you to share and bring that. Nancy, I was thinking about something, because you've worked with a lot of important people, both government and companies, and around the world, and in this strive to fall back in love, sometimes important people kind of disconnect because we feel that that's kind of kid stuff. I actually think it's human stuff, but in that sense, how can we bring this message and share these experiences to break barriers that inhibit or that create this idea that love is utopic, and bring the idea back that falling in love with nature is falling in love with ourselves and with others. It's actually what we need to create the glue and the cohesion that allow us to face the challenges we have today.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And one thing that we learn as communications expert is that not every message is going to resonate with every audience, right? That in the area of business, it's it's the economic case that usually moves people forward, or it drives decisions. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't try different ways of messaging. And so I think in thinking through the future of Nature for All, is that to do exactly what you just mentioned, Luis. Wouldn't that be a great opportunity for us as a group, as a community, to think through, okay, what's the next level for Nature for All? How do we take it out of our grassroots community and take it to a World Economic Forum and other places that can help remind key decision makers, movers and shakers from all over the world, that love does in fact live, even in, on spreadsheets, on financial reports. Because, as we look at biodiversity loss and how companies are now trying to understand their impact on biodiversity, just as they are looking at, climate disclosures and all of the ESG activities, this is an opportune time for us to really help to elevate and remind all of those, because at the end of the day, we're all people, right? We all have emotions, of what love brings us in, this great love story that we have with our planet. So Luis, I think that you have very importantly brought up a really good point that Sean Southey should pursue in the next year or so, in taking love, not laws, to the business community, let's say.
Yeah, I think we all have to do this, and it's part of your your 3 pointers,
Right.
because if we, let's say, think of my previous conversation with Rodrigo, he said, in his last invitation was, be adventurous, try to face your fears and do those things that you're afraid to do, and that relates a lot with your try something new and to grow out of your circle, because that's being adventurous. How do we build the courage, inspired and fed by love of nature, to actually express ourselves and bring others to fall back in love with nature? And I do think I've been with some decision makers and high level officials, and I've had the chance of sharing nature with them, and the impact is immediate. once they release, their resistance, they're just embraced by Mother Earth. And I think this is the hug that everybody needs, is to feel, belonging, and to feel that you are part of this broader, magical living system that embraces us, it feeds us, it shelters us, it gives us everything we ever need. And it's actually really high in abundance instead of scarcity, like we've been, grown to think. So it changes everything. I do think that, sharing this and not underestimating your impact, like you said, of sharing your love of nature is really powerful. Take your friends, take your family, share with whoever you can.
Right. And Luis, as you were talking, I was just thinking about, of just another play on messaging and plants and, nature. It's really about going back to our roots. And there you sit with the forest behind you. And I think about this whole proposition as, a forest with roots. And, I think about the people like Bob Carell, who used to take business leaders, or maybe still does take business leaders, to see the changes happening in Greenland. Or Tom Lovejoy was known for taking people to his camp in South America so that they could, see the rainforest. Or the incredible work that, so many other people do in just developing these documentaries that help us visit places we would never go. So there are lots of ways we can do that. But, I do think it's about going back to our roots as people, as children. And, I think if there's one last thought that I would leave everyone with here today is that, I started off my talk talking about my mother and how she used to say, okay, kids, outside, play. She needed some peace, and then we would be outside all day. And, right now, she's not well. She's nearly 93 years old, and she's suffering. And she said to me, not long ago that, this is no way to live, because my mother was always this vibrant person. But that too is a message in itself. Time goes by very quickly. And, we have, not only do we have the urgency of biodiversity loss behind us, before us, and the challenges of climate change before us, changes in our ocean before us, but our time on this planet goes so quickly. And if that can galvanize us in every way, we have to take advantage of these moments to really work so hard together to try to make change, because time flies. It really does.
And it makes me think of, the importance of accepting our vulnerability. And we are definitely, and maybe that's part of one of the barriers of trying to avoid accepting that we're not permanent,
Right.
And time does pass by. But there's larger time frames. The Earth's frame is 4.8 billion years, life's frame 3.8 billion years, and we live 70, 80, 100 years. So taking that into account brings scale to it, and maybe helps us understand the importance of sharing and really moving and bringing new generations not only into loving nature and connecting deeply, but into the capacity of understanding that action, what we do is what molds our present and what molds our future. So as you said, as more informed we are and more connected we can be, then we can move forth to those unknown spaces where we can build the future and the present that we dream. And we should do it. I think that's where the adventurous comes in. Why not? We will build a better world for all of us. So, Nancy.
Luis, we should be interviewing you. You're so insightful and articulate.
No, Nancy.
I'll chime in to say yes in the background. This whole interview has been amazing, but that was quite the speech.
Inspiring me. Great.
So, Nancy, we have 3 minutes, and I would like to hear from you, maybe an invitation or something you would like to leave all the viewers with. What is your gift to all the people that are watching?
Well, my gift is this, that, we are an incredible army together. And there are so many people to thank for the good work that they do. I think this idea of a love fest is a great way to capture that. Before I forget, I just want to thank the incredible group at Parks Canada for their dedication, for not just the Love Fest, but for all of the work that they did in launching Nature for All and keeping it so vibrant and alive and growing it. So to Jose and Pascal, and before them, Karen Keenlyside and Mike Wong, for all of their work. How absolutely blessed I have been to work with them. And to Sean Southey for his continued work and commitment to this. They're doing incredible things, and we're very, very lucky to have them. And I'm glad to be part of this today. So that's what I would leave you with, Luis.
So in agreement with you, and I would add one name to that list, Nancy Colton, because
very kind.
We are all part of this, and you were part of the birth of this. So thank you very much, and thank you for your stories, your inspiration, and everything you've shared with us.
Well, what a great day. Thank you.
Thank you. Have
Take
a good
care.
one. And we're going to invite Eduardo Chanqui now to the table and switch back to Spanish. Hola, Eduardo, ¿cómo estás? Estás en mute, si quieres desbloquear.
¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo están todos?
Eso, ahora sí, Eduardo, ¿cómo andas?
Bien, bien, ¿y tú qué tal?
Muy bien, muy contento de estar acá con ustedes y contigo. Eduardo, pues bienvenido a este Festival de Amor por la Tierra. Creo que es un día de celebración, y de celebración pues para muchos más allá que los humanos, porque creo que parte de lo que queremos hacer acá es invitar la voz de la tierra y el espíritu de la tierra a celebrar con nosotros. Y en eso pues quería arrancar escuchando tu historia, pero preguntándote un poquito quién eres, qué haces y cómo te enamoraste de la tierra. ¿Qué recuerdas tú que fue ese primer momento que te conectó, que te hizo vibrar o donde reconociste que tú estabas profundamente conectado?
Mira, comenzó desde niño, que creo que todavía no lograba comprender un poquito la dimensión de esta frase que me dijo mi papá en su momento. Yo he vivido en la selva lacandona, o bueno, en esta famosa selva en México. Yo pertenezco a la cultura maya, entonces nuestra cultura todavía se preserva en muchos rasgos, en muchos aspectos. Pero bien, en ese momento, de niño, cuando caminaba en la selva con mi papá, uno como niño a veces es inquieto, entonces andaba arrancando todas las hojas de las plantas. Entonces iba caminando con él en la selva y de repente notó que estaba haciendo esto, cortando todas las hojas de las plantas, y se detuvo y me dijo de que dejara de estar arrancando las hojas de la planta, que el hecho de que las plantas no hablen no significa que no sientan, que sangran lo mismo como nosotros. No lo dijo de forma muy amable, por supuesto, pero en su momento no lo entendí. Pero bien, años más tarde, pero a lo que voy con esto es que fue lo que detonó lo que hoy hago. Entonces, hubo otros momentos, por ejemplo, en donde me empecé a cuestionar las formas de cómo coexistir con la naturaleza. Yo vivo en una comunidad y a veces habían personas que mataban a ciertos animalitos, como por ejemplo serpientes, que decían que todas son peligrosas, y yo me cuestionaba si realmente eran peligrosas. Pero bien, uno como niño no puede hacer muchas cosas por falta de conocimientos. Y bien, más tarde lo mismo, me cuestionaba muchas cosas de por qué hacían lo que hacían las personas al matar, al molestar animales. Y me empecé a dar como la tarea de poder indagar un poquito. Yo no soy biólogo, ni nada, pero me he vuelto autodidacta en este tema de la parte ambiental y empecé a comprender de que realmente los animales no eran peligrosos, pero más allá desde la parte científica también empecé a indagar un poquito más a fondo sobre mi cultura, sobre nuestra cosmovisión religiosa y todo lo que integra como tal nuestra cultura. Y aprendí y descubrí dentro de mi propia cultura, de nuestra propia cosmovisión maya, que nos dictaba la forma de cómo coexistir de forma responsable con cada ser vivo, con cada planta, con cada insecto. Y una premisa muy importante que rige nuestra cultura es que cada cosa que habita en la selva tiene un guardián o un dios. Si nosotros hacemos un mal uso de estos recursos, de esta biodiversidad, los dioses nos castigaban. Entonces, a partir de ahí, desde que mi papá me dijo de que las plantas sangran, descubrí de que sí es cierto, es una analogía, por supuesto, es una metáfora, pero entendemos de que sí, que hay que actuar de forma responsable con cada uno de los seres vivos que habitamos y de esta forma podemos lograr la armonía de la naturaleza.
Claro que sí, muchas gracias, Eduardo. Me haces pensar un poco, digamos, yo tuve la oportunidad de trabajar en la Amazonía, en comunidades en indígenas Huitoto, en el centro de la Amazonía, y muchas de las conversaciones iban precisamente a esa cosmovisión ancestral, pero es una cosmovisión de relaciones, en cómo nos relacionamos nosotros con eso que llamamos naturaleza. Y la naturaleza, de hecho, la definición es algo externo a nosotros, por eso la identificamos, por lo menos en el lenguaje moderno, como algo separado. Pero muchas de las cosmologías lo ven como algo integrado y no ven la naturaleza necesariamente como un objeto, sino más como un sujeto, es como otro parte del sistema de vida que compartimos. Y eso me parece pues muy bonito en tu realización. Y me llama la atención pues la historia de los guardianes, porque cuando uno mira también las comunidades amazónicas, pues tienen los guardianes de las plantas, de las comunidades, y yo más que un guardián que lo regaña o lo castiga a uno, los conocí a través de algunos hombres de medicina, algunos chamanes, que me decían que la forma en que ellos manejaban su entorno natural era conectándose profundamente, transportándose en la selva a conversar con los guardianes. Y este era el rol que ellos tenían en su comunidad, ser esa interfaz que traducía y podía hablar con los guardianes y traer ese lenguaje a sus comunidades. Pero en las conversaciones normalmente lo que buscaban era que hubieran colaboraciones, que hubieran acuerdos de respeto, de relaciones, para que las mismas especies de plantas y animales pudieran proveer al ser humano y el ser humano también pudiera generar las condiciones para que esas plantas y esos animales pudieran prosperar. Entonces, en últimas, eran negociadores de paz, creo yo, entre dos mundos.
Sí, por supuesto. Y retomando un poquito lo que mencionas, es que hoy en día la globalización, la modernidad, la sociedad se empieza a alejar más de la naturaleza y lo que no entendemos es que somos parte de la naturaleza, siempre hemos sido parte de ella y es imposible alejarnos de ella, pero al parecer la sociedad o la mayoría de la sociedad se esfuerza tanto en este sentido y la respuesta, yo siempre he dicho que la respuesta está simplemente en observar la naturaleza, de cómo funciona, de cómo interactúan los animales y el ser humano puede ver en retrospectiva de cómo poder emular las interacciones de la naturaleza y entender de cuál es el significado de ser parte de la naturaleza. Muchas veces en todo este aspecto de la modernidad o de la conservación o de la parte científica que son muchas veces externas a las comunidades indígenas, a veces dicen no hay que tocar la naturaleza, hay que mantenerla intacta y la conservación no se trata de eso, sino que hacer una gestión adecuada de los recursos naturales y no hay que mirar tan lejos, simplemente es voltear a ver, como menciono, a la naturaleza y a la cosmovisión de las comunidades indígenas, o en este caso, por ejemplo, a la cultura al cual yo pertenezco, que es el maya, que nos enseña muchas veces a cómo interactuar de forma responsable. Y es que, como tú mencionabas con los indígenas en los Amazonas, es que mis abuelos, bisabuelos, ellos tenían contacto con estos dioses. Yo no lo tomo como mitología muchas veces estos relatos, yo prefiero respetar y honrar esta parte de nuestros conocimientos ancestrales y respetar esta parte de que para ellos fue real, de que tuvieron contacto con estas deidades y las deidades les mostraron la forma de cómo poder coexistir con la naturaleza, hacer un uso responsable y respetuoso de cada ser vivo. Y eso es algo que he encontrado la forma de cómo poder compartirlo con las personas y mostrarles de que no es nada nuevo de hoy en día, sino que eso es parte de nosotros, parte de nuestra historia, parte de nuestra cultura, al menos en México, como mexicanos, parte de esta cultura como mayas o como aztecas, de que no está muy lejos de nosotros, sino que ha sido parte de nuestra historia, de nuestro ser, y simplemente es volver a revalorar nuestra historia. Y, por ejemplo, lo que hace Nature for All o Naturaleza para Todos, de que es poder compartir nuevamente estas historias y poder reenamorarnos nuevamente de todo lo que nos rodea. Y de esta forma podemos apreciar mucho más lo que tenemos como herencia cultural, como la biodiversidad que todavía tenemos.
Claro que sí, pues toca volvernos a enamorar y enamorarnos todos los días. Creo que es la esencia de lo que hablamos. Pero pues yo he leído que tú trabajas en la selva lacandona en el programa de conservación del cocodrilo de pantano, ¿correcto? Entonces quisiera escuchar un poquito las historias tuyas de este programa, de este trabajo con los cocodrilos y cómo esta visión ancestral y esto que hemos venido hablando se traduce a un programa de conservación. ¿Cómo lo traemos a que se vuelva como una interfaz para realmente proteger no solo un ecosistema, sino una especie como el cocodrilo, en este caso, que además incita muchas veces terror en las personas y no es comprendido en su totalidad? Cuéntanos un poquito de eso.
Mira, pasa igual, como te dije, el que yo me fui enamorando más de la naturaleza no es algo nuevo para mí, pero era más el desconocimiento. Y fue como un proceso desde mi niñez hasta mi adolescencia de poder cuestionarme estas cosas. Entonces, yo viviendo en la selva, literalmente el jaguar pasa cerca de mi casa, porque también hacemos monitoreo de fauna en cámaras trampa, entonces el jaguar pasa cerca, el ocelote, el margay, el puma pasa cerca prácticamente de mi casa porque yo vivo en la selva. Entonces hay serpientes y vivo cerca de unas 3 lagunas que están por aquí atrás mío. Hay cocodrilos y prácticamente yo vivo en un entorno así rodeado de estos animales. Y las personas que venían que no eran de nuestra comunidad decían de que yo siempre escuchaba y me decían, no, es que los cocodrilos son peligrosos, las serpientes son peligrosos, el jaguar es peligroso, si te metes a la selva te come el jaguar, te come el puma, si te metes al agua pues te va a comer el cocodrilo. Y yo me cuestionaba esta parte de que, pero si en ningún momento a mí me ha atacado el cocodrilo, yo por supuesto nado en una de las lagunas, hay cocodrilos por supuesto, pero ojo, tampoco quiero decir de que no estoy queriendo decir de invitar a las personas a que naden con estos animales, sino que hay que entender varios factores de cómo poder coexistir de forma responsable. Entonces me cuestionaba esa parte de que cómo es que las personas pensaban que estos animales eran peligrosos si yo viviendo en la selva, yo me meto a nadar, yo voy a la orilla de estas lagunas para tomar agua y ni siquiera el cocodrilo se ha acercado. Y era, por supuesto, joven, adolescente, y como no tenía estos conocimientos para poder compartirle a las personas y simplemente les decía, no, pues no es peligroso, pues aquí estoy entero con todas mis extremidades y no, los cocodrilos no son peligrosos, las serpientes no son peligrosas, ningún animal es peligroso. Y llegué a la conclusión, eso es una conclusión muy personal, de que los animales no son peligrosos, sino que el ser humano crea situaciones peligrosas. Entonces, a partir de ahí empecé a indagar de forma autodidacta, a investigar más sobre los animales y desde el aspecto de mi cultura, como por ejemplo una de las cosas que nos enseñan o de lo que me ha compartido mi abuelo es que los cocodrilos no comen a las personas. Si tú no quieres, por ejemplo, que un cocodrilo se acerque donde tú estás nadando, simplemente un cayuco es una canoa de madera que se labra, y en su momento, en esas épocas, se creía que esos cayucos o esa canoa era el hermano mayor de todos los cocodrilos, y los cocodrilos que viven en los cuerpos de agua no se acercaban a por respeto. Entonces, bajo esta, por ejemplo, creencia o cosmovisión o estas costumbres prácticas, hacían que podamos coexistir con estos animales sin que pensemos que estos animales nos van a atacar. U otra de las creencias, por ejemplo, de que cuando este cayuco en su momento, que en esas épocas creían que sí era un cocodrilo y tomaba la forma de un cocodrilo, pues estos cocodrilos, por ejemplo, de los que viven en el agua, se acercaban a y le decían, oye, quiero que me des de tu carga, es decir, a los humanos que transportaba, y se negaba y nunca se dio. Y dice que es por eso que los cocodrilos, o en este caso los cocodrilos, es por eso que nos comen a los humanos, porque si hubiese sido el caso de que este cayuco o este cocodrilo al que creían que era, si hubiera dado a los humanos como ofrenda, sí vamos a ser parte de su cadena alimenticia, pero como no fue el caso, por eso no lo somos. Entonces, esa es como la parte de nuestra cosmovisión. Y ahora, bueno, en México, por ejemplo, se maneja el tema de las UMAS, que es una unidad de manejo para la conservación de la vida silvestre. Entonces tenemos esto y hemos rescatado algunos cocodrilos, y la idea es que con estos animales y a través de nuestra cosmovisión, de nuestra cultura maya, es poder compartirle a las personas de que realmente no son peligrosos si cuidamos varios aspectos. Por ejemplo, no destruir su hábitat, no sobreexplotar su fuente de alimento, no molestarlos, no acostumbrarlos a la presencia del ser humano y por supuesto respetarlos. Ningún accidente llegaría a ocurrir, y hasta ahora, por supuesto, no ha ocurrido esos accidentes. Y al menos en mi comunidad, por ejemplo, que hay muchos cuerpos de agua, hay cocodrilos, las personas nadan en esos cuerpos de agua y no ha ocurrido ningún accidente. Entonces, la idea con este proyecto es invitar a las personas a que se den la oportunidad de conocer un poquito más a estos animales desde la parte, por supuesto, científica, biológica de los animales, pero también desde la perspectiva prehispánica de nuestra cultura, porque algo que siempre comparto es que como mexicanos o como toda cultura mesoamericana prehispánica, es que a estos animales en su momento, antes de la llegada de los españoles, se consideraban deidades, el jaguar, la serpiente, el cocodrilo. Entonces la idea es de que decirles, miren, no es algo extraño para nosotros. Nuestra cultura nos ha enseñado de que estos eran deidades, solo que hay que reaprender nuevamente a cómo coexistir con estos animales, y podemos aprender desde la parte, como digo, desde la parte biológica, pero también desde la parte cultural.
Excelente, excelente, Eduardo. Estaba pensando, escuchándote hablar, que seguramente tenemos muchas personas que están viendo esta transmisión y realmente no han estado nunca en una selva. Por lo tanto, es difícil entender desde una ciudad qué significa eso. Entonces me gustaría, no sé si te le mides a contarle a todos los que están observando la transmisión cómo es la experiencia de vivir en la selva, cómo es esa experiencia, y contarla no solo desde lo objetivo, sino tratar de traer los elementos que yo llamo los elementos invisibles, que es toda esa magia del sentir y de las relaciones que se van creando, pues, de vivir rodeado de naturaleza y de naturaleza silvestre. ¿Te le mides?
Sí, mira, el estar en la naturaleza como tal, muchas veces las personas buscan formas de cómo conectarse con la naturaleza. Realmente creo que simplemente es poder realmente conectarse consigo mismo para conectarse con la naturaleza, porque muchas veces, por ejemplo, el vivir en las ciudades, el estar con todas estas, con el estrés del trabajo y todo eso, muchas veces lo traen aquí, vienen, visitan, se van, pero realmente ni siquiera generan esa conexión con la naturaleza, pero simplemente basta, considero yo, de estar un momento a solas con nosotros mismos, rodeados de estas plantas, ver el sonido, el canto de las aves, el viento, el aire puro que respiramos, el ver algunos animales que recorren la selva, el entender de que la selva, como les digo, al final es energía, nosotros somos energía, y si canalizamos esta energía con la naturaleza o con todo lo que nos rodea, realmente podemos sentir lo que es la naturaleza y al final entender, como les digo, que somos parte de la naturaleza. Algo, por ejemplo, que es muy simbólico dentro de nuestra cultura es, por ejemplo, la ceiba, que es un árbol sagrado. No sé si en otras culturas de Sudamérica tienen esta parte o con referencia a este árbol, pero esta ceiba al final conecta con los tres mundos, que con sus raíces conecta el inframundo, las ramas, las copas conectan con el supramundo y el tronco es donde nosotros estamos. Al final, todo es un mismo canal que nos conecta con todos. Entonces, es tratar de poder realmente concentrarse en uno mismo, sentir todo lo que nos rodea, las plantas, los animales, el río, sentir realmente esta parte, esta conexión, para poder entender cuál es nuestro lugar en la naturaleza. Porque muchas veces con tanto bombardeo también de información con respecto a la parte de cómo podemos conservar y eso, muchas veces al final genera conflicto en la sociedad de cuál es la mejor opción, pero al menos yo trato de transmitir esta parte, no solo de la naturaleza, porque como les digo, nuestra cultura como seres humanos para nosotros es que formamos parte de uno mismo. Entonces la idea es transmitirle toda esta parte de nuestra cosmovisión y eso, para que realmente comprendamos cuál para nosotros, o desde mí, desde lo personal, para mí esta parte o el significado de ser parte de la naturaleza es retribuir mucho más que lo que aprovechamos. Y eso es algo que hace la propia naturaleza. Por ejemplo, tratamos de hacer ver que hacer notar a las personas quienes nos visitan de que, miren, estos animales, por ejemplo, aprovechan la fruta de este árbol, pero lo dispersa y al final permite que otra planta crezca, otro árbol crezca, y de esta forma vuelve a ser un árbol donde va a ser el hogar de muchos animalitos y va a ser el alimento de otros animales. Entonces, esta parte de entender que la armonía de ser parte de la naturaleza, de entender el significado de la naturaleza, al final es retribuir mucho más de lo que aprovechamos. Y eso es lo que ha hecho desde décadas atrás, siglos atrás, nuestros ancestros, los mayas, mis bisabuelos, abuelos hasta hoy en día. Entonces, yo siento, y eso es como algo que transmito siempre, de que la armonía de ser parte de la naturaleza es esto, de poder retribuir mucho más de lo que aprovechamos, que es algo a lo mejor muy redundante que se maneja hoy en día, por ejemplo, en la modernidad es dar sin recibir a cambio. Pero para nosotros, y es lo que hace, por ejemplo, un jaguar. El jaguar se alimenta de un animalito, pero al final contribuye mucho más esta acción, esta conducta al alimentarse, al controlar otras poblaciones. Entonces, es realmente entender cuál es la dinámica de la naturaleza y poder entrar en juego con esa dinámica. Y cuando tú entras en contacto con esta energía y esta comprensión, al final sientes la paz y la armonía de ser parte de un todo. Entonces yo creo que eso es como algo que yo considero que es muy importante y siempre es algo que siempre recalco mucho en todas las pláticas que me dicen de cómo podemos ser más parte de la naturaleza o cómo podemos contribuir con la naturaleza. Y muchas veces, por ejemplo, las personas que viven en las ciudades de cómo puedo ayudar, creo que podemos ayudar de muchísimas formas. Hoy en día en la globalización en el que nos encontramos inmersos, cualquier acción que hagan desde sus casas, desde las ciudades, puede repercutir a otras reservas en otras partes del mundo. Entonces, simplemente en la medida en que seamos más conscientes, entenderemos de cómo podemos interactuar o cómo generar un impacto más positivo en la naturaleza. Entonces, creo que ya sea desde que viven en las ciudades o vengan a la naturaleza, sí, todo parte de esta parte de la conciencia, de poder entender todo este juego, de cómo podemos ser parte de todo.
Buenísimo, buenísimo. Y me queda una cosa y es, tú terminas con ser parte de la conciencia, pero empezaste con la capacidad de escuchar, lo que voy a interpretar yo es la voz del silencio, porque en últimas, en las ciudades estamos, como decías, distraídos y con tanto ruido que muchas veces vamos a la selva y ni siquiera nos permitimos escuchar la selva y conectarnos con la selva. Entonces ese escuchar el silencio para mí, pues me hace pensar, si uno está viviendo en la selva y está aprendiendo de ese escuchar profundo, que te conecta, que te vuelve parte, que te hace sentir parte y que te transmite conocimiento. ¿Cómo podemos traer ese silencio también a la ciudad? Y creo que aunque pues no estemos en la selva, se puede. Se puede desde la visualización, desde tener acceso a áreas naturales y conectarse igualmente con ellas y permitirse ese silencio y esa capacidad de escucha de las aves, del viento, de las hojas, de todo esto que nos rodea. Y por otro lado, me gustó muchísimo a lo que llegaste en decir de esa circularidad o de esa forma en que todo en la naturaleza está en servicio de la naturaleza como tal. Y me recuerda un poquito de los principios de vida que vienen de la biomímesis. No sé si has escuchado ese concepto, pero la biomimética es el estudio del reflejo de la naturaleza en los sistemas y cómo funciona la naturaleza. Y uno de los principios de la biomimética es que la vida crea las condiciones para que la vida prospere. Y esto es lo que ha permitido que la vida prospere y se haya generado pues esa mágica diversidad que tienes alrededor tuyo. Entonces me parece súper interesante lo que dices y es cómo podemos nosotros volver a reconocernos como seres interdependientes, interconectados en un sistema en donde debemos ponernos a servicio también de las condiciones para que la vida prospere. Y ahí es donde están las acciones que debemos hacer. Sí, capté un poquito, digamos, interpretando lo que dijiste.
Sí, por supuesto, como te decía, al final creo que las personas que o a lo mejor no tienen tanto la oportunidad de viajar de un lugar a otro muy lejano donde se encuentran estos ecosistemas, al final creo que cerca de sus ciudades hay ciertos sitios en donde creo que pueden ir y conectarse consigo mismos. Yo a veces camino solo en la selva, me gusta caminar solo en la selva también en ciertas ocasiones y poder escuchar el silencio y percibir todo lo que está en mi alrededor. Y eso, cuando realmente aprendes a hacer eso, llegas a conectarte con la naturaleza y al final comprendes de que eres parte de y no eres más que la naturaleza. Y una parte, por ejemplo, que yo he hecho como parte de mi actividad es que me empecé nuevamente a cuestionar de cómo puedo compartir estas cosas con las personas, cómo puedo llegar a más personas para poder compartirle la belleza y la importancia de la naturaleza, de mi cultura o quienes no tienen todavía la oportunidad de venir hasta acá. Y encontré esta forma de las redes sociales, por ejemplo, lo que hace Nature for All en estos momentos, de aprovechar estas plataformas, de estas tecnologías de la modernidad y acercarles esta ventana de la naturaleza, de los animales, de la biodiversidad que tenemos en cualquier rincón del mundo. Entonces, creo que hay diferentes formas de cómo conectarnos, de cómo percibir, de cómo entrar en contacto con la naturaleza. Tal vez es de una forma virtual, pero al final de cuentas creo que es una forma de cómo transmitir estos mensajes y llegar a más personas. Y esa es una de las formas que yo he encontrado de aprovechar las redes sociales, desde Instagram, Facebook o en YouTube, de poder compartirles este pequeño rincón de la selva lacandona y de cómo podemos coexistir de forma responsable desde la parte de nuestra cosmovisión como mayas, así como también desde la parte científica, que hoy en día yo considero que como cultura, como nuestra cosmovisión y tradiciones de una comunidad indígena ya no son suficientes en un mundo tan globalizado para poder generar un impacto en la conservación. Hoy en día tenemos que sumar esfuerzos con la parte científica, biológica que generan los investigadores y juntar todos estos conocimientos para poder entender la mejor forma de cómo llevar a cabo estrategias de conservación en las comunidades indígenas, porque algo que hay que recalcar es que la mayoría de las comunidades indígenas son los que poseen estos territorios hoy en día.
Correcto, y se ha demostrado, especialmente en los últimos 5 años, formalmente que los territorios mejor conservados son los territorios que están en últimas habitados todavía por estas comunidades ancestrales indígenas alrededor del mundo. Y es algo importantísimo, que nos invita además a pensar cómo podemos volver a actuar como nuestros ancestros, porque independiente que vengamos de Europa, Europa también tenía sus comunidades ancestrales que vivían en conexión profunda con la naturaleza. O sea, creo que hay una dicotomía que toca romper, y es ese concepto de que nosotros no somos de nuestros ancestros y nuestros ancestros no son de la tierra. Porque en últimas no importa la raza, no importa el origen, no importa de dónde venimos, todos venimos del mismo lugar. Y eso es fundamental porque nos recuerda que somos naturaleza y venimos de la tierra. Entonces creo que eso es importante. Tenemos unos minutos y quería invitarte de pronto a que le ofrezcas o un regalo, o una invitación o unas últimas palabras a todas las personas que están viendo esta entrevista, que nos ayude a entender desde tu perspectiva qué debemos hacer o qué invitación le haces a todos las personas que están viéndonos.
Sí, antes de compartirles eso, algo que para mí es muy importante es que las tradiciones antiguas generan grandes enseñanzas para poder comprender cuál es nuestro lugar en la naturaleza. Y eso muchas comunidades lo han hecho, quienes lo han preservado muy bien al paso del tiempo. Y el mensaje es este que siempre también comparto mucho a las personas, es que no importa cuán pequeña sea la acción, al final de cuentas, las pequeñas acciones generan grandes impactos a grandes escalas que si hacemos bien las cosas, los beneficios son positivos para todos. Y es lo que mencioné hace un momento, de que no importa si vives en la ciudad, el hecho de consumir tal producto o el dejar de consumir tal producto, al final estas pequeñas acciones van a generar impactos en otras partes, en otros países, en otros ecosistemas. Entonces, si quieren hacer estas pequeñas acciones al final en un mundo tan globalizado, va a generar grandes impactos, ya sea positivo o negativo, y pueden contribuir de forma ya sea directa o indirecta también. Y creo que una de las mejores formas de poder, como les dije, de entender el equilibrio de la naturaleza es esta parte de retribuir mucho más de lo que aprovechamos, porque eso es lo que hace la naturaleza, es lo que hacen todos los animales que interactúan en este tipo de ecosistemas. Y la mejor respuesta de cómo podemos realizar la conservación al final está en la naturaleza. Y si tienen la oportunidad de ir, de visitar a alguna reserva, algún parque o lo que sea, o el simple hecho de tocar una planta, créanme que eso es la mejor forma también de conectar con todo.
Entonces, abrir el corazón a volverse a enamorar. Y creo que
Sí.
Para terminar como esta entrevista me gustaría hacer una reflexión, y tú hablabas del rol de los ancestros y ese pensamiento ancestral. Pero nosotros hoy en día, basado en lo que tú estás diciendo, seremos ancestros de otros que vendrán. Por lo tanto,
Sí, por supuesto.
podríamos decir que lo que tenemos que es actuar y convertirnos en los mejores ancestros posibles, porque si lo hacemos así, pues realmente actuaremos en línea y en sincronía con la vida y con la naturaleza, ¿no crees?
Sí, yo siempre he dicho esta parte de que, como también mencioné hace un rato, creo que es hacer la mejor versión de lo que fuimos antes, de la herencia cultural, de los conocimientos que nos fueron heredados, y conjuntarlo con todos los conocimientos que tenemos hoy en día, que creo que hay muchísima, y creo que podemos hacer mejores cosas que antes.
Bueno, pues muchísimas gracias, Eduardo, por tu tiempo, por tus historias, por ese poquito de selva que nos traes y ese recordatorio de conectarnos con nuestros ancestros para volvernos los mejores ancestros de las futuras generaciones. Muchísimas gracias por estar acá.
A ti, Luis.
Y espero que sigas protegiendo los cocodrilos y amando la tierra como lo has expresado. Muchísimas gracias.
A ti.
Jesse, we're back.
Farewell, Eduardo. By the way, kudos to you for doing Spanish, English, Spanish, English. That is a neat trick. It's quick on the ball. By the way, even as someone who doesn't understand a word of Spanish, it's so amazing to hear the passion and energy. Every time we've had Spanish speakers, the entire Love Fest, every program we've had that I don't understand the language, it's still amazing to hear people's enthusiasm for the work that they do, and just what a fun program. Thank you so much for the series of interviews. And we're in theory going to have another one in Spanish, but alas, our speakers have not shown up, and so Luis and I get to hang out together for a little bit, which really we haven't had the chance to do. And I'm so in awe of the work that you do, and I get to do a mini interview of you for a bit if you're game for it. So
sure, I'm always game.
Okay, so Jose had mentioned a little bit about Opepa at the beginning. If you could speak a little bit about the work that you do so that our audience can get to know you a little more, I'd love to hear your take on it.
Okay, well, OPEPA is the Organization for Environmental Education and Protection. Yeah. It was an organization I founded with a couple of friends 25 years ago. Wow. You know, this year we're 25 years old, which seems a long time once you look back on it. And actually, it arose from a very complex sequence of events.
Yeah.
And I have to say, I'm one of the confused ones, and that's a good thing, because I went to school to study mechanical engineering.
Yeah.
And during that period, I realized that, you know, my heart wasn't resonating with creating more structures and working endlessly to transform nature into something else.
Yeah.
So I figured I would switch to something that was closer to me. So I applied for an arts degree and ended up doing a Master of Fine Arts, because I love the expression, the colors, and the magic in the arts.
Yeah.
But as I started this degree, I realized that my inspiration was nature. And this is where I anchored back into realizing that nature, you know, was a fundamental part, not only of my life, but of, you know, everybody who lives in the planet, human and non-human. And in that process, I started seeing how separated we were becoming as human societies. And in you know, that realization, I came to think that, you know, one of the most important things I had when I was a little kid was access to nature in Colombia, and the contact and the constant access to nature. And I figured, you know, looking at a lot of the kids in the cities, that the lack of access to being in contact with nature was definitely one of the causes and the root causes of our separation, and hence of the environmental degradation, because ultimately it's about our relationship with nature. Yeah. So how do we relate with nature? We first need to establish a relationship. So to establish our relationship, we need to believe nature is a subject, not only an object. And we need to be in close contact. So I started thinking of the importance of creating a space where kids in Colombia and youth in Colombia could actually have opportunities to get in close contact with nature. And this is how the organization came out. In finding others, a couple of friends, 2 biologists and another conservation biologist that had also had deep, meaningful experiences in nature and were reflecting on the same thing. So we got together and we said, let's create opportunities for children and youth to really get close into nature and reestablish that relationship. And that's how it all came about. So 25 years ago, we started creating wilderness education programs with environmental emphasis, and that led to what we today call nature-based education with our relational focus. Because we realized that nature, you know, the fracture of our relationship with nature is not very different to the fracture of our relationship to ourselves or to others. And ultimately, we need 3 of those relationships in order to harmonize our being in the planet. So we need to be in good relation. And I think this comes to our last conversation with Eduardo, because he was talking about the importance of, you know, bringing the ancestors. And we were talking about becoming good ancestors. And I was thinking of some talks I've heard from Lakota and other North American indigenous and South American indigenous communities, and the way they speak about, coming into right relation with all life around us and becoming good ancestors. So I think that all captures it. And today I think this is what we're trying to do: work to connect children with nature, people with nature, in such a way that we can awaken our capacity to become good ancestors.
I find it really interesting that that's the phrasing behind this, because I've noticed in the last 5 years in particular, one of the big charges against sort of our current culture and the way that we've done things business as usual is the idea that our grandchildren will lament our existence. And I think that's such an interesting tack, because when I was a kid, people didn't talk that way. They went, oh, we're messing things up and we'll face it ourselves. But this idea that, our impact goes forward into the future, and we ought to be considering that sort of in everything that we do, has been really profound. There was a fantastic book I read last year called The Ministry for the Future. And so the idea was that it's a science fiction book. It's one of my favorite science fiction books I've ever read. And it starts in the present day, basically, but with this idea that there's this climate catastrophe that happens, thousands of people die, and the world sort of comes together to go, we need to really start planning for the future. And it starts from that frame point and goes forward and projects forward, and how people combat against that or get on board with that, how that changes the world. And I was talking earlier in one of our interviews briefly about, again, North American indigenous communities with the 7 generations principle, or the idea that you're looking 7 generations into the future. And it's so opposite to the Western approach. We're here to take over. There's buffalo on the plain. Let's shoot them all. Oh, there's a field. Let's turn it into a strip mall, right? And so we're starting to realize the limitations and the huge drawbacks of that approach. And I think it's really heartening to see, really, relatively speaking, how quickly a lot of mindsets have shifted on the government level, on the NGO level, to really start taking positive action. So I'm really glad to see that that's the case, and I'm excited that it feeds into the work that you're doing. I'm really curious. You have the fine arts background now. In OPEPA, do you bring in fine arts? Do you have students do art projects as part of their work? I'd love to hear more.
Well, with more than I do bring fine art, but not in the way you would expect.
Okay.
In the sense that I do think that right now education is really about creating learning experiences.
Yep.
And as you create learning experiences have to involve many ways of relating, of building relations, of building ways of knowing.
Yeah.
And we're used to education based on knowledge and the transference of knowledge.
Yeah.
But education comes from our experience also. Our body has knowledge and gains knowledge. Our perceptions, our intuition gains knowledge all the time. And ultimately, it's all processed in our minds, our hearts. So our emotions are definitely a reflection of how we thread and weave the academic knowledge, the perception or the sensory knowledge, and our interpretation of that knowledge to make sense. So this is fundamental. But in order to do that, we not only need to learn from the knowledge that's available, we need to experience, but we need to process. And to process, there's many ways of doing it. And I think art is one of the best ways of doing it, because art allows us to bring the subjective, that untangible essence of what we're living, feeling, and it's happening towards an expression that's tangible. Yeah. So I can bring my feeling, and we see it in Muir's writings, in Thoreau's writings. They're bringing that intangible, untouchable, ungrabbable essence of experience in nature, wild and ponds, and bringing it into a way that can be communicated, that can be shared, and that can be made tangible. So I think art in all its forms has that capacity. So in all learning, we should engage in knowledge, experience, emotions, and art expression, and our capacity to bring that into communication and sharing and expressing.
one of the things that I really like about the work that you've talked about, and sort of this idea of having the experience and sort of having it stick, and of the multifaceted ways in which people need to have relationships and foster those, is the idea of getting outdoors and being with people in that, literally just being outdoors, learning those skills, getting out for expeditions, so to speak. Peppa, you talked about doing it. One of my favorite programs, the entire series, was Wild Nights Out with Jess Tyrell in South Africa. And it was her talking about the organization and what they do. And then they had one of the students, Tanashi, came on, who was the most articulate. He's at your level of being articulate. You're the top two of anyone who's come on so far. Just speaking to this fact that he had this amazing experience going out, interacting with people he never would have had the chance to interact with, getting to do skills and do things that were completely foreign to him. And now he's on the path to becoming the person that takes other people on those experiences. And I think that's one of the ways in which programs like yours are so beneficial, because it makes learners want to become teachers. And when you have a system set up to do that, it perpetuates itself. And it's something that we've seen in a lot of the conservation organizations over the course of these broadcasts, is that, it's one person who's passionate, or a few people like you and your colleagues that are passionate, but then they inspire a community, and then those people want to keep the chain going. And it's this, positive feedback reaction where you end up with an entire region, country, world, in what we're hoping for with this Love Fest, on board with an idea or a way of thinking about the world. I think that's such a...
And like you say, this is the Love Fest, and the Love Fest is the festival of sharing the love of nature. And I think that's the essence, and education should be that. Should be, a mechanism to share the love, to share the capacity to discover that love, to connect, to engage. And I think in my interviews today, it came up in all of them. Yeah. I remember Rodrigo was saying, his initial connection was because his family used to go with him to nature, and they had significant experiences that were building their family cohesion. They're building their place on earth cohesion. So relationships are being built in sharing these experiences, and not only living the magic of nature by yourself, but actually being able to share that magic with others. And for me, that was the key point that brought me to thinking of creating a Peppa. Because I used to go outside, but then people would see me going outside and say, Luis, why don't you take me in your next trip? Because I would have fun. I would be, excited and share about it. So they would come with me, and I would see how their eyes shifted. And I mentioned this in the previous interview. The eyes shifted from being opaque to being glossy and excited and in awe. And I now have read the studies, that have been done in Berkeley on the science of awe. And it's incredible, because it is clearly now scientifically proven that nature and experiences in nature allow you to come into this condition of awe, where, you're feeling a transcendental moment. And these transcendental moments ultimately allow you to realize you are nature. And I think this is the whole essence of falling in love, becoming part or becoming with everything else, because that's where we are really whole, we're really complete.
I've certainly felt, I can look back on my life, and of course I've had memorable moments with friends and family, I've had memorable moments at home, but the things that really stick with me are outdoors, whether it's being on the sea the first time, seeing a whale for the first time. I was lucky enough when I finished university to go to Tanzania and see these animals that I'd grown up with in videos and pictures in person. And there's nothing like that feeling. But this is something that you don't need to go to the Amazon or the Serengeti to experience. And so in Canada, certainly, growing up in 1992 when I was born, the sort of most challenging relationships I would say are like boys or men over 18 together. Like there's a disconnect there. There's like a distance, you can talk about certain things. Maybe it's movies, maybe it's video games. And I started going for walks around my block and to the local park. And my oldest friend lived 3 doors down. And he's like, hey, can I come? And so we started doing a daily walk. And then we'd go to more other, parks nearby. And so to get out in nature, as opposed to be mediated by a screen, we go and we watch television together. The difference in what we were able to talk about, how we were able to connect, his feelings, sort of that glossy-eyed reverence and awe that you feel being in a park is so powerful. And you're right, it's been so exciting to see science catch up to what sort of, I think, a lot of us instinctually knew all along. The feeling in your body and your mind and your soul when you go out and do a natural space is so much different than what you experience elsewhere. And to see that sort of be backed up in a way that will lead to more of that happening is really exciting. I'm sure you're familiar with park prescriptions, this idea that you can prescribe nature as medicine, and we're starting to do this. You know, you're sick, you're tired, you're depressed, go to the national park, and here's a pass to go. And that has a measurable, tangible impact, and that is such a profound and magical thing to.
Yeah, and today, you know, advancing this conversation, I think, you know, with the work of IUCN and the Children in Nature Network and others, and the Salzburg Fellows Program, we have actually, with a global cohort of people, created an initiative that's called Greening School Grounds and Outdoor Learning. And it's precisely understanding what you're saying, you know, the power of connecting and bringing access. So how or what would happen if education actually becomes the provider of access, of the opportunities for kids to share while in contact with nature, of living learning experiences in contact with nature? And what effect can that have in reestablishing our relationship with the natural world, in the sense that that will allow us to actually start imagining and believing in a world where we can coexist and actually thrive together. And I think this is a critical point on our conversation and the Love Fest. You know, the Love Fest obviously is bringing love and putting it in front center. But why? Why is love important? Because love allows us to create conditions for us to thrive. So let's embrace it. And let's, you know, like you said, if you have no access to a national park, it doesn't matter. You know, take a walk on your block, even within your house. We've done these exercises of mapping emotional landscapes inside houses, especially during COVID, where everybody was packed in. And we're inviting students to bring nature into the house and to find nature out the window and really connect emotionally with what was happening and find the magic. And it's incredible to see how, if people allow themselves and open their hearts to observe and to connect, you know, how that really impacts you. It can be at home, in your neighborhood, or in a wilderness, anywhere in the world. It doesn't matter.
It's why people put bird feeders outside their window. I mean, you want to have that connection. It's through glass. It's something where you're sort of bringing them to you, but it's people long for that sort of connection. I remember as a boy, I went in my backyard with a magnifying glass and a sketch pad, and I counted the number of species I could find, and it was 72. I remember that so distinctly. I was a terrible artist. I was much worse than you, but I mean, I could put 6 legs in a little ant figure on my drawing when I was a boy, and that was such a meaningful thing to me, to think that, wow, you know, no matter where you are, you're surrounded by life. And I love the idea within the home too, and how different spaces can make you feel. Plants, I mean, of course, have become a big thing you see in, never mind Instagram and things like that, where we're featuring them. But I mean, people long for life. E.O. Wilson called it biophilia, sort of this innate love of the natural world, that we long for it because it makes you feel so differently. I mean, we evolved there. It's not entirely surprising, but we've had this disconnect for so long where we felt that we're separate from nature. And when you realize how it makes you feel, when you come to love it the way that certainly we do, and we're hoping other people do through the Love Fest, the school grounds greening, and more, it changes your perspective. And I remember, I don't know what your experience was like as a student in school, but most of the classrooms that I had were very, buy a textbook, you're in a room, fluorescent light, you know, you're squinting. But occasionally we'd have these wonderful teachers that would do things differently. I remember a teacher took me out to the local pond. It was like right outside the school. We got some water, a little glass of water, and we put the water droplets under a microscope and saw that it was teeming. I mean, like thousands and thousands of that was one of the most profound experiences of my life. You can see microscopic animals in a book all the live long day. But when you see thousands of things in a drop of water from something that's right next door, and you know that's every drop of water around you, it changes your perspective of the world. How could it not? And so things like this project, where we can change the system and make sure that more educational institutions, the whole way that we teach people incorporates ideas and things like this and gets people to think that way, will be one of the biggest shifts in the world. It's exciting.
Totally. But it's curious because you said, starting your conversation, you said, it's been so long that we've been separated.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, time is so relative. Long is the story of the earth, 4.8 billion years,
Yeah.
or the story of life on earth, 3.8 billion years.
Yeah.
And so long for us might be 200 years, 300 years. So putting it into perspective,
Helps.
really we've been connected with earth because we evolved from that initial living, that cell that, started, unicellular, being that started evolving into everything that's today exists in our planet. So we are actually been connected for 3.6 billion years and disconnected for 100 years or 200 years. So putting it into perspective, I think biophilia is the representation of that strong connection we actually evolved from.
Yeah.
So definitely. And for me in education, I remember my school was relatively green. So I had green backgrounds, even though my classes were traditional. I always sat next to the window. And I think I never paid attention to the teacher because I was looking at the trees. So I was at that point. But I do remember a teacher in 5th grade when he took us on a walk.
Yeah.
And it was on a walk to the mountains around Bogota. And I think that day was definitely one of the highlights of my education. Because that day I realized that learning was about doing what I was doing, walking around the mountains and learning everything I was learning there, not about reading the books. So I think that was the seed that ultimately brought me to where I am right now in what I'm doing. So I guess it's a call for all of us that are watching of the importance of generating these seeds for others, especially those who do not have access to those contexts. How do we open the door and open their hearts to connect and to have that magical moment in nature so they can bring that into their own lives and grow, let it grow within them? I think that is definitely a key point that we've heard in the Love Fest. And that is why nature for all is nature for all, because nature is here for all of us. This is where we find all our comforts.
It's been so nice seeing the diversity of approaches that people have gone about doing that and trying to bring that to the communities, whether it's literally busing kids to forests, whether it's bringing nature into cities in a bigger way and founding things like national park cities, which you're seeing in the United Kingdom, which is so exciting. We've had people talk about getting people out in the water, surfing, people that never finished school, they had trouble reading and writing, maybe they had a difficult background, childhood, growing up, but when you get them on a surfboard, now they're an expert and they want to teach others. And so it can come through so many different forms in such a profound and meaningful way. And honestly, as someone who has a chance to hear from conservationists and scientists all around the world through my work, I'm very, very lucky to have the job that I do. Even by that standard, this program with its diversity of places, of speakers, of approaches to these things has been really inspiring. And I think it's so nice that all these things are going to exist online forever on the YouTube channel for Nature for All, on our YouTube channel at Exploring by the Seat of Your Pants. We're going to have them on the Love Fest website, which I'll bring up in 2 quick seconds. There it is. And I really hope people take the chance to check it out, because the programs that I haven't been involved with personally in the background as their host, I'm going to go back and watch, because I want to hear these stories. I want to hear from these people and see how they've gone about changing the world. So
and I agree with you. And I think a lot of these stories, if there's educators listening to us, use these stories in your classroom, because they're stories of inspiration. They're stories that mirror what we can be, what we can achieve, what we can discover, what we can adventure into. So I think, the stories should work to inspire us and to get us speaking about our relationship with nature and our relationship with each other. Ultimately, how do we build communities that can thrive? And I think this is the essence.
Yeah. Luis, I could chat with you all the live long day, and one day I might have to come down there and do so. But till then, I will play our video from one of our speakers that wasn't allowed to come in just a minute and get her underway. We've got a sort of bonus speaker whose connection died, who's going to come in a little bit and join us as well. But before I let you go, after thanking you again for being such a spectacular host today, is there any last message about your own work, your organization, anything you'd like to leave our audience with for the Love Fest today?
Well, maybe the only invitation I would do is allow yourself to fall in love. I think, allowing yourself to be in awe, to discover the magic around you, the magic in nature, definitely will warm your heart. So allow it anywhere you are. And if you are nowhere close to a lot of nature, just look at the sky, close your eyes, and let nature work from within. Picture yourself in the most fantastic natural space and let that sink in, because that too is nature. So thank you very much, Jesse. And it was a pleasure being here. And, so.
It was a pleasure watching you. It always is. Every time we have the chance to interact at any of these events for Nature for All, IUCN, whatever, I am ceaselessly inspired by you and your work. And so thank you so much. And keep it up and have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you very much. So we'll see you soon.
See you soon, Luis. Bye for now, man. All right, folks, we are going to wrap up this block, one of our last blocks of this incredible Love Fest, with a quick video from one of our speakers that wasn't able to join us live, unfortunately, Eleanor Smith in Norway. We should be having a speaker join us after that for a little 15-minute short session, and then we'll wrap up this block before we dive in with our final two blocks. I want to note we've got speakers coming from the US, Canada, Mexico. We've got hosts joining us from all around the world. It should be a really great wrap-up of the festival between Aaron, myself, and Jose as hosts in the next little bit. So I really encourage you to stick around, head to those links, get a snack, get some lunch, get a coffee in between there. I'm going to do the same. But what I'll do now is share my screen, bring up this video, and you guys can watch Eleanor Smith talk about her nature love story. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much for joining me.
Hey.
Where did you first fall in love with nature, or how did it happen? Is there a time in your childhood or an experience that really changed it for you? Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Well, I do remember that nature's always had a big place in my life since I was little. So I grew up in France, in Strasbourg, and I remember going for. I mean, I was little. I don't know how much I remember, but I have a romantic memory of going for hikes with my parents in the Vosges, in the mountains, and then especially when I started horse riding. So apparently my parents, they just happened to walk by a little auberge, you could go there and eat a delicious Alsatian meal, and then you could go for a ride. So also parents could come and drop off their kids, and the kids would go horse riding for a few hours, and then they'd come back and have a meal together and drive home. That's typically what we did. So I was actually, and it was just by accident because my parents don't ride horses. They just went by this place and saw a tall, bearded man with two small ponies and took me there. And it turned out that I really enjoyed it. So actually my earliest memories of nature are with horses or with ponies. So I started at 3.5. Obviously at that age, you don't ride that much, but you have the impression that your pony is huge because you're so small. So I have lots of memories of being in basically every summer and every other. I think we used to go quite often. So every other weekend, or we'd be up there, and my parents would drop me. Like the older I got, the more time I could spend there. Be there at the weekend for a whole day or for a whole weekend. You could stay overnight as well. So I would be there in the summertime, maybe spend a week at the stables and just ride and look after the horses and with other kids of my age. And that would, so lots of memories of being with horses in the woods and with other kids and having fun. So I think nature has always been, safe place, I would say, a place of fun and adventure and retreats and discovery and adventure especially. I think my love extends for all animals. I am very fond of animals and I love dogs and I've got a cat and I feel really a connection with animals and the potential we have to become better people, because they're in a position where humans are in a position of power and we have therefore responsibility
to treat animals well, to understand them, to be able to respect their needs. And I would say that has, it has its difficulties, has its moments where you don't understand each other, and you have to take a step back and, learn how to read the animal, understand what their needs are and what they're expressing. And I think it just makes you a better person.
It's really incredible to see that from the access of running into this, in at like 3 years old, it like flourished this entire passion of yours. I feel like a lot of people don't have that exposure to nature in their life. If they grow up in the city, it's just harder to access it.
I've always really appreciated and sought out moments in nature to connect with nature, and that is also something that I'm always trying to encourage in other people whenever I meet them or whenever it's appropriate. That nature is a resource for us. Not only does it improve our mental health, but also our physical health. And just going for a walk in the woods, you can have some of your best ideas away from your phone, away from the stress of your job or your responsibilities and things that have to be done at home. And when you go out for a walk, you can just be free of all that. And I think that freedom brings with it the possibility to have new ideas that can actually be really important for the direction that you take in your life. So it's, connecting with nature is like so core to our happiness, I think.
Even just hearing you speak, I can tell that you're a writer. I would assume it's a big part of your life. You do it as a job and, you have a blog. Is there a certain way that you get inspired to write? What's the process like?
The work really that I do for myself, so my blog or my poems, I'm actually working on a photography and poetry book. So my personal writing is all basically inspired by nature. So going for nature and then photography, because I'm also passionate about photography. So I love to go out into nature with my camera and just be in the moment and capture lights, shadows, leaves, roots, moss. Just be in nature and capture what I see and be very much open and aware of what is going on around me, and then trying to capture that. And then I can go home and go through my photos that I've taken on my walks or on my hikes, or even out horse riding. I either have a camera or my mobile phone.
The horse?
Yeah, I've done it with my camera, but even with my camera, with my phone, I've also taken pictures riding. And then when I come home and I look at them, I open them in a photo editing software, and I start looking and thinking, okay, how shall I, how can I improve the photo? And then it inspires me to write as well. I'd open up the photos and I would just write, remembering the experience at the time when I was there and taking the photos, and then also what I feel at the time that I'm writing. So, and then I just started doing that as a habit this year, just taking the photos, choosing my favorite ones, editing them, and then just writing, what do I feel when I look at this photo? And it just came very naturally, and I got into a real flow. So a lot of the writing that I do is, born from experiences that I've had in nature that have challenged me or inspired me, or I have to sort of really get in there and experience and touch nature and feel it and smell it and just be very hands-on. And then I come back from that and it's inspired me to reflect on that experience and write about it.
It's interesting that you can make yourself present in nature and then, use photography and all these different mediums to then later on re-express how you felt in that moment. Are you working on any other projects that would align with nature?
I really felt like I wanted to reach people, and I wanted it to be in a way which was more educational or more inspirational, or that I needed to put more effort in. And then the idea came, well, why not make a book? I really wanted to use the pictures and then have a little bit of text, because I thought if I can put that together in a way which is accessible for other people, then I'm creating like a product, something you can hold in your hands,
right,
and that can inspire you to go for a walk in your nearby park, or to walk down to the lake, or go for a little stroll by the beach, or whatever it is. But it's a little like a pocketbook. That was really the idea. So at first it was the whole selection process. So which are the best photos? And then the writing, all the writing I did this year, looking at the photos and writing and putting it all together. And then I had some feedback round as well. I sent it to several people to give me feedback, either on the poems or on the photographs. And now finally it's gone to the designer just like last Friday.
I find it's also hard with art. It always feels unfinished. You know, it could always feel like you can add more, you could embellish
Oh,
more.
yeah.
So my last question would just be, well, being that we've talked about, you know, nature, art, animals, you know, writing. You also mentioned that you volunteer within spaces, putting at the forefront mental health. Do you see value in overlaying these types of topics together, or how they all are connected to each other?
I'm really glad to hear you can see a connection, because sometimes I worry that I'm too dispersed, that I'm quite a creative and energetic person, and I can kind of disperse and do quite a lot of things. So it's reassuring to see that you also feel that there is a connection there, because I definitely feel that there is a connection between my love for nature and also my awareness of my need to protect my own mental health and also to help other people take care of theirs. So my volunteering is actually a huge part of my life. Like I volunteer every week with the Red Cross, so taking people indoor rock climbing and bouldering. And this is something I really, really enjoy. It's an activity I enjoy. I do it in the evening after my working day. So usually I'm like, oh, really tired now. But then when I get there and I meet the people and we go to the climbing gym and we start climbing, then all that tiredness has disappeared, because there's such a sense of community. And I really feel that my time is valued, that I'm creating and I'm part of something bigger than myself, that I'm creating a nice atmosphere for people to be comfortable, make new friends, make new connections, and learn how to climb. So it's really for adults who are in a vulnerable or difficult place in their lives. And these are often like the nicest people I meet, really.
Yeah.
So I really feel the value of what I'm doing, and that people need each other. You know, not only do I need other people because I've maybe had a, you know, tiring or frustrating day in the office, but other people may have also just been waiting for the evening because they don't have a job right now, or they're on social care, or they're not earning a lot, and they don't have a great network, or they're trying to rebuild their lives. And then they meet, and then we all meet in this for a couple of hours in an evening, and then we gel, you know, and you have I experience a really positive environment where we're all in it together and learning to climb and supporting each other. And I just find that extremely rewarding. So I do that pretty much every week.
And it also gives room for discovery, like you said at the beginning, that nature just gives you that chance to discover so much.
And then also it gives it gives the possibility for people to connect with themselves through the activity, whether it's going for a walk, like yesterday, a hiking group, connecting with nature, or climbing, connecting with yourself and being faced with your fear. Sometimes people, you know, you get scared. Oh, it's high, or oh, what if I fall now? You meet yourself and you meet other people. And I think it's very, very important part of rehabilitation is that being able to meet other people and being able to meet yourself and to face your challenges and go through them, make your way past them.
Yeah,
You know?
this is making me want to take more time to volunteer.
Well, look, take care. Thanks so much.
Thank
It's
you so
been
much.
lovely.
Yes, thank you so much. Have a lovely evening.
Well, that was delightful. Eleanor, thank you so much in absentia for doing such a great recording for us. Our 4th of 4 recordings we've slotted into our broadcast series as part of this incredible Love Fest. And to wrap up this block before our final 2 blocks of the extravaganza of programs we've had the chance to do over the last day and a half, I want to welcome back one of our people that had a little connection difficulty yesterday. Matthew Zilska, welcome back to the broadcast in South Africa, man, and nice to see you again.
Thanks, Jesse. I appreciate the re-invite, and again, apologies for falling offline yesterday.
Well,
it's
if it fails again this time, you get to come back a 3rd time. It's like a 3rd time. You can wrap up the whole festival, but we'll hope for the best if that doesn't happen, and we'll have a nice chat over the next 15, 20 minutes or so.
Great,
so, You have this fascinating backdrop with your PhD of this idea of meaningful nature experiences leading to sort of sustainability mindsets, people doing great work for the environment. And I'm really curious what in that work qualifies as a meaningful experience. Is it about the length that you're in nature? Is it about the situation that you're in your work and in your research back when you were doing the PhD? Was there anything that you can share with us that really jumps out?
Yeah, I mean, it's going back some years now, but it was quite a profound journey for myself in doing that research, because I think it also changed the way that I saw experiences as well. And yeah, so I didn't try to define really what was meaningful. That was up to the individuals interviewed and those who took the online survey. But part of this methodology I used, which was phenomenology, this science of lived experience, you try to pull out the common themes and the essences of those experiences. And so there are certain things that came up. And for example, if the experience involved an animal, it was the proximity to the animal, often the length of time, and particularly the length of time of some sort of meaningful engagement. So it could have been eye contact, it could have been a type of behavior, it might have been an approach from the animal. So that started to be common threads across all these experiences. If it didn't involve nature, maybe it was a particular kind of patterns, a certain kind of flow to the experience, the colors. I guess the unexpectedness was always a huge thing of those experiences. They weren't expected. There was some sort of surprise element. There was a shift in one's normal state of perception, so something became more vivid. There was an aliveness. So, I mean, there were many things, and they are synthesized on in my research and on the website that I put out from my research, so people can read more there. That's not the link that I've got there. That's another link. But that's called Eyes for Earth, Eyes for number 4 Earth.org, and some of those themes are there. So yeah, but then potentially where you were going with your question was that, so I mean, a meaningful experience can happen anywhere, anytime, and it can be brief and it can be fleeting. But when you're looking at sort of facilitated processes and trying to craft an experience, then particularly if you're going away from the urban area into sort of wilder spaces, then the 3-night effect is pretty important, it seems. And I've heard that since my research as well. There's something about this 3-night effect, which it just takes time for people to, wipe off the road dust. I think someone used that the other day, that expression, and settle down and just sort of recalibrate with a more natural state of being. The type of language they use becomes less egocentric. They start to speak in a different kind of way. And then by the 4th day, you find that people are sort of in a certain space. And unfortunately, then they often get taken back to the city. But the longer you go, the deeper you go. Yeah.
It's been really interesting hearing, in fact, you mentioned the language. So many people in these broadcasts are people that get out into nature regularly, that they either take people out, they get to go out themselves. And it sounds ridiculous, I suppose, but it's like the most peaceful group of people I've ever had in any broadcast series or in any interaction or program I've ever done. It's people that have really taken that feeling to heart in the work that they do generally. And it seems to promote an empathy, an openness, kindness, a gentleness in how people speak about things. So I think, we're both on the same page in recognizing that is something that comes about through these experiences, but it's really nice to hear it reflected in research as well, for those that would be a little harder to persuade, shall we say. I also, the idea of sort of direct impact of nature, we had a gentleman on in Benin early this morning at 4 o'clock in the morning for me, so I'm a little sleepy still. And he talked about a boy going to the zoo. And I love zoos. I grew up in the Toronto Zoo. I know that it's a topic that tends to polarize people quite a bit, but when you get the chance to see an animal up close that you otherwise would never have the chance to interact with, not everyone can go from Canada to Tanzania or the Amazon or Australia, but you can see creatures from there, and the difference that the amount of impact that has on people compared to a book or a video is really profound. And so I'm so glad to hear that was part of what you were up to. Yeah.
I mean, just say, I think, obviously zoos have had a bad rap, but there is ways of doing it, and there are sanctuaries and there are spaces, and I think a lot of zoos have been reimagining what they can be for the people. And as we live urban lives, and we talk about nature for all, zoos can afford a window into worlds that we may not be able to directly experience. And particularly now that I have a young son, I appreciate the animal sanctuaries in our area far more than I used to, because we can just sit there and look and watch and observe and go into a space of observing a lion or something, which you'll never be able to see, I mean, for a long time at least, and potentially in a different kind of way. So it's tricky. I mean, obviously questions come up about, why are they, why are they there behind
glass bars or
fence or and all the rest. And there are some tricky things there, but if the intent behind the zoo is right, and if it's well managed, and if the animals' best interests are at heart, and if the enclosures have a certain element of complexity and enrichment and all the rest, then I think it's very important. I also see zoos as an interesting, as for adults, an important metaphor for us. There's an eco-psychologist called, I think it's Craig Elgins, something like that, from Canada, I believe, actually. And he has been talking about this idea of enculturated captivity, and drawing on the idea that animals often display a form of zoochosis in zoos, this stereotypical behavior when you're habituated in a particular kind of way. And I think for us, we really need to take that on board as people. Which part of our lives are we allowing ourselves to be held captive to, and what is our stereotypical behavior? Where are we in our ruts? And what sort of enrichment, I mean, we talk about behavior enrichment in zoos, what sort of enrichment can we afford ourselves to enhance our well-being? And I really enjoyed the previous two speakers I just heard, very inspiring for me in my own life, because, I mean, they were talking about these sort of activities that enrich our lives, which are otherwise in captivity.
I got back. It was my honeymoon over January, and as part of it, we'd gone to Iceland, which is a place I'd always wanted to visit my entire life. We figured, okay, well, we'll go to this Blue Lagoon, right? This outdoor hot spring thing. It's all snowy. It's just after New Year's, and we go in, and there was even a separate section of it that is supposed to be the no phone section, and we swam in, and every single person in a ring is on their phone, talking to someone, sharing it, whatever. And it was like a Twilight Zone sort of thing. It was like, wow, these people have come all this way. They've flown from all over the world to come to this thing, only to be like, here I am texting either about it or who knows, right? And so you get into these ruts, these habits, and nature provides a window and a way out of that. And I think that's been one of the things that we keep coming back to throughout these broadcasts. With your young son, I'm really curious if there's a place that either individually or with him you go personally. Like, is there a special spot? Maybe it's a local park. Maybe it's a nature. South Africa is just one of the gems of the world. So you have an abundance of options, really. But I'm curious if there's anywhere that's particularly special.
Yeah, I mean, there is abundance of options in the bigger sort of meta landscape, but I think the connection nearby nature is critical. And so, yeah, I mean, for us as a family, going down to our local estuary is that place. It's easily accessible to anybody. There's no entrance fee, and it's safe. And I was saying to Kaluki Paul yesterday, probably as I cut out, but that space is not necessarily. It doesn't necessarily push all the wow buttons. It isn't necessarily an Instagrammable landscape, although I have posted quite a few photos there over time. But I mean, we have other areas that would qualify that. But what I've really enjoyed about this space is that I've just been able to get deeper into it by my frequency and the way that I've engaged with it. And it keeps bringing up surprises. It's particularly around 2017, 2018. It was just the gift that kept on giving. Something which was sort of nondescript, and I didn't expect much. Every time I went there, I just felt that there was some sort of new species, some insight, something about myself. There was a real dance, and I think that's why that place has become so special for me, because it starts to become an other that is not just a material resource, but that there is some sort of meaningful interaction. So yeah, I have my own meaningful experiences there. One in particular, which obviously that makes that place special, and you never see that in the same eyes again after that.
Yeah. Proximity makes a big difference. I grew up in Toronto, and about 3 hours from Toronto is a place called Algonquin Park, which is one of the gems of Canada's park system. And people would meet me. I used to be at the aquarium in downtown Toronto, and people would feel like, oh, do you go to Algonquin Park? It's like, well, I've been to Algonquin Park. I go once every 3 years or so because it's a 3 hour drive away. Where I am now, I'm in Newfoundland in a rocky outpost in the far east coast and 7-foot snowdrifts outside my front door. But there's a park 1 minute away. And so every day, at least once, I go for a walk in this park, and it's a particularly nice park. It's got pine trees, got little waterfalls in it. There's a big pond in the middle. So it's a lovely spot, but I can do that. I've done that park 250 times since I moved here. And you're right. Every time you go, it's just, if you don't gain something new out of it, it's just a sense of peace, of wholeness, of reinvigoration. I can do broadcasts all day long with amazing people, and that's really fulfilling. I'm very lucky to have the job that I do. I think that's the case of everyone in this Love Fest, really. We're all very fortunate people, pinch ourselves daily. But going out in nature drives that point home. It makes it so much more meaningful when you get that chance. And so thank you for sharing that. I'm curious. Oh, go ahead.
Can I just comment on that briefly? I think the additional challenge there, and I think it might have been you who's referring to your practice, or you've been introduced to the idea of sit spot. And yes. I mean, this is an incredibly important practice. And one of the things that challenges of us, whether we're sitting or wandering, but it's a challenge of, you know, what am I noticing, and how do I up my noticing every single time I go? You know, so is there a particular, is there something this time that I've never noticed before? And whether it's something, you know, small, you know, we can say small in the palm of our hand, smaller than our fingernail. Is it something up? Is it something down? Are there certain sounds we've missed? And I think that's the thing about the familiarity, is that when it's just the once off, it's just sort of whatever is the biggest sort of sensory thing just captures our attention generally. And other factors, of course. But when it's the familiarity, it is like a relationship of knowing your life partner, that you hope to deepen that, and that with every conversation, with every year, with every birthday, with an anniversary, you start to know them in a different kind of way.
I love that analogy. I was so hoping you were going to go there with that, because it reminds me of it. It's exactly what it feels like. One thing that a lot of our speakers, Luis was just talking about this, is finding ways of sort of fostering that, where you're more inclined to look and take that time to spend the effort looking for those sorts of nuances and small changes. And I mean, one of my favorite tools, we use this in our programs for kids a lot, especially in May around getting kids out in their local backyards. iNaturalist, where you go out and you got your phone and there's some bug or a plant that you've never experienced before, and you take a picture of it, and now you know what it is, and you know its range, and you know how it fits into the ecosystem in the area. And so for me, I'm kind of thankful that it didn't exist when I was a boy, because if I was 13 and iNaturalist came out, I would have done little else with my time. But as an adult, I get to go back to these places and go, wow, now I know about this. You know, again, diversity of life that was previously off limits to me through the use of this tool. And I think that's been so nice to see with some of the programs we've had the chance to feature. Matthew, I wanted you spent the time to put this fancy little subtitle, which, by the way, is a fairly new feature on StreamYard. So I've been having so much fun seeing what people write underneath their names. Tell us a little more. What's naturefix.life all about?
Yeah, well, it's an Australian-based program, but going internationally, which is about designing nature wellness trails. And it's an app-supported program now. So what we're really tapping into here is the science of nature connection. So what we've developed is a series of trails, and these trails can be installed anywhere. And we have a self-guided audio and location-based app. So basically we put points on any given trail or zone around a hospital or university, or even on tourist drives, which actually encourage people to notice, to take a moment to go slow. And so when the app comes in encounter with one of these areas that we've geotagged, you have the opportunity to listen to a guided audio routine to help you notice, to help you step into that place of appreciation and mindfulness. Yeah. So you could say it's a kind of headspace for nature. If people are familiar with the Headspace app, which is for mental well-being, But what we've noticed about all the mental health and well-being apps is that none of them really include nature. And that was quite shocking to us. I mean, there are bits and pieces, but we really thought that there needed to be more of that. And, you know, again, in line with this theme of nature for all, ideally, and as Eleanor was speaking, it's wonderful to have somebody to go out and facilitate a nature experience for you when you can enhance your well-being. But that's not always possible. and it's not always feasible and all the rest. So with the app, we've been hoping to open that access up, that really anybody with a smartphone can have the opportunity to be guided into appreciation of nature for mental health and well-being. And so the other thing is, I mean, a lot of this draws on the burgeoning science of contact with nature, but we really make the distinction that it's not just contact with nature, it's the nature of the contact. So it's not only the quantity of minutes we spend there, but the quality of the moments. And it's a little bit like, I think about it as like going to the gym. There's an assumption that we're not just going to touch a treadmill or glance at a bike, but we're actually going to do a particular kind of routine within a particular time. And sometimes that we even have a personal trainer. And so this is the thing, how do we engage with the equipment? How do we engage with the green space? And so that's, and the thing is, if we do that in a particular kind of way, then we can really unlock and amplify the wellbeing benefits of nature and green space. If it was just about time, then everybody with an outdoors job would be thriving and happy. And that's not always the case. We know that. So anyway, so NatureFix is stepping into that space. And it's the same with, I mean, we're working on nature prescriptions as well, because up until this point, we've seen that nature prescriptions where we've looked at has generally been health professionals kind of doing it ad hoc and saying, go for a walk in the park. Yeah. But it's more than just a walk in the park, So that's wonderful to get out into nature, but we do feel that people need to be guided as to how to maximize their time out there. In nature is kind. It does things for us just by being there. It doesn't have to be structured. But in lives when there's increasing pressure on our time, if we only have the opportunity to make an hour or two available for nature a week, then I think it's really important to be mindful of how we spend our time there.
That is it's a beautiful idea, and I love the analogy of the gym. That is just a fantastic way of getting people on. You've reminded me, this is a weird segue, you've reminded me of a book that I read years ago, and it was a author whose background was in cognitive behavior. She works with a lot of dogs and other animals, and she did 11 walks with expert eyes. She did the same walk that she does all the time, but she brought in like a person who had expertise in a different field. One of them was like fonts, one of them was gait analysis. So they walked along and they looked at how people walked and like what you could learn from that. And there was a biologist, I think, looking at wildlife. And so that aspect of a guided experience of someone who knows what they're doing, or with a way of framing it, or an approach that people are listening to and hearing as they go out into these spaces, is such a interesting one. It's fascinating. Kudos to you. So Australia, you said, and is this something that like is in national parks, or you mentioned around hospitals? Like, where are you choosing for these spaces to geotag? Because it's a lot of work to put this in, to have something narrated or have something framed in that way. I'm really curious.
Yeah, so I mean, it started out, and a lot of this came on actually during the COVID and the lockdown era, when parks managers of green spaces wanted to do more for their constituents. So some of our early trails were in, I don't know how you say it in Canada and for other people, but in our local municipalities or local councils who manage a public green space. And so there was signage. Our first editions had signage or had a QR code that people could use. But then we increasingly found that some green spaces didn't lend themselves to signage or weren't appropriate. So that's when the geolocation based app came on board. And so in theory, it's available anywhere in the world. We've just been working mostly in Australia at the moment, but me being based in South Africa, we've got a trail here that will launch very soon as a pilot here. And I mean, we're in the process of streamlining we are in the process of streamlining the process for actually implementing these trails, but it's quite simple. I mean, you just basically just do a geotag, a trail with somebody who knows the trail, or we go in and just look at what features lend themselves to certain exercises. So we've written up content for about 60 different routines, as we call them, which are different practices that we could do in those spaces, depending on the landscape features. Yeah. And one of the things we're most excited about is that there's some hospitals in New South Wales, Australia, who really want to do it as part of staff wellbeing. So that's spoiled another element of actually engaging with biophilic design. So looking firstly to redesign the spaces around the hospital so that they tap those psychological cues that help us resonate with nature. Yep. And And that was the first step. And then the second step then was to allow staff to access these audio routines, that when they're in that designed green space, that they can also tap into the mental health benefits. So that's, using senses, slowing down, working with breathing, working with, say, with our peripheral vision, which is known to activate the parasympathetic nervous system very quickly, looking at fractals in nature. I mean, there's a whole range of things. And what we're doing is really basing it on the science that's coming out, both in both the science of nature connection, but also in neurophysiology and neuroscience as well.
Matthew, I'm misbehaving as a host. My main role in life is to keep things to time, but I'm going to be a rebel because I have the power and there's no one after you. So I'm going to ask a final question in a minute. I'll keep semi to time, but I have to know, what's the deal with peripheral vision? Like, if you're paying attention to the, explain more. What's the deal? Do you know?
So with peripheral vision,
yeah,
is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, there's quite a lot of theory behind it, but it comes down to sort of these two different hemispheres of the brain. And generally, when we are in the left hemisphere, is sort of the narrow focus mode, and that tends to be more aligned with our sympathetic nervous system. The nervous system sort of is on the hunt, and that can be activating our adrenaline, cortisol. It can also have the reward system, the dopamine, like that's sort of what social media hacks as well, But generally when we're busy and we're going for it, and also when we're stressed, we are narrow focused, we're rational, and we're just sort of gunning it. What the right brain does and what peripheral vision does is it takes us into the sort of more expansive vision that starts to see the bigger picture and the whole and the interconnections between all these things. And that is something which our culture increasingly is not engaging with and diminishing. So just merely by starting to play with our peripheral vision, by putting the hands out to the side of our eyes, like we can look straight ahead, but just noticing our peripheral vision, we can actually quite quickly flip from our sympathetic system into our parasympathetic nervous system. And if we do that as well as breathing or looking up a little bit and having an inner smile, we can actually bring ourselves into a much more grounded, relaxed state much quicker.
Well, I'll tell you, at the risk of having looked very strange as you were saying that, I've been trying to do this as you've been talking, right? So my wife's a yoga instructor as part of her job, and so I know the breathing, I know the inner smile. It's very effective. I'd never heard of that before. It does. It calms you down instantly. Like there's like an instant feedback of like, oh, okay, soft focus, like catch the outskirts. That is so interesting. If I gain nothing else from this Love Fest, I'm really glad to.
I mean, if you look at birds, for example, or any animal, I mean, they have to keep both. Like a bird needs to keep one eye on trying to find the food and the detail, but it needs to keep one eye scanning out for predators. And in our evolutionary context, we would have had to been doing the same as well, so as not to get chomped. So it's only as our that need to survive has sort of been taken away, that immediate survival sense in everyday life, that we've shut off a lot of those senses that we actually need for well-being as well.
This has been a fascinating 20 minutes. Thank you so much for coming back in to do this with us. And again, I'll highlight both eyesforearth.org if you want to check out Matthew's work there, and naturefix.life. Learn more about this app, the programs that are going on with it, and trails around the world. What an exciting bevy of initiatives. Matthew, before we wrap up and before I do take my job seriously and head off to grab a coffee before our next series of programs, because we just don't stop at the Love Fest, is there a final message you want to share about your work, where people can learn more, or something that you'd like to leave off as an insight before we wrap up the program?
Well, the one thing I really want to say firstly is just very much thanks to you and Jose and all the team who've been behind this Love Fest. That's one message I want to make loud and clear, because I cannot actually even begin to imagine all that it's taken over the last few months to get everyone together for this event and to deal with internet connections and time differences and everything else. So I'm actually really grateful for that. And I guess the message is that, I mean, in this culture of distraction that we're in, what I love about these events is that it does focus us all around a theme that needs to be heard and felt increasingly within the world, and so I hope that we can continue this community of practice, these exchanges, this just the mere act of conversing these love stories about nature and what it does for us, I think is helping in some small way to, just to keep our attention directed toward nature. As I've said before, like our consciousness is defined by our experiences, and our experiences are defined by where we place our attention. So the more that we direct our attention toward nature and those who are carrying that love of nature, then the more I hope we can create a consciousness individually and collectively that starts to really support planetary health.
Matthew, that is a beautiful last message to wrap up our block with. Thank you so much for joining us today. We really appreciate your time, and thanks for the kudos for the Love Fest. It's been really, as a much lower level participant than Jose, who is the mastermind of the whole shebang and has done more test calls and check-ins and schedule organizing than any 10 people. It really means a lot, and it's been really heartening and exciting to see so many great stories from around the world, including yours, of course. And so thank you, and keep up the wonderful work, and we really appreciate it.
Thanks very much, Jesse. And you too with all your work. All the best with the rest of it.
Thank you kindly. I'll certainly be in touch to foster more of those connections and keep the joy going, as we've been trying to do over the course of the festival so far. We'll have more time to breathe on Wednesday. But for now, folks, I will wrap us up. We're going live again in about 20 minutes. So if you want to come and join us for another amazing block of programs, head to the Love Fest website, check out the link for the next series, and we look forward to seeing you there. Bye for now.